LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. To quote the great Jalen Reed, let's do it. It is a Football Friday here on Sports Radio 610. We're going to do this. We're all in this together, people. San Francisco 49ers coming to town on Sunday. It's week 8. We're halfway through this thing. Let's go. Almost halfway through. Good morning, everybody. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne, and we are Football Friday here on Sports Radio 610. Hello, Pope Zaza.
What's up? Yeah, this is this. I told you before the show, I'm a little PO'd right now, just because there's so much crap going on.
Yeah.
There's a gambling controversy. I guess multiple controversies. There's a gambling thing going on.
Controversy.
Who would have expected it?
I love framing it as a controversy. And the FBI is involved.
Who amongst the many texters to the show today who warned of us this is going to be the one that ever warned us of this?
Yes.
So there's that. There's, yesterday we had a texter ask us, hey, what was more miserable, covering the Texans right now or the 2021 version of the Texans? And I said, you know what? The 2021 version of the Texans had so much weird dysfunction, not just normal NFL team dysfunction, but just way out of the box. Who would have thought? Jack Easterby, total out-of-the-box thinker, of course, provided us a lot of out-of-the-box controversy and dysfunction.
Controversy.
And then yesterday, I don't know, it started to feel a little bit more dysfunctional on the Texans for various reasons.
Yeah, man.
Most notably just that so Derek Stingley said that, hey, I'm asked to play off coverage, I play off coverage. Meanwhile, we've got D'Amico multiple times this week just very mysteriously, when asked about why the Texans weren't playing more press coverage, D'Amico would just say the game plan was to get hands on Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a Derek Stingley problem. I don't know if it's a Matt Burke problem. But it feels wrong. It feels off.
Yeah.
So and then there's just the general obvious underperformance of the Texans themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess the Stingley thing is interesting, and I would guess that in the eyes of D'Amico that Kamari Lassiter is involved in that assessment as well, because Kamari wound up on Jackson Smith and Jigba maybe more than Stingley did throughout that game. Stingley did not travel with him. I guess the unsettling thing about that, because the implication is that D'Amico was telling these guys to do one thing and they were doing another thing. And Stingley said distinctly yesterday that I do what I'm told. I do what I'm asked to do out there. I guess the disturbing thing about that is that those two, especially Kamari, for whatever reason, D'Amico puts those guys on a pedestal when it comes to talking about leadership, and these are the guys that are these are the guys that he points to as the guys that are the exact prototype of what you're looking for in a player. And now this is the position group that seems to be getting singled out for not doing their job.
Right, but again, I don't know, and that's where you got to bring Matt Burke into the loop as well, and because Stingley had cited communication issues.
Yeah.
So there's times, where if you're playing zone and by the book, then yes, your cornerbacks are aligned off the ball here and here and here, blah, 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 blah. But then, there's room for tweaking that. And there's rooms to have blended coverages and to, in certain situations, come up and challenge a guy, even if you're in whichever coverage you're in. So what I would hope is that it was genuinely just some kind of like a judgment issue as to how you're going to handle certain situations, and that if there was a lack of communication, they got to iron that out, but it wasn't a systemic issue of either not communicating it from the coaches properly or players not executing it properly. I don't know, but there's obviously something off there.
There's something off, and it needs to get fixed this weekend with the 49ers coming to town. We'll hear from Stingley a little later on in the show and hear what he had to say about that, because we got some clarity on that from Stingley. It was an interesting media session with the coordinators yesterday for sure. Frank Ross.
We didn't get clarity on anything, but we got people talking about it.
We got people talking, that's fair. So we'll get to that a little later in the show. But for now, let's see what's on our plate. The 49ers are coming to town. And some things to watch for in the game on Sunday. Obviously, the big issue for the Texans defensively in this game is going to be Christian McCaffrey. George Kittle is back, so they've got him back. It looks like Mac Jones is going to start this game. It appears to be headed in that direction. Brock Purdy.
He's had this turf toe and he's been day-to-day forever, but Ian Rappaport said it's probably not this week.
Yeah, Purdy.
Oh, sorry. I said, Brock
no, you
Purdy.
didn't say anybody. That's what I was saying. I just want to make sure. Yeah. Mac Jones will probably be starting. Purdy with the turf toe, limited in practice this week. So there's that. So Mac Jones is going to be starting. George Kittle is back. Christian McCaffrey is the core center of this whole thing. They've had injuries in the receiving core. Brandon Ayuk hasn't played yet this year. Ricky Pearsall's out. This is a bad. You and I were talking about this before the show. The frustrating thing about this game, just on paper coming in, is that the Texans have been one of the healthiest teams in the NFL so far this year with respect to the 53-man roster. I know Joe Mixon's missed the whole year, but they've been a relatively healthy NFL team. The Niners have been almost like the NFC version of the Ravens, where everybody's hurt. They've lost their two best defensive players for the season. The Texans are 2-4, and the Niners are 5-2. This is a really well-coached football team.
They've got the number one, or at least one of the top passing offenses in the league right now, without their starting quarterback, without all their best receivers. They're doing very, very well. And George Kittle just came into the mix last week. Christian McCaffrey is in that boat where, man, long-term for this season, I don't know if he can keep up the workload they've been using him at, like the workload that he had last week. But for this given Sunday, it doesn't matter a damn thing.
Yeah.
He's going to be a potential real headache. But, I mean, look, Nick Bosa out. Fred Warner out. Both those guys out for the season.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter. They're still doing Robert Saleh type things.
Still holding Bijani to well below his season average against the Falcons last week.
It's a really well constructed, well coached football team.
Yep.
And they're operating on a much higher level than the Texans right now. And yet they are 1.5 point underdogs as they come into Houston. Based,
I think, entirely just on the matchup on paper and home field advantage, I guess. And I don't know what this home on Sunday, man. Like this is a fan base that's very distraught right now watching this football team. And it's not. And to your point earlier, Seth, it's not just an underperforming football team. It's an underperforming football team that has weird things going on right now in terms of the players and are they doing what they're coached to be doing? And everybody and D'Amico is putting it all on the table about how he feels about the execution of this football team. So I'm really interested to see what that's going to look like on Sunday. As far as the things to watch for, let's circle back to McCaffrey. He's what makes everything go offensively for the 49ers. Here's D'Amico Ryans earlier this week on Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey is by far one of the best players in the NFL. Like what he's done in the game, I think, and I know for sure he has the respect of every player that's played against him, and also just respect from the offensive players. He's a tremendous athlete. I mean, he's physically gifted, a talented player in all respects, not just running the football, but also as a receiving running back. He's one of the best that we've seen. So, and that'll be their main focus, and that's their main game plan, rightfully so, because he's such a dynamic player, and he changes the game for them offensively. And not just what he does, but where he's able to align. And Kyle has done a really nice job of moving him around in a lot of different spots where he's not just aligning in the running back position. He can line up at receiver. He can line up all over the place. So, the game plan is we have to have eyes for Christian McCaffrey, knowing that he's going to get the bulk of their he's their playmaker.
He has more yards receiving this year than he does rushing. We should point that. And he's got almost 1,000 total yards from scrimmage. So he's
a movable chess piece.
He very much so. He is 8th in the league in receiving yards and 3rd in the league in catches. So he's a bit. So he's going to get the football in the run game. Obviously, he's what makes that go. But he is a super dynamic weapon in the receiving game, which is going to the Texans linebackers, and I would imagine they're going to try to find Jalen Petrie in this whole thing as well. Probably, I would imagine the Niners.
This is the thing that I worry about with this matchup is that the Texans defenses, they're a bona fide, really good defense at this point in the season, and yet if this game comes down to the fourth quarter, which these Texans games tend to do against the better teams, or at least they remain one-score games. We know that Seahawks game wasn't as close as the scoreboard
That was not a one-score. I know it was. Yeah.
They got blown out by 28 points in that game, as far as I'm concerned. But some of the hiccups that you'll see sometimes from the defense, they occur in the fourth quarter, or as was the case in the Tampa game, man, they could not stop the run. Tampa ran all over them. Go back to when DeMeco was in San Francisco, and he had really good defenses, but there were times, like it happened in the championship game, DeMeco's last year there, that they don't always have the best discipline versus the run if an offensive coordinator can figure them out. And like Kyle Shanahan observed that. Kyle Shanahan's watched the Tampa. This is the way that Kyle Shanahan decides to just maybe, work on his work-life balance and not watch as much film.
Probably not.
So the times you've seen Nick Bosa lose discipline in the run game and what have you, like that, the Texans are susceptible to that sometimes, where their defensive line just they forget some of their rules of operating. I worry that Kyle Shanahan has the keys to he's got the keys to the treasure map on that, and he's going to figure something out. So you certainly can't go into this game thinking, it's just Mac Jones, whatever. What's the big deal?
Right. No, Shanahan's excellent, man. Shanahan is excellent. So that's the challenge defensively. The Tampa Bay game is the one I got thinking of when I chose to just get completely frightened by Christian McCaffrey yesterday for panic attack in the middle of the day about Christian McCaffrey. I'm like, if they tackle like they did against Bucky Irving, this is going to be a long day. Because McCaffrey is a guy who can take a mistake in tackling and turn it into a 60-yard gain. With Bucky Irving is more of a, he's smaller back, but he's more of a grinder than Christian McCaffrey is. Yeah,
the tackling, I think the Texans have improved on their tackling, but this is a big test, obviously, this week. And on the Texans' offensive side of the ball, I have zero faith right now. Yeah. And as the evidence continues to build up, and as the Texans' inability to pick up blitzes, to execute properly in the run game especially, it's just that, look, Robert Saleh is the defensive coordinator. Robert Saleh, last time we saw him in the Jet game last year, and it was not one of the better performances by the offense. Yep. Obviously.
The Texans offense, speaking of which, no Nico Collins, it would appear, no Nico Collins and no Christian Kirk at practice yesterday. I'm not optimistic on either of them. So let's assume that that's going to be the case. Here's Robert Saleh on a Texans offense that is struggling right now.
I get the narrative for Houston, but this is also the same team that dropped 40 on Baltimore, and they had 26 on Tennessee in a shutout. So this is a damn good football team. Going up to Seattle on a Monday night, that is hard to do. And they were right there. I thought their defense stood on its head, gave themselves a chance to win. They had the ball inside the 5-yard line. They had opportunities to win that, or to at least tie or win the game, but it's a damn good football team in all three phases, and we all know that it's going to be a tremendous challenge trying to get down there and get another win.
That was 80% false, I would say, what he was saying right
By the way, I don't even have to – I fact-checked myself on this as soon as I said it. Robert Saleh had been fired a couple weeks before the Texans game last year. But
but he was the coach the year before, though. I mean, he was –
that's right. Yeah, that's the one.
They played him 2 years in a row. Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
The Jets. Look, at some point the Texans will become a team that's good enough to beat the Jets.
Jets, yeah. Thank God they don't play him this year.
And Zach Wilson and those types.
Yes.
Is Mac Jones playing better than Zach Wilson did with the Jets? Let me do the deep dive research on all of that.
Right, yeah.
He is.
Yes, he is 5-2. Robert Saleh really doing the Texans a favor in that soundbite right there. That's hit the ball down inside the 5-yard line. It's a damn good offense. They scored 26 against the Titans and 44 against the Ravens, Seth. I don't know if you knew that.
I guess that is, though, you don't want to, in hindsight, go back and just heap somehow more praise on those two false dawn victories that we had. That cruel hint at competence that turned out to be nothing at all. But I mean, those two games do speak to, all right, when things look right and when you can protect them and when he knows which matchups to exploit, yeah, that is possible. It's just when you go back up and you face genuine defenses, all of that falls apart. The wheels get all wobbly, and you're asking C.J. Stroud to drive a wobbly race car.
Yep.
But you're out there in your grandma's old Dodge Dart versus actual race cars.
If there's no Nico and no Christian Kirk, who's the leading receiver for the Texans on Sunday?
Nick Chubb. No. I think Dalton Schultz.
I think Dalton Schultz. If it's catches, it's yardage. It might not be just because it's Dalton catches that mid-range game. But I think Dalton Schultz. If you can find a prop bet on Dalton Schultz catches, take the over.
Play at the end of the first half, the one where Gordon tried to dump it off to Nick Chubb, and it was a little off, but Nick Chubb also didn't make a great effort. And he should have caught that.
Yeah.
I think that was a great example of on that play when you're sitting and you're wondering, all right, well, they got to give Ariante Ursery more help, but at the same time, you got to get receivers out on routes. It was first down. CJ is back, and it looked to me, I know some people thought that Jaden Higgins made the wrong read on his route. I'm not convinced that was the case. It looked to me like CJ was waiting to see if Dalton Schultz was going to be free in the end zone if the safety had bit on a double move that Dalton Schultz had made. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, though, you've got Ariante Ursery one-on-one on an island, and guess what? Yeah, eventually he got beat. He didn't get beat immediately, but it wasn't a great pass protection down. And so CJ ends up scrambling. That's where it's the total package. It's, yes, Ariante Ursery would be awesome if he was a better pass blocker, but also it's 1st and 10.
Yeah.
And CJ could have gotten rid of the ball earlier, but he's being greedy and looking downfield. And so you can't blame it all on him because ultimately Ariante Ursery didn't pass protect long enough, and yet it's also back into that classic dynamic of, man, all right, take that easy yardage on first down.
Yep.
Get it to Jaden Higgins. It still would have been a first down. It wasn't going to be a touchdown. But, CJ's got it. He's stuck in this tough world of when do I trust the protection versus when do I go aggressive downfield. There's not always a correct answer.
Not a great one, for sure. All right, hey, our football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, up next, this NBA/mafioso gambling scandal is one of the wildest stories, and probably, I would imagine, for a sport, one of the more daunting stories that a commissioner has had to deal with, maybe in the history of professional sports. And I feel like it's just unfolding now. If you missed the details yesterday, I've got my 5 wildest things from this gambling story involving the NBA and the 5 families of crime in New York. We'll discuss that. We'll hit headlines later in the hour. Coming up next, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy app, where all you're doing
American flag. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, this NBA gambling story that broke during our show yesterday, and we couldn't really totally sink our teeth into it because I don't know if you guys understand how hard it is when a story with this many details and this much nuance happens in the middle of a show. It's hard not it's hard not to butcher something.
And it's two separate gambling scandals that are under the umbrella of one big investigation.
Correct, yeah.
That's what part that was confusing as they were trying to digest it in 4-minute chunks.
Yes.
To really wait a second. Rozier and Chauncey Billups, but what? Who's the... Well, okay.
And then Damon Jones's name pops up like 15 minutes into it. And, okay, they involved in both of them or just one of them? So we'll lay it all out for you here. Here was the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, yesterday at the press conference, lays out the arrests and the accusations.
As you now know, individuals such as Chauncey Billups, Damon Jones, and Terry Rozier were taken into custody today, former, current NBA players and coaches. What you don't know is that this is an illegal gambling operation and sports rigging operation that spanned the course of years. The FBI led a coordinated takedown across 11 states to arrest over 30 individuals today responsible for this case, which is very much not only did we crack into the fraud that these perpetrators committed on the grand stage of the NBA, but we also entered and executed a system of justice against La Casa Nostra to include the Bonanno, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchesi crime families. And you'll hear more about those details today. The charges and the arrests that were taken down across this country range from wire fraud, money laundering, extortion, robbery, illegal gambling. This FBI will leave no room for any perpetrator of crime across this country.
This is where I wish The Sopranos was still around. Next season on The Sopranos, there would be 3 episodes involving some sort of sports gambling and illegal poker operations.
Am I the only person that's finds it kind of refreshing to have these names back in our lives?
No.
I mean, everybody's saying the mafia is dead and everything. I'm like, holy crap, look at them.
They're here.
The guys who still remain managed to really keep it quiet up until now.
I thought you moved. I thought you had moved. You still live here. Oh, okay.
Well, and it's like, I think everybody in America can agree on one thing. Everybody trusts that Adam Silver and Kash Patel are going to get to the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
That's the beauty of this, is that the Venn diagram of people who like both of those guys and trust them to run an investigation.
Right.
Yeah. Like, now the NBA it's already looking like the NBA knew about this and tried to sweep it under the rug hardcore.
Yes, yeah.
So
they cleared Terry Rozier. The NBA did. Yeah.
Which is the height of irony is that, man. Go back if the sport leagues wanted to start getting in bed with gambling. The NBA wanted to charge the sports books an integrity fee.
Yes.
Meanwhile, it's the sports books who alerted everybody to this because they pick up on this crap immediately.
Dude.
Yeah, this is where there is honestly, I'll say this not jokingly, there is I guess, I don't know if encouraging is the right word of this. Like, I think this stuff, this type of stuff has happened going back to the beginning of professional sports.
Yeah.
But when you mainstream it, I think it might happen more often, but I think it also, because people are using legitimate sports books, those sports books, they don't like this stuff happening.
No,
so they figure it out. Like, I don't know if this probably wouldn't have been exposed if they were doing it with an underground book somewhere. It's
probably
just like
not.
it's more likely to be caught, but you got to trust that the NBA is actually going to be vigilant about it. And it looks like they kind of just. They were like the baseball during the when guys were juicing, but they didn't want to know about it. They didn't want to say anything about it.
If it were just underground stuff, like before all the legalization everywhere, the only way this would have gotten caught is if somebody involved got caught for something else and needed to give something to the government.
Right.
That's how it would have gotten
became an
caught.
Informant or something.
That's
this
right.
is like this stuff gets uncovered because it's wait a second, 5 guys show up injured and This
gets caught within seconds. Like, there's $200,000 on Terry Rozier unders for prop bets. So it gets caught much more quickly. Here are the 5 wildest things about this story. And again, these are under one umbrella. The fixing and rigging of prop bets in NBA games, which Terry Rozier then of the Charlotte Hornets was involved in, and they showed footage. The cut-ups yesterday, Seth, of him just dribbling balls off his leg, shooting air balls. Like, it's it's crazy. And then there's the illegal poker games run by the mob where Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones were paid a heavy fee, like an appearance fee, to get suckers to come in and play. So, I'm getting to play poker with Chauncey Billups. And and we'll get to the illegal operation, the fixing of those poker games. But to me, the 5 wildest things, Terry Rozier on the big score that they had for the couple $100,000 in one of the games where he took himself out of the game 9 minutes in with an injury, so the unders would all hit. The guy he had going to pick up all the money in Philadelphia, they all went back to his house, drove to his house afterwards, and sat in his house and counted the $200,000 in cash at his kitchen table.
Man.
At Terry Rozier's house, they were counting up at an NBA player's house, they were counting up the winnings of this game fixing or this prop bet fixing that they were doing. That's a wild visual. That's a Sopranos visual right there.
Yeah, no, and then so there's the basketball side one in the Rozier, and showed up at court wearing a Hornets shirt, right,
yes,
or a sweatshirt,
hoodie, yeah.
So it's great advertising, but hey, long as they're spelling my name and getting the logo right,
not even
all
on the Hornets
advertising
anymore.
is good. All publicity is good. Charlotte Hornets.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. So that's number one.
Certainly, Michael Jordan couldn't possibly be involved in anything involving gambling either, right?
Maybe that's why he sold the team. He got up and out of there. Wild thing number 2, Chauncey Billups' involvement. Chauncey Billups' involvement in this, he was involved in the poker games. It also looks like he was involved in the sports betting side of it, too. He's not named by name in that. He's named as there is a co-conspirator number 8 whose description is NBA player from these years to this year and NBA head coach since 2021. And he gave information to some of these co-conspirators about the Portland Trailblazers tanking the rest of the season. Mm-hmm. He told them, like, hey, we're probably not going to be playing this, and this guy in these games. And so you got a head coach. That, to me, that's the lead. You have a head coach in the NBA giving out inside information to known gamblers.
It's weird. I hate to power rank the sins here, but that at least is not actually that's definitely wrong, obviously, but at least it's not necessarily influencing the game. You're not fixing a game. You're just giving inside information.
Right.
So, I mean, it still affects, it could potentially affect the line and all of this other stuff. So it does affect gamblers, but not as drastically or as severe as guys just deliberately tanking actual basketball games.
It's worse than Pete Rose. I mean, that's worse than Pete Rose.
The other side of it, though, too, is Chauncey Billups. Is it clear that he, or at least are they that those games were fixed, or was it that the mob was using him?
Are we talking about the poker? We're talking about the poker games.
The poker games. Yeah. Sorry. The poker games were fixed, or is it because the poker games were fixed? They were using all kinds of electronic gadgetry to force cards and all of his other stuff.
They knew. They're saying they knew.
I know. They're saying that Billups knew that was the deal?
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
they're saying
I didn't know if maybe they could have just used him as a front or something to get people into the game, but he might have been ignorant. I'm sure his lawyers will claim he was ignorant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the FBI is claiming that he and Damon Jones both knew of the operation. So it's a fair question. So that's number 2. Number 3, LeBron James just brushing up against all of this because Damon Jones is one of his best friends, and Damon Jones gave out information to these bettors about LeBron James sitting out a game. Damon Jones a couple of years ago was sort of a not on contract assistant coach for the Lakers. He was just there sort of as LeBron's buddy around the team, and he's giving out information to gamblers.
Yeah.
While he's in that sphere of the Lakers.
I'd be really, really surprised. I mean, LeBron's name is going to come up, and because everybody, you start to play the 2 degrees of separation, and whenever you have these names in the NBA involved, there's going to be LeBron James. His name's going to come up. I'd be really, really surprised if he was involved in anything like that or anything. I would LeBron's pretty damn savvy.
Yeah.
So somebody knowing LeBron's information doesn't make LeBron complicit in the. in the actual.
Oh no! If Adam Silver could pick one name, he would just want to not even be close to this thing. It would probably be LeBron James.
Yeah.
So there's that. Okay, this is the wildest stuff to me, just in terms of like, holy crap, I didn't even know this existed, is the technology they were using in these rigged poker games. They were paying Damon Jones and Chauncey Billups an appearance fee, essentially, to be what they called the face cards of these poker games, so that they would get regular people in to come play, and these regular people were getting swindled out of millions of dollars. They estimate a total of $7 million over years of these poker games, including one person that lost $1.8 million playing at these poker games. And normally I go, well, if he can afford to lose, if he's losing $1.8 million, he can probably afford to lose it. And then you're like, no, problem gamblers get in over their head and they lose stuff they can't afford to lose. They were using shuffling machines that could read the cards in the deck, poker chip trays with hidden cameras, special contact lenses and glasses that could read the cards. I don't know if you saw the video of this, Seth, but there was a video out there where someone took essentially the lens of what's in these glasses or contacts and slipped it over their iPhone camera with a deck of these cards. And you put those glasses on, and you can just see on the back of the cards a gigantic 3 or a gigantic J. It tells you exactly what the card is, in an X-ray table that could read cards when they were face down on the table.
This stuff is straight out of the movies. It's like out of just any spy movie or Sherlock Holmes, or with this technology that, oh boy,
dude,
that's the last time I play in a mob run poker game. I'm done. I am done. You hear me, Lucchese family, or whatever you pronounce it?
yeah, pronounce it right. Get it right.
They don't want me to pronounce it right. They've done a brilliant job, honestly. We got all these mob family names out in the news again.
Yeah.
They had done I think the mob has wanted everybody to believe that, oh, yep, the FBI did away with us. We're not actually all that influential anymore. They're still running some pretty cool stuff. I got to hand it to them.
Yep. It's good to have you. Hey, Gambino, Genovese, good to have you back in our lives.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, so that was, I think this story is just unfolding. Supposedly there's some indictments on college players coming down the pipe, so we're far from done with this one.
It's good. You know what? I think as we enter a completely different phase of legality of gambling, there needs to be some purges along the way. Yeah. I'm glad to get let's get some of this dirty laundry out of here and just start to reach some semblance of normal, I guess.
If anybody from the Bonanno, Gambino, Lucchese, or Genovese families are listening, that was Seth, not Sean. Okay.
Oh, the purge isn't going to be. Yeah, but the sport. I guess I should be talking about the sports gambling side of things. Because they're on that illegal gambling operation or illegal poker game operation type of side of things. On the sports gambling side of things, there need to be some guys that are put up on the wall basically to say this is what happens when you're not listening to our warning videos and everything we're telling you about getting involved in anything involving gambling. This is what's going to happen to you if you do.
Rozier and Billups are going to go away for a while. I feel pretty strongly about that. All right, headlines coming up next. We'll get to the Texans injury report. Thursday Night Football last night. Rockets got a home opener tonight as well. Headlines coming up next. But first, let's get you guys sleeping better. Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. It's this simple, really. If you
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. The Texans getting ready to take on the San Francisco 49ers on Sunday. Noon kick at home. Haven't had a home game in a while. Noon kick, and Texans Countdown begins at 9 a.m. with me and Seth. Clint and I have Texans postgame following the game. Hopefully a victorious Texans Sunday. Get back to 3-4. Going to be tough on the offensive side of the football, it would appear. We'll find out more today. But Nico Collins and Christian Kirk for the second straight day missing practice yesterday. Kirk with a hamstring. That signing, trade, whatever it is you want to call it, they traded a seventh to get Christian Kirk. That's worked out exactly how every skeptic, probably many of them in Jacksonville, thought it would work out for the Texans.
100%. And honestly, yeah, it's looking more and more like just an atrocious offseason. We'll get to that later. Yep. Barnwell from ESPN wrote an article ranking the off seasons of the various NFL teams and the Texans. I'll let everybody guess where he has the Texans.
You got to scroll way down. Yeah. And then Nico with the concussion. That's not looking good right now. We'll see. Maybe we get a miracle at practice today. But for now, it looks like they're going to be without their top two targets in the receiving core. I would imagine Dallas for 98 yards against Seattle is probably going to get a ton of work, I would imagine, against the San Francisco 49ers.
And before anybody goes all woe is me on the Texans and their injuries and everything along those lines, just know that the 49ers are doing just fine. They're the number one passing team in the NFL, despite Ricky Pearsall being injured, not having Ayuk. They just got George Kittle back after a long absence, and they're still the number one passing team in the NFL. And by the way, Mac Jones has also been the quarterback most of that time.
Yeah.
It's so there's no woe is me this week.
Nope.
The Texans offense is underperforming in a lot of regards, and this current spate of injuries isn't an excuse for what they've done on the season.
It is not. Thursday Night Football last night, a blowout. The Chargers beat the Minnesota Vikings 37-10. Boy, Carson Wentz was just a mess in this game all game long. Looked like he was banged up in the game. He was not hiding it on the sidelines either. He was not good bedside manner by Carson Wentz last night. Just he was angry. He was injured. He was screaming a lot, and it was he looked like a quarterback who lost by 27 points in a road game last night.
Oh yeah. It was and then we get into it's kind of like C.J. Stroud last year, where people are having arguments over whether men are allowed to cry or not. Kirk Herbstreit's getting a lot of flack for him saying like, have a little composure there. Mister.
Oh, yeah, I
cried about your dog for like 7 weeks straight.
Herbstreit cries at everything. Yeah, which is fine. It's a little ironic. That didn't even dawn on me. Oh my God.
I didn't even know that was a football show for a while. I thought it was about a show about his dog.
Yeah.
For College Game Day.
Day, I know. Yeah.
So it was ugly. It was ugly.
It was ugly last night. Yeah, 37-10. I guess the Texans angle there would have been nice if the Chargers lost. Trying to keep some of these teams in the windshield right now that are playoff teams. Texans will play the Chargers in Week 17. Rockets home opener tonight against the Detroit Pistons. So this will be a good one. Detroit, one of the most improved teams in basketball last year. Cade Cunningham coming to town to take on the Rockets. Kevin Durant in his home debut in the regular season for the Rockets tonight. And we just touched on this. This is probably the biggest story in sports today is the gambling scandal in the NBA. Two-pronged gambling scandal. Fixing of games and prop bets on one hand, illegal poker games on the other hand, both under the umbrella of one gigantic investigation that includes 4 of the 5 mafia families in New York. We didn't get to this, Seth, in the last segment where we did a deep dive on that story. But this is pretty funny. So this story breaks yesterday morning while you and I are on the air, and while Get Up is on TV, the show hosted by Mike Greenberg. And so the story is breaking, and Greenberg is in the process of getting to the story, is kind of mansplaining the whole where we realize sports betting nowadays that we're all, they're sponsors of this. I want you, if you're in your car right now, picture the TV screen and the bottom scroll has like the scores going, but on the right-hand side of the scroll is the label for ESPN Bet.
Yeah.
the betting app for
Right.
ESPN, the bottom right screen, where it always is on Get Up, right? So I want you about 15 seconds into this 20 seconds from Greenberg, envision that little bug at the bottom saying ESPN bet, just poof, disappearing. Here's Greenberg.
It was something that leagues stayed far away from. It was something that networks like ESPN would stay far away from. Those days are obviously long behind us. You hear a lot about legal sports gambling on this show. The Bussin' Boys, obviously sports gambling is a huge part of what you do, so we put those all out there as a preamble because it might be in the back of people's minds, and we acknowledge that this is a different time and a place.
Hey, listen, ESPN bet. If you literally own it, go ahead and own it.
Yeah. You own it metaphorically, figuratively, and literally.
It's like the CEO of Exxon and trying to have a talk about the Valdez disaster or something. It's like, and by the way, I realize that we're in the oil business, but I don't want to really talk about that part of our business today. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you literally own it.
Yeah.
That's literally your company.
Yeah.
Own it. Own it.
It was so funny. It just disappears. It was great.
I don't blame Greeny for that. That's,
that was a good preface.
Suits, obviously.
Yeah. No, it was total. It was somebody in the
They
ear
wear
of
suits on that show anymore?
Greenberg coat.
Okay.
That's about as dressy as people get on that show.
I was intrigued by those decisions about how people are going to make the feel of their show.
Yeah.
Whether they're going to be like super nice suits and everything, like some still do it, versus going way, way, way more casual in a lot of.
Get Up is casual, I think. I
Yeah.
think Get Up is casual. Hell, you got the Bussin' with the Boys guys on there. They're in
Right,
they're in their
right.
T-shirts that are propping up their podcast. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here we go into the 7 o'clock hour. All right, we talked about this a little bit earlier. We got the audio for you now. Closing the book. Maybe on the issues from Monday night, the confusing issues from Monday night. We'll get to that. Do we still believe in C.J. Stroud? We'll talk about that, and we'll do our Circle of Swarm for the upcoming game. I think I've got 6 names. We'll see. Seth and I each do 3 in our Circle of Swarm. We'll explain that in the 7 o'clock hour. That's all coming up next. Stay there.
Oh, when you're looking over your investments, you look.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, one quick acknowledgement. I know we normally do this on Mondays, but this is hilarious. The mob's IT department deserves an acknowledge me.
Yeah.
It's true. For all the technology they were using, the mob probably does need to have like an IT guy right now.
Yeah, but you know what? I worry about that guy. It's kind of like the accountant in the Kevin Costner movie about Al Capone.
I don't know. The
Kevin
Untouchables.
Costner-
The Untouchables.
The Untouchables. Thank you.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
That surprises me.
I've never seen The Untouchables.
Really?
Yeah.
But you're in love with all the mob lore.
I know.
and everything.
It's a blind spot. I haven't seen that one.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's an accountant in there who's like the poor schmuck that he's not cut out for this, and he ends up like what's he going to stand up to Al Capone? I feel like Walter White trapped in Mexico. I feel like whoever the IT guy is that's creating all this technology and everything is probably working off some gambling debt or something.
Yes.
He's probably relieved that it's finally over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it?
Although, you know what? A lot of this high-tech stuff, I was talking to a cop last year about this. I don't even want to say on air the stuff he was telling me about. Not that it's a secret or anything.
Yeah.
I just don't want to lead anybody astray.
Right.
But some of the easily available technology to pull off various crimes, you don't have to be a genius to be using it, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the rest I'll say of it.
Yep.
And it's kind of scary.
And for those, real quick, just for those getting in their car who maybe not be up to speed on the illegal gambling store, we're going to get to the Texans here in 30 seconds. But what we're referring to with the mob's IT department are the shuffling machines that could read the cards in the deck, the poker chip trays with hidden cameras, the special contact lenses and glasses that could read pre-marked cards, and the X-ray table that could read cards at the table at these rigged poker games where Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones were the paid face card stars to lure in the fish.
It's funny because a lot of it, a lot of people are wondering, okay, is this going to be a big hit to gambling or casinos or anything else? If anything, this is positive news for actual legitimate casinos.
The poker part, yeah, for sure.
Because they're regulated and they got, they're very much concerned about integrity of it all.
Yep.
Big hit though for people that go to underground poker games.
Big time, yeah, big time.
Big hit for people who run underground poker games.
Yeah. You can still get together with your buddies and play poker at your house. As long as the house isn't taking a rake, as long as the house isn't taking a cut, you can play for however much you want to with your buddies,
with your buddies.
With your buddies, yeah.
I would say I bet that technology that you all just laid out is probably way cheaper and more available than even if you're thinking like, this isn't. I would imagine you might be at some underground poker game where you're like, these guys couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Just be careful. Yeah.
If we had a poker game among the
Lopez.
6'10", my question was going to be, which person would we be had the most trepidation about going to their house to play poker because of X-ray glasses? Can you imagine we go there and Lopez has these gigantic glasses on?
He's a big Mr. Magoo, there's a flashing red light.
Yeah. And he's attributing it to this is what the kids are wearing these days.
Yeah, he's wearing some trendy
oh my God.
sequin bedazzled T-shirt or something. Yeah.
2 seconds into my question, Lopez. Oh my God, I love you for that. That was amazing.
No, I don't think Lopez would, but if he had to, I think he'd be good at it.
I do too.
Lopez could pull it off. Like Lopez could do it without looking nervous or anything like that. I think he could do it like if he had to. Let's say somebody had taken his family ransom and he was forced to do it. He would do it with panache.
The guy that can do it is the guy that for all of his opinions at the end says, that's just the facts.
That's just the face card, my friend.
That's just the king. That's all it is. Yeah. All right. Trying to close the book on the issues from Monday night. We're going to get to the San Francisco 49ers on this show. We're going to get to our circle of swarm for the 49ers game in about 15 minutes here. the two big issues, I think, Seth, where we were waiting to hear from somebody else was the first one was the Braxton Berrios coming in. At least for me, the Braxton Berrios thing, where he's activated for the first time all year, and all of a sudden he's returning punts instead of Jalen Knoll, which I thought was curious, just because Knoll had been really good returning punts. I mean, his punt return is what kept them in the Tampa Bay game at the end of that game, that big 54-yard return. And it was exacerbated by the fact that when Berrios did get chances to return punts, he was falling down. I think you pointed out he looked banged up. You know, he didn't look like the all-pro returner that he was back in, I think, 20.
He didn't look like the highlight when the Texans got him. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. That's a good way to put it.
The highlight reel, if you go and watch those, I had a hard time actually making a highlight reel because those returns for touchdowns take a long time to develop. And when you're trying to monetize a video on YouTube, keeping the videos as short as possible, yeah.
That's right, keep it
But
tight.
he has a lot of really long touchdown returns in his career.
Right. So you tell me, I'm going to play Frank Ross here. Does this explanation hold up? You're someone like myself who was upset that Braxton Berrios had just displaced Jalen Knoll when Berrios hadn't been active all year. Here was Frank Ross's explanation of that decision.
How did you arrive at the decision to go with Berrios at punt return instead of Knoll?
I don't think there's a decision to go with anybody. I think every year you guys have asked me, hey, how do you feel about returners in training camp when the roster's at 90? We mix and match every returner that we have. Tremon, Damian, Jalen, Braxton, Christian Kirk, all those guys have taken reps for us. It doesn't matter of which game or what time or who's available. I mean, Jalen was our starting kick returner last week, so he had 6 or 7 blocking reps on kick return because they kicked opposite. So, it's just about play for play, however that shakes out. Okay.
I don't know what that explanation was.
Because they blocked opposite, so it wasn't like he was out there, it just didn't work out.
Yeah. But the punt returning thing was the big one for me. He was talking about kickoff return on that one.
Yeah.
The punt returning thing is a big one for me. So that to me I don't feel any more informed on why exactly the punt return, unless it's a load management thing. Like he's talking about Jalen Knoll having to block on kick return, so 7 times or whatever it was.
Yeah, I guess it's a weird. There might be something wrong with me. I don't get as worked up as I guess everybody else does about 2 things. One is if for whatever reason they wanted to get Berrios out there and they really thought, okay, this could be lightning in a bottle or whatever it might be, and I don't know what goes on at practice, whether Jalen Knoll he had issues with drops and muffed punts in college. Maybe in practice he just hasn't been consistent. It's a relatively small sample size of the ones you see in games.
Yeah.
So that might have weighed into it. And then the other one is the rotation at left guard. It's not ideal, but I think sometimes when you don't have a good solution at a position on the offensive line, you're left with non-ideal solutions.
Yeah.
Or non-ideal fixes to the problem.
Yep.
So it's an illustration that it's not a great situation, but I don't get as worked up about however they try to address it.
And I'm glad you brought up the rotation at left guard, because that's the comparison I was going to draw with this Berrios Knoll thing. Your point about we don't see practice is a really good point. This is where I'm to me, this Berrios Knoll return issue thing, and I'm anxious to see how it plays out on Sunday, to see if there's a change made back, because Berrios didn't do anything in this game that would justify him being the guy over Knoll. The guard rotation thing is just 2 guys that aren't very good at their job, and they're just trying to find something right now. That's fine. The reason why this return thing is an issue for me is because this is a team right now that is so challenged offensively that I feel, especially against good teams, that I feel like they're going to need some sort of spark in the return game at some point.
Yeah.
If they're going to be playing in a close game, they're going to need some sort of field position swinging play on kick or punt return, and Jalen Knoll has proven that he can do that this year. He's done that. He did it in the Tampa Bay game. His numbers are pretty good returning kicks. His numbers are pretty good returning punts. He hasn't had any issues in games. You're right. We don't see practice, but in games, ball security and catching the ball, fielding the punts has not been an issue. So that's my issue with that is the left guard rotating thing is whatever. It's a bad offensive line doing something unorthodox, and it's not. I don't think it's making it any better or worse in what's a bad situation. This is literally taking a guy off the field who has provided a spark for you on a couple of occasions this year. That's my issue with that.
I guess, where I am on that is that Braxton Berrios has provided a lot of sparks over the course of his career too, and take PFF grades with a grain of salt, but Braxton Berrios's grades on punt over his career have been higher consistently than Jalen Knowles is right now.
Yeah.
So I guess the other question would be, okay, well, how come he was taking every punt return? And that might be as simple as this is why I go to the ball security part of it, is that Jalen Knowles had knowledge, and then D'Amico, when asked about this week, said that Berrios has done a really good job actually fielding the punts in practice. So I think that's what makes me feel like there might be more to the story, and they're not going to come out and tell us that, Jalen Knowles muffed 3 punts in practice this week.
Yep. Here's the other one that we were looking for clarity on. D'Amico Ryans stressed multiple times throughout the week that the plan was to get hands on Jackson Smith and Jigba. They did not do that in the secondary. Jackson Smith and Jigba was running free all night long. So it appeared as though either Stingley and Lassiter and maybe others in the secondary weren't executing the game plan, or they were going rogue and backing off of Jackson Smith and Jigba. We don't know.
Right. Yeah, and because it was 3 times D'Amico was asked about how come they didn't play press coverage, and D'Amico said the game plan was to get hands on Jackson.
Get hands
Smith
on Jackson.
Jigba.
So here was Derek Stingley Jr. yesterday, asked about that. Here's what he had to say about it.
I feel like any corner, likes to be at the line, but I'll never do nothing outside of what the play call is. So, from the play call tell me to be off, I'm gonna be off.
And that includes shadowing as well.
Includes everything. I can't go out there and do my own thing. So, and I've never done that. That's not who I am.
Okay. Yeah. I'm more confused now.
Well, the only part there, then the other part of the equation is Matt Burke being the play caller for a couple weeks now. And I think at the beginning of that exchange with Landry, Stingley said vacation issues.
He did, yeah.
In the entire conversation.
Yeah.
So something, because the play call is the play call. But then, there's times where, okay, just because you're in cover 2 or cover 4 or some zone, it doesn't mean that you can't have one guy come up and press. You tweak and blend coverages, all of those things. Was there room for judgment in there, and somewhere along the way it either wasn't communicated properly or the players didn't understand it? Maybe. I don't know. I know by this point in the week, between Matt Burke, D'Amico Ryans, and Derek Stingley haven't talked about it. We just don't. We're not any further along. It would be, and what I said all week was, it would just be a big surprise to me if Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter went rogue, because it's never seemed like they're those kinds of guys.
No.
But I have no idea. I have no idea other than that the entire operation has a glitch in it somehow, some way.
Yeah.
And D'Amico, it's not like I'm criticizing D'Amico for the actual game plan or his defense in general or anything, but, and maybe this is by design, the way he's handled it has really opened things up to speculation and put a lot of public scrutiny on Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley. Mm-hmm. And so now I have no clue who's to blame or what the whole situation is.
Yep. Okay, what's our belief level in C.J. Stroud right about now? C.J. looked jittery in this game. He was being chased all over the place. Had an interception when he was pressured one time. Since got the ball to start the second half. They were down 14-6. Maybe you can scrape something together. Second play, interception. What is the belief level in C.J. Stroud? Before we answer that question, here is Greg Cosell. Is this on Ross's podcast, Seth? Greg Cosell?
This is on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Okay, this is Greg Cosell giving his rundown on what he thought about C.J. Stroud on Monday night.
There's no question that the O-line has not been particularly good. That goes back to last year as well. And I think it's really had an impact on Stroud. Watching him is kind of an interesting combination, Ross. There are times where he just plays really fast. And there are other times where he's in the pocket and you can just tell that he's hesitant and tentative. And that has really limited what was once his higher level anticipation and timing trait, which was phenomenal as a rookie. And when you start playing fast physically, what that really does is it slows you down mentally. And I think you hear athletes in all sports talk about how you want it to slow down. I think right now it's not slowing down mentally because he's so conscious of the fact that he's going to be under pressure. He's probably anticipating pressure when it's not even there. And again, I'm not in his head, but I'm just interpreting what I'm seeing on film. And he's an uncomfortable player right now. And therefore his precise ball location has suffered, his timing and anticipation has suffered, and he just does not look like the same quarterback.
Hey, help me out. Help me out on one thing there, Seth. Before I get your take on that, what Cosell just said, slowing down mentally is a good thing, right?
He gets a little confusing when he talks about this because he'll talk about as the good and a bad thing. And
what was that there that he was talking about?
In some ways, I think that you want the game to slow down, and that's when you're operating mentally, like, quickly.
Yeah.
But like when he says it's slowing him down mentally, I think he means like the whole mental part of it gets gunked up.
Yes.
Because he's kind of hurrying through things at times because he doesn't trust the pressure.
Yeah.
The game starts looking a lot faster because he doesn't trust the clock in his head is sped up, all of that. And then at times it ends up either with hurried plays or the opposite, with slower reads or him being too late to come off of things. It just, the process isn't right. And that's where it gets so hard with quarterbacks to say, okay, well, how much do I put on the quarterback himself versus, yes, he's not operating ideally, but look at all of these other factors around him. And that's where I am with CJ right now. I'm giving CJ the benefit of the doubt in a lot of ways, simply because he can't trust the pass protection. And I know that, man, there just was such a propaganda campaign to try to say that, look at how much better the offensive line is. Wow, they're awesome. Look at them. Ooh. Because the pressure rate was coming down and all of that. But part of the pressure rate coming down over the first few weeks was CJ getting rid of the ball really quickly.
Yeah.
And when you go up against bad defenses, CJ can do that really well and have opportunities all over the place because the matchups are there. But when you go up against good defense, you can't trust your offensive line. A defense like the Seahawks does a really good job of making it hard to get rid of the ball quickly all the time.
Yep.
But then where everything kind of death spirals is CJ starts to feel like, all right, well, I can't trust that I'm going to be able to get rid of the ball quickly. And I can't trust that I'm going to be able to dink and dunk our way down the field. So now I start feeling like I gotta take it's 1st and 10. I got to take a deep shot here. But meanwhile, he's got to trust that Ariante Ursary is going to win in one-on-one pass protection, and he doesn't consistently. And that's where CJ's he's stuck in a really tough spot right now.
Yeah.
And I think academically, he wants to, do the old death by 1,000 paper cuts, be able to methodically move your way down the field. But he doesn't have a run game that's helping him do that. And he doesn't always have the pass protection to do that, or the receivers that know what they're doing and are in the right spot. So he ends up in a no-win situation. And it doesn't excuse him from everything, but it's also Sam Darnold with the Jets. It's Daniel Jones with the Giants. It's Baker Mayfield elsewhere. Bryce Young with a bad offensive line. It's all these things that, yes, the quarterback needs to play better, but like how possible is that right now?
That's the thing. And the things that Greg Cosell is citing in that minute of audio there about, how he's not throwing with the same as his rookie year. Myself just looking at it, like watching the game on Monday, I'm like, God, a lot of these things are the things that we make fun of Trevor Lawrence for. Like the first read's not there, and then all of a sudden there's chaos going on around him, and the feet get super jittery, and he's not stepping up in the pocket, and he looks nervous. He looks the opposite of what he looked like his rookie year. And this is like where I look at this as a Texan fan, and I'm going to put the nervousness at CJ, that he may not want to be here long term aside for a second, because we're getting a lot of those texts. I got a text here like, CJ's going to opt out and sign with the Rams. Well, he can't opt out. Like a separate topic. If CJ's going to be the quarterback for the Texans this year, next year, whatever, the biggest thing I'm nervous about, And I said this at the time in the middle of last year, those starting with that Green Bay game in week 7 and going through like the next 3 weeks where he was pressured at like a 50 to 60% pressure rate. I'm like, man, he looks like he's getting ruined right now. He looks like there is damage going on that is either going to take a long time to repair or is irreparable. And that's where I almost wish, Seth, there was like this quarterback doctor that we could take CJ to. And you're like, Doc, tell us, how curable is this right now? Like how long is this terminal right now? Is this terminal happy feet or is this cure? Can you give us is there a pharmaceutical you can give us for these happy feet here to where maybe by like, I don't know, like week 12 he's back to where he is? Like I would love a diagnosis that could tell us that the old CJ can walk through that door again.
Yeah, well, okay, the problem is that, like, okay, for whatever drug you give him, the environment around him. It's like when a doctor tells a patient, all right, well, you need to avoid refined. We're going to give you this,
smoking.
But you also have to, you got to eliminate refined carbohydrates and whatever. It's like, all right, the drug can only do so much for you.
That's right.
And you're right. I mean, it does. CJ at times, immediately at the top of his drop, it looks like he's got restless leg syndrome. You know, like it doesn't. You can see that. I think it's started to affect him, and the clock in his head is starting to be a little askew. Which is what happens, and it just you don't. Is CJ Stroud going to be the next guy that? Oh boy, you know what? The Texans decided after 4 years that, or 3 years, maybe ends up being after next year that it just wasn't it. They had to move on and find somebody else, and then lo and behold, he's off in some godforsaken place playing all-pro football.
That's my biggest, honestly, the way these quarterbacks get recycled these days. If they wind up in a good coaching situation, you know, Baker goes to Tampa, and they keep finding the right OCs for him. And now I think Baker's at a stage. It's not even like a Liam Cohen, Dave Canales thing. Like I think he's just good. He's good. He's rehabilitated. Sam Darnold, you know, he's been in 4 different places since he's with the Jets. He's rehabilitated. He's a good quarterback. Daniel Jones, it's still early for me to say he's fully rehabilitated, but it's heading in that direction because he's with the right guy. Shane Steichen knows exactly what to do. You know, the Darnold's in a Kubiak system now.
Okay.
You know, all those things. That's my biggest fear is that CJ becomes somewhere.
If CJ Stroud was with Kyle Shanahan right now, does anybody have any doubt that it would look a lot differently? You know,
no doubt.
Right. Like if CJ were with Kyle Shanahan or multiple other offensive coordinators, but especially Kyle Shanahan, then I don't think we'd be having nearly this same number of conversations about CJ Stroud.
David Mulligetta knows that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is the personnel. I mean, Mac Jones is playing better than CJ Stroud this year without a starting offense around him.
Right.
All the excuses that you can make for the team building and all of that, you can want to make excuses for any of that. The environment is not operating at the same level as it is these other places. So the talent around him isn't great right now, but then those guys are being underdeveloped and underutilized as well. The offensive line plan from the offseason, which I philosophically agree that, a bunch of lunch pail guys can get the job done, but there's a limit to that. Like it's always something. Yes, you don't have to have a bunch of high draft picks on your offensive line to have a good offensive line, but you got to find those guys who are like your Mike Brizels or guys like that are still genuinely good football players. And just because it feels like some way this offensive line, it feels like it's being operated the same way that people will argue that, like, well, yeah, look, he's a 6th-round quarterback, but so was Tom Brady. Like, no, that doesn't – just because Tom Brady exists doesn't mean quarterback can become Tom Brady.
Right.
It's just you've got to find that diamond in the rough. Every rookie free agent isn't going to be Arian Foster. So right now it feels like they got a bunch of journeymen from the center to the left guard. And I'm optimistic long-term about Ariante Ursery. You discarded Cam Robinson after signing him in the offseason. They've not done a good enough job of finding the right guys for right now to be playing center, left guard, and left tackle.
Yeah.
If Cameron, there's another offensive tackle out there that could have been playing left tackle Ariante Ursery got ready to be a starting NFL offensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the direction it keeps going, then the theme the big overriding thing from the last 3 years since D'Amico and CJ walked through the door will be that this team did maybe one of the most inexcusable things that you can do, which is take a quarterback who is the offensive rookie of the year and do nothing with the next 2 years after that while he's on that rookie contract. The most valuable asset in team sports is an NFL quarterback that performs at a high level at a rookie wage. That is far and away the most, when you take into account how much they touch the ball, the impact of the quarterback, and the presence of a salary cap. And you had the asset that every team in the NFL, save maybe the teams that have Mahomes and Allen and Lamar Jackson, high-level quarterbacks like that, would have traded 5 first-round picks and they're left. The following year, you went 10-7 and got knocked out, and CJ regressed. And now this year, it's looking like you're headed towards disaster.
I have a different feel about about it than most people do with rookie quarterback contracts because there's very few actual teams that have won a Super Bowl with a rookie quarterback on his rookie contracts. It's that I think that what that rookie contract affords you is 3 years or 4 years of surrounding him with the right talent to help him get to the spot that when he does get paid, then he can be the guy that's lifting up everybody else around him.
Yeah.
So those critical years 1 through 3 of his development where you hope that by year 4, boy, all right, this is a guy that, we can lose a Tyreek Hill and we can still get it done.
Yeah.
And that's what they've missed out on.
Yeah.
Is it because long term, if you got a great franchise quarterback, you want him around for 15 years these days,
Sure.
maybe 20. But in those first 3 or 4 years, surround him with the circumstances and the assistance to get him there.
Yeah.
And it feels like they've regressed in that regard.
Yeah, no, well, for sure. I mean, the roster has definitely regressed. I think that's a good point. I think it can be both. Cincinnati made it to a Super Bowl with Joe Burrow in his second year. Mahomes won a Super Bowl in his his second year as a starter, his third year in the league. He was on a rookie deal. Russell Wilson back in the day. I think the Texans attempted Diggs, all the big moves they made for Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon. They had Super Bowl in mind for sure with CJ. But you're right. Then, if they're not winning a Super Bowl, the consolation prize absolutely has to be, hey, at least we put this guy in an ecosystem where signing him to a $60 million a year deal and then moving forward, you're moving forward like the Chiefs are with Mahomes. Like you said, they trade Tyreek Hill. But it's an environment where we know this guy's going to thrive regardless of what gets thrown at him, and that's not happening right now.
Right? Yeah. No. Both things can be true. You can be trying to win a Super Bowl. Your quarterback's on the rookie contract.
Yep.
But the long-term approach that really pays the highest chances of winning a Super Bowl is if you can develop that guy with that talent around him. And sure, yeah, you have team success, but also by the time because they're gonna pay C.J. Stroud. I don't like the way teams operate these days where they just kowtow to quarterbacks after their third year. Got to keep them happy. But that's what happens. They're going to pay C.J. Stroud. And the time you've wasted in helping him get to that next level where you don't have to be trading for a Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
You don't have to, you don't have to be paying free agents this or that or trading for Joe Mixon, whatever it might be. They've squandered that time, that developmental period.
If Nico Collins and Christian Kirk are both out, you still feel like we're going to move the football. We're going to find a way to move the football. Like this weekend, you feel like they're going to, you should feel like they're going to find, and I don't feel that way at all right now about this situation. All right, should we get to the circle of swarm? Let's do it.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
This mentality.
We want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men. Believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
We each pick 3. We need these guys to swarm this weekend, and this is largely acknowledgement of the swarminess of these players in the previous game, a 27-19 loss to the Seahawks. Seth picks 3. I pick 3. So let's do this, Seth. We'll have to rapid fire this one here, but I think we're capable of that. You go first, my friend.
I'll go with I'm gonna give you the guy that I know will be your first pick. So I'll just go with Will Anderson.
Will Anderson's an easy one. Yeah, he scored as many points as the Texans offense did at least as many touchdowns as the Texans offense did in that game. Will Anderson Jr., a fixture in the circle of swarm after Monday's performance. All right, I think the one you're referring to is Dalton Schultz. I'm going to go with Dalton Schultz. I didn't realize, I hadn't really looked at the box score just because it's depressing. But I did, when the circle of swarm, I just like to make sure we're not, after last year, not putting Derek Barnett in after scoring a touchdown. I like to look at the box score before I put my pool of players together. I didn't realize, I knew Dalton Schultz caught a bunch of balls. I didn't realize he had 9 catches for 98 yards. That play, and I felt like it was the same play all 9 times, that little rollout play where he got open. So I'm going to put Dalton Schultz in this week. And this is truly one, Seth, that's an acknowledgement of Monday's game with an eye towards Sunday. If Nico Collins and Christian Kirk are going to miss this game, and it's looking like that's going to be the case, to be a huge part of the passing game this weekend.
I was surprised that you went with Dalton Schultz. I thought you were going to go with my next pick, Danico Autry.
That's a good one, too. Danico Autry.
So Danico Autry ended up, he only played 10 snaps on defense in this game, but showed up in a big way. And hopefully, obviously, he's coming back off of injury and hopefully gets more playing time, makes more impactful.
Is that all he played was 10 snaps, huh?
Yeah, I was surprised by that.
Yeah, because it felt like he was out there. It felt like he was out there more than that. That's a nice acknowledgement.
Well, yeah, I mean, he came out. He had a sack and a forced. Yeah.
He blocked the field goal, right?
Block kick. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, to block the field goal. So Danico Autry's a good one for sure. I'm going to stay with the defensive line. You know who had 2 TFLs in that game, and was named the most consistent player for the Texans throughout training camp? And I think he's made the circle of swarm a couple of weeks now. Since being inactive the first week, Tommy Togiai. He showed up on Monday. A couple TFLs. Always seems to do one thing or another. Well, for a guy who's just a rotational interior guy, Tommy Togiai is making the circle of swarm this week.
My final selection, and I really wanted to put Jalen Petrie in, partly because going against a team like the Seahawks, my question was, all right, a lot of teams have kept their heavier personnel. They've played their linebackers a lot in their front seven instead of being a nickel as much because of the way the Seahawks operate. But Jalen Petrie stayed out there the whole time, did all those Jalen Petrie things. But to EJ Speed, who I think probably played the most snaps he's played all season this year. I didn't look at the numbers, but for EJ Speed, one of the concerns about him has always been that, man, he's really good against the run, comes up, makes some big sticks, but he hasn't been great in pass coverage. I thought he played a really good all-around game, and it's kind of won. It was a 6-game tryout to see how much he was going to play this year, and I think he's really come along. So EJ Speed.
That's been a good signing. It's not been a great offseason for Nick Caserio in terms of how his moves has totaled up, as Bill Barnwell pointed out in an article that we'll get to maybe later in the show. EJ Speed's been a good signing. That one's worked out. All right, my last one. I'm glad you didn't steal this one from me. I'm going to put Jalen Noel in there. Jalen Noel had 4 catches for 74 yards. A couple of them drive extenders that were tough catches. A downfield catch to get him down inside the 5, where it looked like someone might have run the wrong route because Braxton Berrios was right next to him down there. And then he had another real tough catch, I think, on a 3rd down where he kind of high-pointed the ball with a guy draped on him there. Jalen Noel had a nice game, and he's going to – if there's no Nico and no Christian Kirk, Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins are going to have to grow up fast on Sunday. They're going to get a lot of snaps on Sunday. So I'm going to put Jalen Noel in there purely for his work as a receiver because he got no work in the punt return game. All right,
so an offensive player made it into the circle of swarm.
Well, 2. I picked 2.
that's right, Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, am I a sheep?
Yeah. I didn't want to give it – I was grudging with Dalton Schultz, but yeah.
Catches, that was basically why.
Yeah.
And he looked like he was playing through something, too. He came out a couple of times.
In the 4th quarter, there was that point where both Nico and him were off the field.
Yeah.
But also, you know what, Dalton Schultz will do this, and it kind of runs counter to the way people feel about Dalton Schultz because he's not an awesome blocker by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
But he's been a better blocker this year. I think he's seemed very eager to do it. But his His willingness to get physical and try to deliver a blow instead of step out of bounds and everything, all of that, that's been a big asset at times in games like that versus the Seahawks where you want as much grit as possible.
Extra yards,
There's a gritty element to his run after the catch.
Absolutely. Yeah, no question. All right, so there you go. Our Circle of Swarm this week. It's an eclectic group. Will Anderson makes total sense. And then after that, and then maybe this tells you why the game went the way it did, that these are the swarmies. Dalton Schultz, Danico Autry, Tommy Togiai, E.J. Speed, Jalen Knoll. The defensive guys in that circle are Will Anderson and 3 backups.
Yeah.
So that's probably an indicator. If someone told you that, if that's going to be the Circle of Swarm from that game, I would have said they probably lose that game.
I mean, Togiai ended up taking. I had looked at it yesterday. It was like 40-some snaps. That was it was another day. He's gone from being a guy that was just kind of hanging around. They really trust him now.
He's inactive the first 2 weeks. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's talk a little trade deadline. 8 o'clock. We'll circle back to the Texans. We'll get in. We'll do 5 reasons I hate you for the 49ers, although we have people requesting on the text page to do 5 reasons I hate you for the Texans. We're not going to do that. We're going to do the opponent, all right?
It would have to be for the city of Houston as well, because we always sprinkle in some stuff about the city.
Yeah, so we don't want to do that. But the ESPN put together a list of the top 25 players who could move at the deadline. There is some significant Texans flavor on this list. Do you agree with it? We will have that coming up next.
Oh, agree with this. When you have somebody helping you.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. This was D'Amico Ryans on Tuesday on his Zoom call with the media on Tuesday, day after the loss to the Seahawks. And he was asked about, hey, are you looking at possibly making some moves here with the trade deadline, which is coming up on November 4th?
Right now, I'm not focused on a trade deadline. I'm focused on coaching our guys up to do exactly what we asked them to do. And we'll start when we work to do that the right way. Then we'll see about the trade deadline, all those things. But that's not been a concern of mine.
I love the way D'Amico says trade deadline, because he says it. We'll worry about your big trade deadline that you're all worried about. Ooh.
I think it's a dirty word.
Yeah. You and your trade deadline. Yeah. I love the way he says it. He's almost like disgusted with the concept. Ben, one more time. That's a quick cut. One more time. He sounds disgusted with the concept.
Right now, I'm not focused on a trade deadline. I'm focused on coaching our guys up to do exactly what we asked them to do. And we'll start when we work to do that the right way. Then we'll see about the trade deadline, all those things. But that's not been a concern of mine.
The second one was a trade deadline.
It's a trade deadline. I love that.
Oh, he's coming in here talking about trade deadline.
Hey, okay, here's a question for you, and we'll get to these players in this top 25 list that ESPN put out. But this is you're 2-4. Like when you start 0-3, I feel like every game is a crossroads game. So this feels like one, though, because the math is starting to catch up to you 8 weeks into the season if you lose this game. At 2-5, if the trade deadline is a topic next week on this show, are we talking about the Texans as buyers or sellers at the trade deadline?
I would say, boy, man, what's funny is that every year people want this to be like the baseball trade deadline, and it every now and then is in for a couple teams or something. But it's nothing. It doesn't approach the baseball trade deadline.
No.
Where it's just an expectation that you're going to do something to try to figure this thing out.
Yep.
The other day, a Colts writer, they said it's time for the Colts to be all in on this team. Like that's a baseball term, man.
Yeah.
No. Like that's not like making an aggressive move at the deadline isn't the same. I think that, it's definitely something you should consider.
Yeah.
And that you should be thinking about for the Texans, especially at the running back position.
Yep.
I think that Woody Marks has done some really good things, but by and large, if you're going to be as realistic as possible thinking about it, like with Woody Marks, A, he's a rookie, B, there's a height, weight, speed dynamic there where I don't think all of a sudden he's going to burst out and be some kind of a replacement for Joe Mixon or a genuine all-purpose back.
Yep. Funny you should bring up running back. So this list that Jeremy Fowler and Matt Bowen put together on ESPN, they've got 25 names to keep an eye on at the trade deadline. The biggest one is Trey Hendrickson with the Cincinnati Bengals, who they gave a little extra money to this year, but he's a free agent after this season. So who knows if someone were to trade for him. If someone were to trade for him, maybe there's a contract that comes with it. Now, that said, the Bengals may have found a little something. I don't know. Joe Flacco just had a huge game last Thursday in their win over, who did they play last Thursday? Was it Pittsburgh, I think? It was because it was Aaron Rodgers versus Joe Flacco. And now they play the Jets this week. I mean, the Bengals are probably going to be 4-4 when this week is over. So them being a seller, I don't know that enters the equation here. And the trade deadline is a week from this coming Tuesday. So a lot of these in a very short, compressed time period. Trey Hendrickson 1, Jalen Waddle 2. The Dolphins undeniably need to be sellers at the trade deadline. And then Breece Hall is number 3, and I think that's the name that gets Texan fans excited, especially if they were to win this game this weekend.
Yeah. Jalen Waddle, by the way, we'll have the audio later of Tua saying that he couldn't target him as much as he wanted because he's short, because Tua's short and couldn't see him.
That'll be in Take-A-Mania, which is slowly becoming Tua-Mania.
Yeah, I know. And Dolphins fans, every week you see Dolphins fans saying, please just stop talking.
Don't talk.
Please, could you please just stop talking?
Oh, don't stop talking, Tua. I don't want him to get benched.
Look, like Breece Hall isn't that that genuine all-purpose back type either, but as a combo rushing receiving threat, look, guess what? You're not going to get your ideal candidate right now.
No.
I think that in some ways you'd get a little bit of a duplication of Woody Marks, and yet you could do some good things with him, and he brings a veteran experience to the table that when sprinkled in with those three guys, if it's Nick Chubb, Breece Hall, and Woody Marks, yes, I think they could bring something. They're not going to fix the run blocking.
Yep.
That's one of the problems. But maybe in giving CJ more options in the passing game with running backs out of the backfield, you can add some diversity to the offense.
Maybe run some things with both those guys in the backfield with you. Some new sets and things like that, which they don't have two running backs you can stick together in the backfield and feel like, ooh, we're threatened right now by these guys. The three names that come up where the Texans might be buyers. The running back on the list is Jerome Ford from Cleveland. Okay, he's done some good things. And then tight end is interesting because they got Chig Okonkwo, the tight end from the Tennessee Titans, which would be interesting to see the Texans do a trade with the Tennessee Titans for anything.
I was curious, why did you mention Okonkwo, but you didn't put Mark Andrews from the Ravens in there?
Because the on this piece they list teams that.
These are just the teams that list the Texans. Okay,
yeah.
I think Mark Andrews, and I know we've seen him.
I'm with you. I was hoping they would be listed for Andrews.
Yeah, I think that I would just go ahead and throw him in there as well for the Texans. And he's not as good as he once was, but it's exactly why he might be available. I would be really surprised if I keep seeing his name thrown out there, and maybe there's more to the situation that I don't realize. I would just be surprised if the Ravens would do that. I don't think the Ravens are gonna quit on this season.
Nope.
Again, Mark Andrews has a bowl. Yes, we saw him bobble it. I know the most high-profile time we've seen Mark Andrews was in the playoffs last year when he dropped the pass, and then we saw him bobble a ball for an interception against the Texans. But he's got a boatload of touchdowns this year.
Yeah.
He's still very productive, and I think that
he's better than anything you have.
Right. So, he's not going to come in and be George Kittle or anything. No. He's not going to be but just having the dynamic of both him and Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
For a team in the Texans, remember, that lost their second and third tight ends weeks before the season began. I remember it was driving me insane the first week of the season because I saw a couple of analysts say, well, the Texans were out there in 3 wide receiver sets a lot. Didn't expect that. Thought they were only on tight end.
They won. They lost 3, actually, if you count Irv Smith Jr. I mean, they Irv Smith Jr.
Well, a guy that they at least trusted to be on the field.
Right, yeah. Brevin Jordan, and then Cade Stover may be back at some point, but we've got people aren't even asking about Cade Stover.
I got into it with one of those national guys that had said that because I know him, we follow each other. So I just politely said, hey, I heard you say this. They did lose Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover over the last couple weeks, and he was like, "Oh yeah, those were the difference makers." You're gonna no,
those
were guys that were gonna be on the field.
Oh,
You're talking about which personnel groups the Texans are trying to play, and they lost. I don't know what they were planning on doing going into the season, but I know that they expected to have those 2 tight ends were the guys that D'Amico probably gushed the most about in the preseason.
Yes, yeah, and they're both gone. The one name the Texans have, or this piece has, the Texans possibly selling would be, and he's number 24 on this list of 25 noteworthy people, is Christian Harris.
Yeah.
Good
luck with that. This is the problem with Christian Harris, and I still see Texans fans irate over the fact that Christian Harris isn't playing, and I feel like they must be casuals who have just dropped in and hadn't watched since the 2023 playoffs or something.
Yeah.
Because when he was out there early in the season, he just did not look the same. He's not, whatever he is in your mind of the way he used to play, when he'd really all of a sudden it looked like the light had gone on for him in 2023, he just doesn't have that same level of athleticism. Explode. There's just something missing after he missed pretty much an entire year to a mysterious calf injury.
His biggest hit this season was on Jackson Smith and Jigba along the bench after Stingley's interception. They can trade Christian Harris for a bucket of balls right now after that. That was a clown show the other night.
My indignant tone isn't directed towards Christian Harris. It's just my indignant tone is directed towards people that don't realize, whatever this, he had a calf injury that that he played a smattering of snaps last year. Well, by and large, for the most part of the year, including OTAs this last offseason, where he was just absent. He wasn't there. So whatever that mysterious calf injury is still affecting him. This blurb says that he's healthy. Like, no, he's not.
Yeah.
He's cleared to play, but he's not healthy like he used to be.
He's not what he was. He's not what he was. That's a good way to put it. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. We're going to stack the Sunday NFL card, the big games, the games that matter to the Texans. We're going to get to all those coming up next. We'll get to 5 Reasons I Hate You at 8:25 for San Francisco. But for now, Seth C. Payne has the McCaffrey Injury Lawyers Injury Report.
The McCaffrey Injury Lawyers Report, which last week was kind of boring because there were no Texans on it. This week, too,
it's
very
spicy now,
yes,
baby.
Yeah, Nico Collins has a concussion. Or at least used to have a concussion. Maybe he'll be there. We'll find out more today. Christian Kirk did not participate in practice yesterday with a hamstring. The 49ers, I could basically tell you, look, they're probably going to play with Mac Jones, who's still been playing just fine. And pretty much a situation with the 49ers, and yet they lead the league in receiving yardage. George Kittle came back last week, and he looked pretty darn healthy to me. So that's your injury report brought to you by McCaffrey Injury Lawyers. Call 281-222-2222 or visit McCaffreyInjuryLawyers.com. If you are thinking about building a brand new custom
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, this is I feel like I'm having to do educational stuff on how the NFL works. I'm assuming this text is in response to us talking about the trade deadline with the Texans and the Texans possibly making moves for guys. Why would any player want to come to Houston? They're on a downward trajectory. It's not up to the player. It's a trade. We're
not trading for one of the superstars.
It has to agree to a deal.
Right, yeah, this is the thing. It's like this. I get this, though, too, because we've reached a point where there are – like, superstar players don't need no trade clauses.
Yeah.
Basically, teams aren't going to trade for a player who doesn't want to go to that team, or at least they very rarely will. We saw this with Ayuk when supposedly a deal was ready to go in Pittsburgh, and it sounds like Ayuk just kept putting up the barriers. You know, he didn't have a no-trade clause or anything, but it wasn't going to happen. So unless you're talking about a superstar player, the guys we were just talking about, if they get traded, they get traded.
They get traded.
Brees Hall's not going to stand up and say, nope, not going, not going to do it.
Nope.
So that's the answer for that one.
That's fair. Yeah, that's a good point. That's not as out of bounds a text as it originally was when I read it. Sorry about that, texter. Sorry about that 1428. I'll address you by last four numbers of your phone.
You personalize it that way.
I did.
It's an or something. It's the But one of your favorite prisoners.
One of my favorite prisoners. That's the equivalent of a handwritten note, saying the last four digits of your phone number on the text page. All right, so Sunday, this is the first Sunday in a few weeks, Seth, where you and I don't get to really watch all the other games. But that's okay. We're back at it at NRG Stadium, 9 o'clock, Texans countdown, noon kick against the San Francisco 49ers. The other games going on Sunday that I think are interesting and to some degree I think affect the Texans. I'll start with this one, the winless Jets at Cincinnati. The Bengals are at home. They're going to be favored to win. They are favored to win this game. They're probably going to win this game. We don't know if it's going to be Justin Fields or Tyrod Taylor. Originally, they wanted it to be Tyrod Taylor, but he's had a knee injury pop up this week. So we'll see. Aaron Glenn is doing that thing you do where I'm going to wait until this weekend to give us a schematic advantage. I don't blame him. You're 0-7. You take whatever the football gods give you to try to give you at least little percentages here. But if the Bengals win this game, they're 4-4. As a Texan fan, and you're assessing things maybe a week or two ago, and you're going, all right, we're 2-3. I know they're 2-4 now, but a few weeks ago they're 2-3, and you're like, all right, okay, how do we get back into this thing here? You know, there's a path. This is before they got blown out by the Seahawks. The Bengals were not a team I was counting on having to worry about. If the Texans are going to try to work their way back into the wild card swamp, because the Colts are about to run away with this division, it feels like. A 4-4 Bengals team with Joe Flacco at quarterback is not something I was counting on in this.
In this, I think it just paints the misery of Jets fans, and I like to sprinkle in little gambling stats here for you, Sean.
Thank you,
for
Seth.
you.
Yeah.
But like, if you just want to put yourself in the shoes of you're a New York Jets worker, you work down on the or a New York Jets fan, you work down on the docks somewhere, you know. You're grumpy most of the time just because that's the way you are. But then you add on to it that you're a Jets fan, and you're also a gambler.
Yep.
Over the past decade, the Jets are 20-40-1 against the spread as road underdogs.
Oh my God!
So you can't even, even in disappointing you, they disappoint you further.
Yeah.
They can't even cover as underdogs.
Wow.
They routinely get beat. They get beat up even worse than Vegas expects them to get beat up on the road.
Oh, my God. That is a great
Where's
number.
Chauncey Billups? What the?
Rozier, I need some winners.
Did Rozier play for the Jets at some point?
Yeah,
what the hell?
I need some winners. 20-40-1 as road underdogs. That is a phenomenal number that has me thinking about a lot of things right now. So that's number one.
Against 20-41 against the spread.
So
it's not even not even losing the games. They're that much. Yeah. No, they're even worse than you thought.
They're getting points in all 61 of those games, and they're covering a third of the time. Oh, that's brutal. Couple other noon games. Buffalo at Carolina. I would not have thought, Seth, at the beginning of the year in Week 8, I would be saying, Buffalo at Carolina, really interesting game. But Panthers are 3-0 at home. Things out on offense. Rico Dowdle has been amazing for the last 2 or 3 weeks. And the Bills are not a good football team right now.
The Bills are in rough shape. Remember, the stat that we had last week was going into last week, the Bills had the opponents they had beaten had a combined record of 3-21. I don't know where that is now. It's not a winning record, that's for sure. And then they'd lost 2 in a row. And their defense, the Bills' defense, it feels like year by year. There's attrition.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're at a point where they're the worst run defense in the league. They're allowing 31st in the league, apologies. Giving up 156 ground yards per game. 156
in the
yards
NFL is a monster number.
Anytime you give up 156 yards as a defense, it's the worst feeling in the world, at least as a defensive lineman. You feel like, you know what? No, they just manhandled us. They just took us to the woodshed.
Yep.
And that's the way they've been looking right now. So there's the Bills fan base is probably the most miserable of the 4-2 or 5-2 football teams right now. And I don't think they're probably feeling all that confident about this game.
The Panthers are catching 7.5 points at home in this one. I mean, the Bills are favored by 7.5 against a team who's undefeated at home and has run the football exceedingly well over the last month or so.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one, man. That is the Bills coming off a bye week, so there's that. But
it's just Josh Allen doesn't have any receivers other than Khalil Shakir.
Yep.
I mean, they're just I know, like, people were joking about, Josh Palmer got injured early in that game after a deep strike. Like, they had this whole game plan versus the Falcons they had a plan for what they were going to do through the air, and they sprung some good plays in the first half. But then they stuck with it even after Palmer got hurt.
Yep.
And they ignore their rushing attack at weird times. It's a weird situation in Buffalo.
Okay, the last noon game I just wanted to take a quick look at is Chicago at Baltimore. Lamar Jackson is possibly back for this game. Now, the Ravens are 1-5. So if they're going to hang in this thing and make some noise, they've got to make a move right now. Lamar Jackson was back practicing, but John Harbaugh has not indicated yet that he's definitely going to be playing on Sunday. But they've done nothing offensively with Cooper Rush at quarterback.
They've done nothing with him offensively. Defensively, they looked better last week than they did versus the Texans.
Yeah.
The Ravens defense did, while they're still really banged up. And we talked about this before the Texans game. The Ravens have had this weird dynamic where 3 of the previous 4 seasons, they weren't a good defense in the first half of the season. But then in the second half of the season, they were one of the best defenses in the league.
Yeah.
And it's just in time for the Texans to play them on Christmas Day or in the playoffs or whenever else. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thanks for being late bloomers every single year.
Yep.
So I think for me, that's the biggest question is, look, they're not using Derrick Henry hardly at all. This is the fewest total numbers of carries he's had through his first 6 games since 2018.
Yep.
But I think the offense will be scary on any given Sunday. They'll figure it out. They were still scoring a boatload of points going into before Lamar. It's just how much does the defense rebound and recover? It looks like they might have started making that inroad last week.
Yeah. Let's flip to the late window here. Couple games at 3:25 that Texan fans should have their eyes on. The first one, Dallas is at Denver. Cowboys have been a really prolific offensive team all season, but with CeeDee Lamb back now, you got CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, and Dak Prescott's having an MVP caliber year. The Cowboys are 3-3-1 on the season. Denver is coming off of one of the biggest comebacks in the history of the league against the Giants last week. Again, that one was at home, so they're back at home against another NFC East team in the Cowboys. As someone who roots for, Seth, the team that plays Denver next week, I wish that they were playing against a more physical defense this week.
Yeah,
it might bang them up a little bit.
Please test them or something.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the.
Dallas is not a physical defense,
but Denver's so hard to figure out. Because these 2 times that they've done nothing offensively and then all of a sudden explode in the fourth quarter. every part of me wants to say, well, listen, you can't bank on that every week. But my fear would be that Bo Nix actually starts extending that play on into the second and third quarters, maybe even the first quarter here or there.
Yeah.
They looked awful, and that was the one thing about the Denver game in London was the Jets were so bad that it kind of took some of the attention away from the fact that the Broncos offense wasn't very good either.
Yeah.
I hope they end up. No, I don't. I can't hope for that. I hope that they're fatigued after this game.
Fatigued. I just want them to be tired.
Not
that's
injured.
all.
Fatigued.
Yeah, not injured. Just fatigued. I see this here, Seth. 4 straight Cowboys games have gone over the total.
Yeah.
3-0 against the spread as underdogs this year. That's betting on the Cowboys, huh? That would feel. You know what? Business is business.
It's in Denver.
Yep.
Versus that defense.
Altitude as well, so there's
that's true, though, too. Yeah, the altitude. Remember, Matt Schaub, one of his last great games as a Texans, or where it looked like he had a live arm, was in Denver.
Week 3.
Likewise with Osweiler. Osweiler's best game was in Mexico City at altitude.
Elevation.
Yeah.
All right, the other 325 game, we're kind of stacking the card right here. Tennessee at Indianapolis, obviously 2 AFC South teams. And that's where the commonality ends between these two because Tennessee is a mess. They fired their coach. Indianapolis is the best run operation in football through the first 7 weeks of the season. They're 6-1. The one loss they had, if Adonai Mitchell just doesn't do boneheaded things, they might be 7-0 right now, the Indianapolis Colts. Now, this is emblematic of the first half schedule that they've played.
Yeah.
This is a bad schedule they've played. They've played way more home games thus far than road games. Well, not way more. I think it's back to 4 and 3. But this will be 5 home games versus 3 road games that they'll have played in the first 8 weeks of the season. I don't know, man. I mean, it's just every week they just keep going back to the well with 35 points and running teams out of the gym.
Well, look, we know that it's not always so simple that you're just going to, run through your opponents no matter how bad they are. Oh, what's that you say? Jeffrey Simmons is injured with a hamstring?
Jonathan Taylor is going to run for 500 yards in this game.
Is he leading the league right now?
He's got to be, right?
I believe he is.
Yeah.
I believe he's still leading the league in rushing.
He's got to be.
And Ty Warren's had a touchdown every week for the past 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah. You remember that article we referred to like an hour ago that Bill Barnwell wrote? We may go deeper into that later in the show, ranking the teams, the 32 teams in the off seasons that they had, where the Texans were at the bottom of that list. The Colts are at the top of that list. So anybody who says you can't flip this thing in one offseason, I give you the Colts and the Texans right now. Last one, the Sunday.
Where are you going to go find a Daniel Jones? Daniel, guys like Daniel Jones just aren't out there for the taking,
God.
Sean.
And he was totally out there. Minnesota had him as a backup on their team last year because nobody wanted him. Oh, my God. He's perfect for what they do in Indy. The Sunday night game, very interesting. Green Bay at Pittsburgh. The only thing would have been better if this was in Green Bay because obviously the Aaron Rodgers angle playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers now. I wrote Aaron Rodgers' revenge game, but he's just so full of love these days that I don't know that he feels vengefulness in his heart anymore.
I don't. Did he come out right out and say it, or just I kept seeing it reported that he's going to retire a Packer?
I saw the headline. I didn't click on
he said, "I'll retire a Packer and see what happens after that." Smart move by him.
Yeah.
Just whatever. Not that it was necessarily a strategic move or anything. But as far as saying it right then, trying to take as much juice as possible out of all of this. Yeah, it ended up being a love fest. But Aaron Rodgers is going to somehow find a way to beat the Packers by 21, be cascaded with cheers and flowers and champagne on his way out.
Yep. Here's Aaron Rodgers this week. He's officially one of us olds now. He was asked about, I don't know how many people saw this, but after one of the touchdown passes in the Steelers' last game, that was the Thursday night game. That's right, Thursday night game against the Cincinnati Bengals. Aaron Rodgers throws a touchdown pass, and his tackle, Broderick Jones, literally tackles him to the ground in celebration. And Aaron Rodgers gets up and pushes him and yells at him. And Rodgers was asked about that this week at his media session.
The only tackle I had the other night was Broderick, so other than that, I'm feeling pretty good.
What went through your mind when he tackled you in that celebratory moment?
Rod is always the first one to come find me after a play. It could be like the first big pass down to DK on third down. He's coming and dapping me up. And what you don't see in the video is right after the throw, he's coming over to me and shaking me and shaking me. And like I text him, I say, hey, man, I love your energy. I love everything you're about. But also, you can't be out there tackling me like that. But I love Brad. We had a couple laughs about it. And, I told him I'm getting him next. He better watch his back.
I'll get him next. That'd be hilarious.
I'm going to destroy your family and everything you love.
He cut blocks him.
I could see Rodgers with a disproportionate response.
Yes.
So,
hits him with a bat.
I actually found that moment, that anger in his eyes, Aaron Rodgers, I found him very relatable.
Yes.
I thought that, to me, for one, there's the whole, I've had a lot of surgeries in my life. I don't move as great as I used to. But just after those actual surgeries, there's times where you'd be wearing a sling or something, and somebody sees you and is like, "Hey, how you doing?" And they give you a big healthy pat on the shoulder.
Yes.
What the hell are you doing?
Yeah.
That's the look that he gave. Was that look I gave when my brother's friend was drunk? It was like, "Seth, how you doing?"
Yes.
I'm like, not as well as I was 10 seconds ago.
They need to.
You patted my arm that's in a sling.
They need to visualize the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers' teammates all need to envision him just wearing a sling, have a crutch under one arm. That's
Pretend
what he
he's
looks
in a full body cast.
Yes, a full body cast.
Before you approach him.
Yes. All right, 5 reasons I
do that
hate
with old people. So you ever realize, I shook that, I gave that old guy too firm a handshake, and his pride wouldn't, the old guy doesn't, he's not going to allow it or anything, but I'm like, I shouldn't have, oh boy, I wish I.
No, it's a good test for the guy, see what his zest for living is.
Make him feel something.
Yeah, man, I feel alive. All right, 5 reasons I hate you.
Hey, old timer, you ever cut yourself? Just so you can feel something.
Let's go. 5 reasons I hate you. San Francisco edition is coming up next. Stay there.
Oh, boy, is that out?
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, 5 reasons I hate you. We love 5 reasons I hate you. I guess, there may be San Francisco fans listening to this right now who are here already for the game. You and I were talking about this during the break, Seth. This had not dawned on me this week yet about this particular game because the 49ers, we only play them once every 4 years. We only play them here once every 8 years.
Yeah.
But the Niners, and you looked it up, the Niners have one of the best traveling fan bases in all of football.
Yeah, I didn't find any hard data, but I found several different articles that mentioned the 49ers were mentioned in all of them.
Yeah.
The 49ers, the Seahawks, Steelers, obviously, although a lot of those Steelers fans aren't even traveling. They're just everywhere.
I think San Fran's like that, too. I think, I bet if you looked around, there's probably a big bar that has a 49er watch party here in Houston every week.
Any team that had a run of Super Bowl victories has a national fan base like that. The Steelers, the 49ers,
Packers.
The Cowboys, the Packers, Yep.
Even Raiders.
Yeah, they get a whole lot of bandwagoners, and then, and it lasts for generations after.
Down. Yep, for sure. All right, let's get to 5 reasons I hate you. San Francisco version. Here we go. Number 5, their quarterback, likely starting quarterback this Sunday, Mac Jones, is a Silver Spoon Country Club hissy fit tennis boy. Those of you who don't know, Mac Jones had a reputation on the youth tennis circuit back in the day of being a hissy fit tennis boy.
He's reputed to have a really good sense of humor, but I'm wondering if all these people mentioning his great sense of humor only seem to pop up when he's also playing really good football.
Yes.
Which leads me to believe, okay, he's the classic. He's the quarterback in the high school the teen drama movie that you watch, like the bastard that's super popular, but only because he's the star quarterback.
Yes. Yeah, if he was that funny, he'd still be a New England Patriot, all right? They'd have kept him around if he was that funny.
There's nothing. Well, Vrabel actually is a pretty funny guy.
Vrabel's got a sense of humor. Yeah, so
Vrabel's got way more of a sense of humor than Belichick did.
Oh yeah, no question. But just look at his face, man. Look at his face, and then I want you to picture yourself playing tennis with him and him arguing every single call.
And he did have a reputation as being a hothead on the tennis court as a high school kid. He was like a John McEnroe.
Yes, he was. Hissy fit tennis boy. That's what he is. All right, number 4. They have a linebacker on their team named Nick Martin, which is a reminder of one of the biggest kiss-ass teacher's pets in the history of the Houston Texans, Nick Martin. All right?
Nick Martin, who just did all the yes sir, no sir. Hey, I'm gonna steal weight room equipment during COVID to make it so everybody knows how hardcore I am, so I can push this sled around at home. And got himself paid as one of the top 5 highest paid centers in football, despite never having actually played good football.
That's right. Sorry, Niners. You have somebody that has the same name as him. That makes me mad.
We're pulling the old Luis Rodriguez here on Nick Martin.
Yes.
I ain't going to try to figure out the difference between the two of you, okay?
Yeah.
You're Nick Martin, and that's all I need to know.
That's it, baby. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, because when I do this segment, and by the way, before some of you are like, why haven't you mentioned that we hate them because they've won so many Super Bowls? No, that's too easy, So I usually scour the roster to see if there's some guys on there that I don't like or that used to be a Texan that I didn't like as a Texan or whatever. And I saw Nick Martin. I'm like, holy crap, Nick Martin is on the Niners? Yes, but he's a linebacker. And they're definitely not related. I'll just put it that way.
I'm going to tell you, I'm going to throw in a little accessory, 5 reasons I hate you. Yeah. You mentioned that there might be some 49ers fans listening right now. I know at least 2 are, because there's a guy I know, Dan, who doesn't even live around here, but he's a huge 49ers fan. He likes 5 reasons I hate you. Like every week. Yeah. He's not a Texans fan or anything, so he listens in, but he is also a 49ers fan.
Oh.
But then also Garrett, the web guy.
Okay.
Huge 49ers fan, and he is right now texting us feverishly input for this segment, knowing full well what it's like and how annoying it is when one of your buddies is trying to text you in the middle of a segment.
Yes.
Shut up, Garrett.
There you go.
Shut up.
There you go.
You're the 6th reason to hate the San Francisco 49ers.
Reason 5A. Garrett, the web guy. Garrett, the former web guy. Now, actually,
tried to present himself as a punting specialist. Knew nothing about punting at all.
Dude, we might end up doing 5 reasons I hate Garrett Heinrich. That might be what we end up doing. All right.
He would love it so much.
He would. He's going to start texting in those reasons right now. And actually, to be fair, he helped us with this next one. Reason number 3. Now, I'm going to lead into this with my own reason, with backup provided by Garrett the Web Guy. My reason is their fans are sociopathic brawlers who will fight your grandmother if she doesn't worship at the altar of Joe Montana.
It's a very stabby fan base.
They have a rough fan base. They do.
Yeah.
It's just
lots of stabbings in the parking lot.
Yeah, man. Like they just we have the data is there to back it up. That is it may be better in Santa Clara now than it was at Candlestick, but nevertheless, Niner fans, you got a rough fan base.
Go watch before you go to a Niners game. You got to watch some of those YouTube videos that teach you how to disarm somebody with a knife.
With a knife, yeah.
They show you stuff that would never ever work.
Yeah, that's your show prep. Yeah. But as sort of an adjacent to this, because in this first video, it feels like every Niner fan I just described is dancing behind this particular performer named Tommy Nello. Mm-hmm. There are these Niner music people. There's these musicians that are Niner fans that have written songs that are, this is their way of kind of glomming on onto the 40.
Then the Colts guy?
This is, no, it's not.
Okay.
The Colts guy is, Seth Erskine's, DeFlo, Seth Erskine's. No, it's not worse, because this is actual music, but it ain't good. This is Tommy Nello with an excerpt from the song Nick Bosa.
You know we the NFC West best left. That's right. And ain't no SoFi without the SF. See Jimmy Ward running up the field, that's a pick. See 97 coming at your neck, that's Nick Bosa. We gon' run them over. Yeah. This is not over till the trophy home run. My 49ers.
You can downfade that.
I believe what they call that is gangsta rap, and I do not endorse it.
Do not approve. All right. Do not approve. All right. How about this one, Seth? Travis King, another musical performer.
Yeah.
Inked up like crazy. Not judging. I'm just trying to create a visual image. This is the Brock Purdy song.
We the best in the NFC. When it's game time, my phone be on D&D. Reppin' that red with the gold blood. Coming for the Super Bowl when I show up. Victory Monday, you know what's going up. I be bragging at work so tough, like you seen Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy. Not a gang, yeah, I know you heard me.
That's good.
Yeah, that's a hell of an AI-generated beat right there. Yeah. Are you afraid of having bass in your life? What the hell?
The best is the panting in between Brock and Purdy. He's like, Brock.
Let him ride you from the
Brock Purdy, yeah. Okay, that's a collective number 3 reason why we hate the 49ers. These last 2 will be quick. Number 2, Mike Lombardi's kid is on the staff.
Oh!
QB
Nepo
coach.
Bardi.
Full Nepo Lombardi mode. He is the quarterback's coach.
Bardi.
He's Nepo Bardi. He is the quarterback's coach of the 49ers. Yeah. So
he might be a hell of a guy. I don't know.
He might be, but for the purposes of this segment, I hate him. So, yeah.
Let's talk about Nepo baby Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
How long are you just going to keep getting...
Kubiak. There's a Kubiak on the staff.
How many times in a row do we have to face a Kubiak at offensive coordinator?
This is a cesspool of nepotism is what this is. It's a petri
Kubiak.
dish. Yeah.
And the week after facing another K-sounding Kubiak.
Yep.
The difference is Clay Kubiak's the offensive coordinator of... he's Kyle Shanahan's offensive coordinator.
Right.
It means he's Kyle Shanahan's assistant.
Yeah, that's right.
And yet it is another Kubiak that you're facing for the second week.
He's on
now
the
in 2
staff
weeks.
for sure.
Yeah.
All right, last one, and you know this is my favorite reason, my favorite motif of reason now, Seth, that we do. Teams that claim Hall of Famers on their team's website that played a year, 2 years, 5 games for them. There are a handful of those for the 49ers. They claim Rod Woodson, who played 1 season for them. He's a Steeler. They claim Larry Allen, who played 2 seasons in the mid-2000s for them, like 06 and 07. They claim.
Yeah, plus that's a Cowboys rivalry going back to those days.
Yeah.
Where, all right. You know what? I might give him that one just as a burr in the side of Cowboys fans.
Okay, fair enough. Randy Moss played season for them.
That is a forgotten year for me, the Randy Moss in San Francisco.
That was the one they went to the Super Bowl and the Harbaughs played each other. Yeah.
It is, no, but it's one of those ones that just, you know it in your brain when you think about it that it happened, but it just, I forget about it when I think about Randy Moss.
Isaac Bruce played 2 seasons for them. I had no idea. I didn't remember that. These are all Hall of Famers, but this is the worst one. They claim O.J. Simpson still on their website as one of their Hall of Famers, which can offend people in one of 2 ways. One, the way it offends me, he played for them for 2 bad seasons at the end of his career. Or, number 2, why would any team claim O.J. Simpson if they didn't have to?
If you have the choice,
if you didn't have to.
Are you worried about all the people that are going to be breaking down your doors asking, where is O.J. Simpson on the webpage that lists our Hall of Famers?
Like, Buffalo's really kind of painted into a corner with O.J. Like, he rushed for 2,000 yards in 14 games. For us, we got to kind of put him up there, I guess. The Niners, you don't have to, but you do.
Yeah, you don't have to, Jed York.
Yeah.
You know, Jed, like, people are asking, why is it up there? And you're like, well, why are you ignoring our ecologically sound stadium? Did you see the windmills that we have up there?
Right. This reason on the webpage, they took John Weeks from us. Period, the end. Yeah.
I cannot wait to hear the cascade of boos onto John Weeks when he's announced in their start. Lineup.
Definitely getting video, I would get.
He'll get a healthy. I don't know when he would get a healthy ovation or whatever. There's never really a moment where the long snapper is going to be called out or anything, unless he makes a tackle on special teams.
Yeah,
but he'll get a video.
Yeah,
and I am very curious to see exactly what they put in the video,
what the content is. Yeah,
I think it's going to be a lot of the big kicks in John Weeks' history that he was a part of.
That he snapped for. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. That was 5 reasons. How did we do? 713-572-4610. Let's revisit it. We haven't talked about it in a couple hours, but the biggest story in sports right now is this NBA gambling scandal. The NBA has not really spoken on this yet. They're still, quote, gathering information, which the FBI has been doing for years now.
And it looks like the NBA has had all the information they needed long ago. As the sports books and as the FBI was doing something about it, the NBA was like, nothing to see here.
I have a favorite character in this, and it's a sassy police commissioner, and you'll hear from her coming up next.
Hey, boy, your favorite character. Pick your favorite characters this week, and you could.
Factors apply.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCaffrey Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
That was a good 5 reasons, man. I enjoyed that 5 reasons, but that damn Brock Purdy song's in my head now. That is an earworm.
I know, I criticized it and then immediately realized I couldn't get it out of my head
Singing
even as I was
along with
criticizing it.
Yeah. So the big story in sports today, by the way, top of the hour, we'll get to Take-A-Mania for this week, the worst takes of the week. And we'll be, I would imagine, probably pretty Texans heavy at the back end of the 9 o'clock hour as you get you ready for this game against the 49ers on Sunday at noon. And we'll talk to the guys on In the Loop, hand things off to them. And then we're off to the races for this weekend. But the big story is this FBI, the arrests that were made yesterday with a few NBA guys and then several other people, 34 people in total. A broad, multi-year, wide-ranging investigation into illegal gambling. There's 2 facets to it. One is the rigging of NBA games, specifically personal player involving Terry Rozier of the Miami Heat, but a lot of this stuff happened when he was with Charlotte, where he would take himself out of games early, and then bettors who he gave that information to hit for literally hundreds of thousands of dollars on under prop bets for him.
Yeah, involving him. Yeah,
him. That's number one.
And it was something that the sports books recognized it because it's very conspicuous activity.
Yep.
And it looks like the NBA itself, though, might have tried to sweep it under the rug.
It's sweeping under the rug. At the very least, they exonerated Terry Rozier and said, no, he can play. And the FBI, thankfully, has stepped in and said no. The other facet of it is these illegal poker games. And both of these things involve 4 of the New York mafia crime families. The poker one is the one that feels very mafioso because, the illegal underground poker games. And what they did there was they paid Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones, former NBA players. Billups himself, a head coach for now in the NBA for the Portland Trailblazers, paid them big money to essentially be the faces of these poker games and lure sports fans into getting to play poker with Damon Jones or Chauncey Billups. And there were shuffling machines that could read the cards in the deck, poker chip trays with hidden cameras, x-ray tables that could read cards face down. My favorite one is the special contact lenses and glasses that allowed the players in the game, the mafia, the people on the mafia side of this thing, to read the players' cards, the fish that were in that game.
Yeah.
And they lost these of dollars playing in these poker games.
Yeah, this was the one, and you said it earlier. It sounds exactly like something out of The Sopranos, where because remember there was The Sopranos where was it Lawrence Taylor was playing poker at one
Lawrence
of their games?
Taylor was at one.
Yeah,
David Lee Roth was at one.
Yeah,
Frank Sinatra Jr. was at one of them. Yeah.
So it paints this image of like Chauncey Billups, and that's the other part that I'm waiting to see what comes out of this is. Who are some of the fish?
Yeah.
Who are some of the guys they targeted? Were there any NBA players or like other people?
People we know, lured? Just people we know, like famous people.
Yeah, that they lured into these games with their celebrity. And the FBI is saying that Chauncey Billups and Damon Jones knew about the cheating side of those operations. I'm still holding out hope that at the very least, maybe Chauncey Billups just thought that he was just being used to bring people in, but didn't know that they were dirty games.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping to find out.
Here's where that would fall apart for me, Seth, is that they were also involved in the other side of it, too.
Yeah.
They were giving information.
That's right. They were allegedly giving information about injuries and everything. You're right. That doesn't exonerate. Yeah, so what I said doesn't exonerate them from any of the other stuff.
Yeah.
Plus, the sum total of it is anyway, you're not, in all of the major sports leagues, you're not supposed to be associating with people who run games like that.
Yes.
Like they're very clear about it.
Yeah.
You're not to be associating with organized crime or stuff like that.
Yep. So this was Jessica Tisch is of New York City, and a lot of this stuff is the poker games allegedly took place in Manhattan, the Hamptons, Vegas, and Florida, I believe. So part of this stuff is taking place within her jurisdiction. She got in a nice zinger on Terry Rozier, the NBA player who was rigging these games.
Yeah.
Here was Jessica Tisch New York City Police Commissioner.
One example occurred on March 23rd, 2023 in Charlotte. Terry Rozier, an NBA player now with the Miami Heat, but at the time playing for the Hornets, allegedly let others close to him know that he planned to leave the game early with a supposed injury. Using that information, members of the group placed more than $200,000 in wagers on his under statistics. Rozier exited the game after just 9 minutes, and those bets paid out, generating tens of thousands of dollars in profit. The proceeds were later delivered to his home, where the group counted their cash. As the NBA season tips off, his career is already benched, not for injury, but for integrity.
His career is benched. Sassy Jessica Tisch. I like her.
The first thing I thought when I heard her name, Jessica Tisch, is, wait a second, New York, Tisch family. New York Giants ownership. Yeah, she's a cousin of.
Is she?
Yeah, she's Steve Tisch's cousin.
Okay.
So she's got ties to organize to pro sports also.
Yeah.
So she's investigating these. It is some. And then when you start to get into the names involved, because LeBron James shows up. Not as having done anything wrong, but that is one of the people that, knows. Who does he know?
Damon Jones.
Damon Jones is the one, yeah. Lay out the Damon Jones
Yeah,
side
so
of it.
Damon Jones and LeBron James played together in Cleveland. They were maybe are still very good friends. Damon Jones very close to LeBron. But Damon Jones so close to LeBron that they didn't put him on the payroll, I think, in Los Angeles. He was just sort of a special assistant coach. I don't think he was listed as an assistant coach, but he was just kind of hanging around the team.
Yeah.
And during that season, he gave information to these co-conspirators, the bettors, that LeBron was not going to play on a certain night. He was going to get load managed before that information was out there. So there was a spread on the game that assumed LeBron James was going to play in it. I think it was against the Bucks.
Yeah.
And the Bucks went, they went on to win that bet. They got all this money down on Milwaukee before the LeBron James stuff.
That is, by the way, that's the one thing that the NFL never wanted to be open about or anything, but or in sports in general. The reason that they have the injury report is partly to make it fair for both sides, but mostly it's because they want to try to limit the influence or the opportunity of organized crime to get information like that.
Yep.
So that's why they're very strict about teams being honest with their injury report, not because they care so much about the competitive balance, but because they don't want to create opportunities for situations just like that. Crime.
Amen.
So these guys are all they're allegations at this point. But assuming if the allegations are true, these guys are done.
They're done.
Done.
They're for now. Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups have been placed on administrative leave, but they're done.
Yeah.
They're toast. And reportedly, Seth, there's still more to come in the college basketball realm. There's a bunch of college basketball action involving a lot of these same people where indictments have not come down yet for potentially players on the college side that were doing Terry Rozier things. So that's we ain't done with this, man.
Yeah, so as far as because we played earlier the audio, at which point during on Get Up on ESPN, there was an ESPN bet. The logo on the screen, and all of a sudden, midway through the segment of them talking about it, they took it off. This is where I would say, quit being little babies about this, ESPN. In all of this, the sports books themselves look like the most honorable of all of them.
Yeah.
Like the sports books are the ones that they don't want this stuff happening either.
No.
They alerted. They're the first ones to have noticed the Rozier stuff, like immediately, because it was so dumb. Like the way they tried to pull it off. Like nobody bets a boatload of money on Terry Rozier unders and makes $200,000 off of it without there something being, like usually that's an alert at least that something sketchy is going on.
Yeah. No, back you hit this earlier. Like back in the day, it would have taken somebody within the mob or somebody who was part of this to flip to the feds for people to find out about it when you're betting. With your bar or something like that,
like the books weren't complicit in this or anything. They're the victims of it, So like they keep an eye out for stuff like this, and that's where the NBA, where it looks like the NBA may have tried to, brush this under the carpet. That's where it's just such. You go back to, in 2018, the NBA wanted, as they were starting to get into bed with the casinos, they wanted to charge them an integrity fee because it was going to cost money for the NBA to be sure that everything was on the up and up. Meanwhile, the sports books are like, hey, NBA, there's something that's not on the up and up here.
Yeah.
And the NBA is like, I don't know what you expect me to do about it.
Yeah. It's true, man. It's, yeah. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we
Silver,
go.
people are calling for Silver's job.
Yeah.
It's going to get ugly, man.
It's going to
get super ugly.
His next appearance doing media, whether it's he's got to call a press conference within the next 24 hours, right? Like, he can't just, he's got to comment on this. He's the commissioner of the damn league.
He's got to ask for LeBron's permission first.
That's true. It's true. LeBron might be busy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Take a mania.
Well, I think they delivered a statement promising an investigation.
I know they said something about we're looking into it right now. Your last investigation exonerated Terry Rozier, all right?
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 9 o'clock on a Friday, it's Take a Mania time. Who can take down Kendrick Perkins, who is becoming an indestructible force in Take a Mania? The bad takes of the week are coming up next. Men's team.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
To be with you into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Couple texts here real quick. Don't forget, he's former Houston Cougar Damon Jones. Played at Houston under Alvin Brooks, 94-97. Yes, he is a.
I didn't have to mention
proud
it.
Houston
you know,
coup.
like, we just kind of brushed it. We went Adam Silver on that.
That's
all right?
true. Yeah, we did.
Just kind of brushed it under the rug.
Should have buried my head straight into the sand on that one.
That is true. Like Adam Silver's gonna. Don't worry, we're on the case. You guys already did the case.
Yeah. A second time. Yeah, you're.
But it's a cold case. We're opening it up. Is it really cold? It seems pretty hot and in the moment right now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on the case again. Who and where are the mob guys? It was 4 of the New York Mafia families. It was the Bonanos, the Gambinos, the Genoveses, and the Lucchese's. So I hope I'm pronouncing.
The Bonanos are they're especially violent and scary because they always have to because of the their name sounds so stupid because it sounds like banana. Hey, Bonano.
Yeah. Do not make fun of his name. You don't want to know what happens.
Stop it.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying to you. I'm saying rhetorically. Yeah. Do not make fun of Bonanos.
Oh yeah. Don't do it to their faces.
Yeah. Okay, take a mania time. Here is the defending champ. This is our bad take segment of the week. Kendrick Perkins has been the champ now for 3 or 4 weeks, almost a month, I would say. This was his take on Lil Kiki's podcast, saying C.J. Stroud is not the guy.
He's not the Texans and the Texans fan base to the promised land. He's not, bro. And you know this. How much film y'all watch on the quarterback?
Enough.
Huh?
Yeah.
A lot, right? So from his rookie season till now, has he went forward or backwards?
He regressed.
Okay, hold on. He's regressed. And the thing that I'm watching about him, he still can't throw to his left side. That's a problem. He still don't know how to scan the field when his first option is not there. That's another problem. So when I'm looking at it, is he your guy? No, he's not your guy.
And the thing, him claiming that CJ still can't throw to his left, which is just a weird criticism of quarterbacks. It's not even really in the realm of like what you criticize quarterbacks for, and that's never been one of the knocks on CJ Stroud. So it's just a horrible take.
A horrible take that's been the champ for 4 weeks now. Because I remember when I first heard it. It was after the Tennessee game because I cited that long pass to Nico Collins down the left side as like, he threw a 37-yard bomb to Nico on the left.
No, the part about this is that because I always, like, when people first start hearing it and when we present it, they're probably like, oh, you guys are, it's a worst take because he's criticizing C.J. Stroud. No. You can say that C.J. Stroud is not the guy. That doesn't make it a bad take. It's coming up with a criticism that people don't even make about bad quarterbacks. The guys can't throw to their left or versus their right or whatever. It's one of the weirdest things I've heard.
Yeah.
And also asking an offensive lineman how much film he watches on a
Dwayne Brown was the one sitting next to him.
You sit down and analyze these quarterbacks, right? No.
Poor Dwayne.
What the hell are you talking about?
Dwayne's like, all right, I guess, yeah. All right, so here we go. Here are the challengers. I feel like it's a staple now. It's a tradition like no other that Tua Tagovailoa is going to wind up in Take a Mania each week. This was Tua addressing the media this week when he was asked about why he couldn't get the ball to Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I think with that, some of it has to do with being able to see guys. With their guys also up front and our guys, and I'm not the tallest guy in the back there either. So being able to see, and then sometimes when that happens, you don't want to just throw it blindly, and you got to progress. So I think that had some merit to reasons as to why that happened for Waddle.
God bless him. Bless his heart, man.
Every short college quarterback right now who's a potential prospect is like, Tua, Ixnay on the Orche talk.
Thought we were in a club.
This is the problem. It's not a bad take because it's accurate in what he's saying. But the thing is, the quarterbacks who do well at the height of 6'1" or shorter, they do throw blind.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy was in an interview a couple months ago where he basically said that he's throwing blind a majority of the time, just throwing on timing and rhythm and
That's
where
amazing.
he anticipates a guy's going to be. And like Brock's probably, is he 6'1", he's 6'2"? He's not a tall quarterback.
He's 6'1".
Yeah.
Yep.
So it is. Like when people try to act like it doesn't matter at all, no, it matters, but the good quarterbacks who are 6'1" or short ways to make up for it. Drew Brees, looking out like with his, basically playing on his tippy toes, with his head cocked up, and then using timing and rhythm. I'm having a hard time with this one because I don't disagree with what he's saying, but it's almost like he's casually explaining that the reason he can't make that throw is because of a huge and fundamental flaw in his game.
Yep.
That he's a short quarterback who hasn't learned how to overcome the short quarterback problem.
5 years into his NFL career, 6 years.
It's a unique flavor of bad takes in that I think it's an accurate take that he should not be saying.
Okay. So what are we doing here?
It's like saying I know they signed me to be I know they gave me a scholarship to be a sprinter, but the problem is I can't run fast. It's always been my Achilles heel.
Yeah.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it.
I almost feel like Perkins' take is like if you have to think about it, it doesn't beat Perkins.
But the problem with Perk's take is that Francesca's take, the original one that was the leader for a long, long time. It stayed in partly because I didn't want to stop listening to it. We've had a few winners that have won for multiple weeks where I'm just like, I want to hear this again. I can't
Shannon
stop
and Ocho.
listening to it.
Shannon and Ocho, yes.
Yeah, I love that one.
Yes,
I love that one.
That's a great one.
So it's, but go ahead. Next one.
Let's keep
one.
going.
Let's see if somebody toppled.
I don't think
I'm
this.
just tired of it.
I don't think this one is going to take. Okay. This is more my feelings on this than you. I think you and I differ a little bit on this one. This was D'Amico Ryan's answer to why Braxton Berrios was the starting punt returner against the Seahawks over Jalen Knoll.
Yeah, it's my decision that I made. Wanted to get Berrios up, give him an opportunity to return. He's done a good job of really fielding the football and gave him an opportunity there to return versus Seattle.
Okay, that take bothered me because I'm like, fielding a ball, he hasn't played a game yet this year. He's inactive all year.
Though the thing I always try to remember when it comes to personnel decisions is that we don't have all the information the coaches do. And the fact that D'Amico said fielding the ball is one of the reasons, and knowing that Jalen Knoll had some muffed punts in college, I just wonder what's been going on in practice.
Yeah, so this has no chance.
No, he does not dethrone.
We can move on from that one. That was a jabroni one right there. That was an easy pin for Perk.
That was
Perk
a faceless dude in trunks.
Yeah. No walkout music.
Yeah.
Name's Bob Jones or whatever. Yeah.
Pasty white. No muscle definition or anything.
Little tuft of hair in the middle of his chest. Yes.
Bad tattoo.
That's right. All right. This next one is Nick Caley talking yesterday at his press conference, saying he should have done more of this.
Of course, the last game, as we ended that first half, ended up mixing a little bit of tempo there to jump the ball, gave us a little bit of rhythm, tried to get back to that a little bit in the second half. In hindsight, wish it probably should have stuck more runs in there, honestly, to balance it out a little bit. And got to be more disciplined in doing that.
You didn't need to bring back, ran 15 times for 31 yards. Yeah, give me more of that. Mix in more runs, Nick Caley. Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of the Texans stuff this week out of the coaches, it really falls into that bucket of, man, when things aren't going well, everybody says is going to be scrutinized and criticized. So I can't.
Nope.
Cover.
I tried to give the Texans a championship belt. They're not going to win a Super Bowl. I at least want them to wear the Take-A-Mania strap for a week or something. So
whenever it comes to trying to explain anything that happened in a bad football game, I always give the coaches the benefit of the doubt.
Yep.
It's a weakness of mine. There's nothing they can say that's going to make people happier after a really bad performance.
That's fair.
Offensively.
Yep. All right, next challenge. We got two more challengers here. I mean, Kendrick Perkins is turning into the Hulk Hogan of this era right now.
Yeah, no, I don't know. He's not. He might not even make it out of the first round when we get to the end.
We get to the tourney at the end of the. Yeah, no,
it's been a week. It's been a weak pool.
He may be the champion during a week down, like when Bret Hart was the champion in the early '90s, and it was a down period of business in WWE.
He's a president in a time of peace.
Yeah.
Like, what are you really going to do that the history books remember? You know.
Good analogy. All right, so here's one. This is Reggie Miller. This is the season opener for the Houston Rockets in OKC, and they are panning the camera up at OKC's banner for their championship last year. And there's only one number that OKC has retired, and it's Nick Collison, who former center, who was a role player, but they love him there. Miller starts listing all the other guys that should be retired, whose numbers should be retired in the rafters for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
So the other banner in the background, Nick Collison's banner. It was very lonely up here for a long time.
You got company now, huh?
Nick in the house tonight as well.
Well, Nick is going to have company here.
Yes.
Within the next 5 to 7 years. Hold on, what are you saying? Russell Westbrook should be retired. Yes, he is. Kevin Durant, I know is very unpopular, should be retired here. Right. I think Serge Ibaka should be retired here.
Ibaka goes.
James Harden, I think, should be retired here.
All right.
You're not agreeing with that one there, Michael Tirico.
Not as much of a rubber stamp, I would say.
Yeah, Tirico's being nice.
Who said yes? That was
whoever the third one in the booth
was.
Was maybe.
Anyway,
Yeah.
no, okay.
Oh, it was Jamal Crawford was the third guy in the booth there. Jamal Crawford.
He played 3 seasons in Oklahoma City.
3 seasons as a sixth man. He wasn't even an all-star or anything. Yeah.
If they had won a championship, I might.
Maybe.
What the hell are you talking about, Reggie Miller?
Yeah.
Honestly, what? And to be so kind, I was waiting to hear if he had just thrown it. I didn't even catch it during the broadcast.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I was probably staring at Serge Ibaka's hat or something as they were talking about all those guys. And Serge Ibaka looks like he's 22 years old.
He looks good. Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting distracted by Serge Ibaka's dreamy eyes.
Again, getting distracted. Yeah.
He played 3 seasons.
3 seasons
in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
What? As the sixth man. James Harden, as we know him, until he got to Houston.
No.
Like, what the hell are you talking about, Reggie Miller?
Right.
Yes, this is a worse take than Kendrick Perkins.
This is worse than Kendrick Perkins.
It's so stupid.
Takes him down.
Sean, he's doing that as they're doing this as they're also having a discussion about how there's only one retired jersey up there.
Right.
And Reggie Miller is just saying, like, oh, yeah, this guy, that guy, this guy. Oh, James Harden. I don't know if Reggie Miller was even aware of the fact that James Harden only spent 3 seasons in Oklahoma City.
And he should be, right? He should be.
No. That's a horrible
Okay,
take.
good. I like that. Yeah, Durant and Westbrook won MVPs for that team. They deserve to be up there. And Serge Ibaka feels like one that I almost feel like with that one, Seth, I need to be a Thunder fan to process that one because at least Ibaka was there for many, many years.
And he was 6th man of the year once in 3 seasons, which is really, and everybody knows, yes, he was really, really good, but there were still questions about what he would be as a full-time guy. No, is that the standard now? Somebody that wins, that would basically mean anybody who's ever won 6th man of the year should have his jersey retired at your your stadium.
And it can have only been there 3 years in order to get up there.
Yeah.
As well. Yeah.
Oh, that's a horrible take.
Okay, good. I'm glad we got a winner here. We got one more. This is Colin Cowherd. This is after the Rockets lost to the Thunder on Tuesday night. This was Colin Cowherd's take on Kevin Durant.
At this point, Kevin Durant's not a culture guy. He's not a two-way player, actually. He's not a grind for 82 game guy. A mercenary. In fact, his Twitter handle is Easy Money Sniper. And that's only because I get paid to shoot a lot was too long. That's what he is. And in the final, I mean, he had more fouls than buckets made in the second half in OT. He just didn't do much.
So Kevin Durant having a bad first game with the Rockets, or at least bad moments in that first game, means he's not a culture guy?
Not a culture guy, and that also somehow he's now a mercenary. And then using Easy Money Sniper, which I never took to mean anything other than his actual shooting skill on the court. But Colin Cowherd decides that's some kind of advertisement of how he operates from a business standpoint.
Correct. Yeah.
God, I hate Cowherd. Oh. And his little lackey there, his little dullard.
Jason McIntyre, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a champion.
So Reggie was the champ for 5 minutes. Okay.
Sorry, Reggie Miller. Yeah.
I can't wait to tell Greg Toohey, Colin's producer, who listens to our show.
The disingenuousness of taking that easy money sniper moniker and turning
literal
it into
money.
like, oh, this is what he's talking about.
He's literally
he's just
talking about
advertising that he's a mercenary.
Yes, he's literally talking about cash. Cash money, like not the metaphor.
Howard's fun to listen to because it's fun to see how much he projects, his own, like the way he operates.
Yeah.
So many of his criticisms into his psychotically weird brain and the way he operates.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an easy money sniper for bad takes.
He is.
He does really well at it.
Good way to put it.
He'll openly tell you he genuinely doesn't care whether he's right or not. He just wants to be entertaining. Yeah. And yet people still get It's a horrible, horrible take that's going to make him millions more dollars. Yes,
he gets paid for those takes, man. A lot of money, no question.
But that's morally wrong. It's morally wrong for him to take that and interpret it as, he says he's an easy money sniper. Yeah, he's just advertising that he's a mercenary and he's just a gun for hire wherever you go.
Soldier of fortune.
That's morally wrong, unless he's genuinely that stupid that he doesn't get it. So which is it? He has to make the choice. Are you amoral or immoral? What's the word?
Immoral.
Yeah. Are you immoral?
Yeah.
Or are you stupid?
Yeah.
One of those two. There can be no in between.
Yeah. He would choose immoral, I think. I think he likes being smart.
He would.
I think he likes being smart, or being perceived as smart, or thinking he's smart. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Good question on the text page. Let's answer this in the next segment. Have y'all addressed how the hell are the Texans favored on Sunday against the Niners? We will address that. We will address it.
It could be amoral as well.
It could. That's
immoral
what I thought.
Or amoral works in that regard.
Yeah, like asexual.
Whichever vowel you want to put in front of it, that's him.
Yep. Either one. Whichever's easiest. All right. We'll answer that question, Texter. How the hell are the 49ers? We'll do that coming up next. For those of you out there,
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
People love Take-A-Mania. Seth, I've got the lineage of the Take-A-Mania title at the bottom of our rundown, and it's you and I were just talking about some of these during the break. It's going to be fun at the end of the year where we replay a lot of these.
Yeah.
And battle to see who maybe is the overall champ for the year. But the reason I went down there, because if you missed Take-A-Mania, the previous segment, Colin Cowherd had a take on Kevin Durant that is now the new champion. Not a culture guy. And the big thing was he took Kevin Durant's social media moniker of Easy Money Sniper and somehow tried to twist that into Kevin Durant being some sort of money-grubbing soldier of fortune.
Bragging about being a mercenary or something, when it was like, no, like Easy Money Sniper has nothing to do with anything other than his shooting ability.
I'm the best shooter.
Like easy money.
Easy money, yeah. So I added Cowherd, obviously, to the bottom of this list. It's fun just going back. First of all, this is Cowherd's first time as champion. Long time coming, probably. He'd be one of those guys like he'll be a world champ someday, and today is that day. But Stephen A. Smith is on here. Perk is a two-time champ. He won not only for the take that the C.J. Stroud assessment, but he had a really bad Devin Booker take back several months ago.
There's I don't know where we are currently right now on the Perkins versus Kevin Durant feud. I believe they buried their hatchets. I'm not sure though.
Maybe.
Remember that? But they were going at it for a while.
Yeah.
I can't remember when or why. But Perkins. There's still time. There's still time left in the year. We're not exactly sure when we're gonna. I think we decided the week before the Super Bowl, right? Or at least the 2 weeks before the Super Bowl.
To do the tournament. Well, we didn't start doing it till February last year, so that would be a full calendar year if we did it those weeks leading up to the Super Bowl.
And the bad take that started it all was Ross Tucker at the Super Bowl on Radio Row, telling us that he would intentionally sabotage restaurants that he likes on Yelp so they wouldn't get too crowded.
I can remember sitting at the table on Radio Row looking at you and like, what is he's sabotaging restaurants.
Both amoral and immoral.
Yeah, both of them.
Yes.
Yep. Both of them. Yeah, February 4th. February 4th, 2025 is so sometime in that time frame. But dude, I'm looking at this. The heavyweights are on. Portnoy is on here. Acho is on here. The magnificent Gladstone is on here. Michael Perloff, for his hamstring take on Steph Curry, held that thing for like a month.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be so fun. I can't wait to do the Take-A-Mania tournament. It's going to be great. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good question on the text line. And between now and the end of the show, we're going to lay out things to watch for in this game on Sunday between the Niners and the Texans. But a very fair question from a texter, 6028. I'll give you some credit here. Y'all may have addressed this. We haven't actually yet. How the hell are the Texans favored this weekend against the 49ers?
We kind of did. We didn't address it specifically, but it came up, I think, in the first segment when we were talking about just the advantage that the Texans have on paper, if you look at this, is, all right, that pass rush at home has really turned a lot of good quarterbacks into mush. And that's a big part of it. And I think the problem is, if you look at this objectively and you look at the matchups on paper, the 49ers are playing their backup quarterback. They don't have their best receivers out there. They lost Fred Warner 2 weeks ago. Nick Bosa's out for the year. And on paper, it doesn't look like the 49ers should be able to beat the Texans at home. The problem is, any one of the less definable mojo, whatever you want to call it, coaching advantage, all of those things, I put all of those on the side of the 49ers. I think they have the advantage in so many areas from that regard. Even if you want to go into momentum or trajectory, the 49ers offense, most of the time without Brock Purdy, is the number one passing offense in the league right now. Christian McCaffrey is a multi-dimensional threat. They just got George Kittle back. So I think it depended on how people are breaking it down and how they're handicapping it, and the fact that the Texans are playing at home, I think they're giving the Texans more of an advantage. I think they're being a little too objective, maybe.
Yeah.
I look at these two teams, and just by the eyeball test, the 49ers are operating at a much higher level than the Texans.
Well, and I would have said, and the Texans are a 2-point favorite right now. It's hovered between 1 and 2 points all week long. The Texans favored in this game. I would have asked the same question the texter did if Nico Collins were healthy for this game. Is how are the Texans favored in this game? Now you're heading into it with, I mean, geez, like what's the combined?
You know what
what's take Berrios out of this, Seth, real quick. I'm guessing the first 3 receivers on the field might end up being the 3 Iowa State guys. I haven't looked at the depth chart for the game yet. Nico's probably still on the depth chart because he hasn't been ruled out yet, but it's looking like it's in that direction. Their starting wide receivers, 3 starting wide receivers, will probably be 3 guys from Iowa State who have like a combined 40 catches in their careers. Combined 40 catches, whatever the number is.
But then you look at the 49ers, and Ayuk's injured, Pearsall's injured. Their third receiver might end up being Trent Williams. And I feel like he might outpace the Texans' third receiver.
Well, you hit the nail on the head. The biggest mismatch in this game is when the game is what I'm looking at, like, okay, the odds makers see these two teams as relatively equal. Like, the only thing separating the two teams right now is home field advantage for the Texans. The odds makers see it as relatively equal. So who's got the biggest advantage, and how impactful can that be? And the fact of the matter is, the 2 most impactful people on an NFL game are the quarterback and the coach. And I'll take the coach as a collective thing of the staff. I'm going to put Nick Caley on DeMeco Ryans' ticket here when it comes to what I'm about to say. The biggest mismatch in this game, and it's not even close, is in coaching in this game. I think you could argue that the 49ers might have the best play callers on either side of the ball in the NFL in this game. And Kyle Shanahan on the offensive side and Robert Saleh. I think Kansas City people might argue Spagnuolo. I'm just saying, like, I would be happy to sit down and cobble together an argument for Robert Saleh about being the best defensive play caller in the league. He's doing it right now without Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. So that's a major advantage in this game.
You know what Saleh is? Saleh is to Kyle Shanahan what Josh McDaniels was to Bill Belichick, and that he's a guy that go off, get a head coaching job, didn't work out, comes back into the fold, and it's pick right back up where you left off.
Amen. It's a great analogy, man.
And I don't know if Saleh will get another opportunity. I think Saleh, by force of personality and performance, will probably get another opportunity somewhere. A lot of people are going to excuse anything that happens with the Jets.
Yes, that's it. Aaron Glenn is giving Robert Saleh another opportunity right now in a way.
Yeah. Not being Glenn's fault either.
That's exactly
he's not
right.
doing well. It's just that,
That's exactly right.
I think that, and maybe someday DeMeco Ryans ends up being the other guy that he kind of swapped. Just like in New England, it was, hey, sometimes it'll be Josh McDaniels.
Yep.
Hey, look, Bill O'Brien's available.
Yeah.
Oh, back to Josh McDaniels. And I think that Kyle Shanahan, the thing that makes me nervous is the Texans' run defense. They've by and large been pretty good, except in that Bucs game where they got destroyed versus the run. A lot of the other times when they've been good versus the run versus good rushing teams, it's when they really load up and focus on stopping the run. And you can't do that with the 49ers.
No.
And I think that Kyle Shanahan, unless this is the week he decided to be lazy or something, and I'm not going to watch that Bucs game. I'm not going to figure out, remember, this happens with both DeMeco Ryans' defenses and Robert Saleh's defenses. There are times where the swarm gets the best of them.
Yep.
And if you can use the aggression against it, turn their own aggression against them.
Yeah.
And let the swarm run amok. We saw it when DeMeco was the defensive coordinator of the 49ers. There'd be times where their defensive ends would kind of get duped and be overly aggressive and they get taken advantage of. That's what happened to the Texans in the Bucs game. It wasn't just the defensive tackles playing poorly. It was the entire front seven.
Yeah.
So all of those issues, and some of them they've improved on, but Kyle Shanahan's going to figure out how to exploit those weaknesses.
And this is Christian McCaffrey we're talking about here. This is Christian McCaffrey. Like
this is a Bucky Irving.
Yeah, well, then that and in the Bucs game, there were a lot of problems, but to me, the biggest problem in defending Bucky Irving is he had 2 or 3 guys bouncing off of him on every play. They didn't tackle well. Christian McCaffrey's a guy, and they're going to try to get him in space against these linebackers and against Jalen Petrie possibly. Petrie's been better this year, but they're going to try to get him out in space. He has more receiving yards this year than he does rushing yards. They use him more as a weapon in the pass game than they do it in the run game. He's third in the league in receptions and eighth in yards. They're going to try to get him in space, and I'm telling you, if they overswarm with him in space, it is off to the races. Christian McCaffrey, man, if you can go this, I mean, I'm always weaving these little gambling nuggets in here, but man, if you can find one for what his longest pass play is going to be or longest run, take the over on it, man. I see a play where they line him up in the slot, they get him matched up against the linebacker or maybe against Jalen Petrie, and he makes that one move, and Mac Jones is able to hit him with timing in space, and he's off to the races. And the number will probably be something like 21.5 or something like that. And he's going to be off to the races for a 45-yard gain. That's going to happen, I think, at least once in this game.
The other part about just Bucky Irving, I was just checking because he's been out, but he's averaging 3.3 yards, averaged 3.3 yards per game in the 4 games that he played, and even versus Houston, it was only 71. It was the ease with which they seemed to take the rushing yardage whenever they felt like it.
Well, and the backup for them, Rasheed White, had a bunch of yards too.
Yeah,
as a team, they rushed.
He had like a pretty gaudy yards per carry.
Yeah, as a team, and Baker obviously got a few scrambles. Like as a team, they had like 30-something carries for like $169 or something like that in that game. Like it was.
So that's to answer the question. I think there are a lot of things where the matchups look good on paper. Yeah. But just by virtue of how these two teams have played and what the offense looks like right now, I think the odds makers are also looking at, all right, look, the 49ers defense played really well last week, but it was the first game that they were playing Fred Warner's backup, and they probably just don't. They think that there's. And you know who else is injured is Lenore. The
corner,
for the Bucks. So that, or excuse me, for the 49ers. So that hopefully at least offsets a little bit of Nico Collins being out.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We'll finish up on the Texans, find out what the guys got going on In the Loop coming up next.
Oh, boy, I'll tell you what. This whether it's a
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCaffrey Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday, getting you ready. Texans, 49ers, noon kick. Negative body clock for the 49ers. Maybe that's why the Texans are favored by 2 points, Seth. It's going to feel like 10 a.m. to the 49ers.
The whole thing about the West Coast teams traveling east, there's the whole travel time part of it and everything that I know people talk about. The actual start time of the game, I don't think that matters much at all compared to, because those West Coast teams practice they get their bodies ready. They're practicing at 10 a.m. Pacific time. They're kind of on a schedule, and they do it enough that when they play early games on the West Coast, they're playing them at 10 a.m. Which is pretty rare, but it happens, right?
Yeah.
Actually, how rare is it?
I can't think of a time it's happened, but I
don't think they ever do it.
Doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
But whenever they travel east, they're playing at some time that's noon or earlier. So by their body clock, I think that the home field advantage and specifically how it helps the Texans pass rush. That's the biggest deciding factor there. Yeah. It's not. Mac Jones has been playing well. And obviously they're winning games with him. Mm-hmm. He's been about like an average NFL. If you go by QBR or anything else like that, I think he's part of a good offensive system that's adequately manning the ship. It's not like they've been scoring points in droves. They haven't scored more than 30 points in a game this year, I don't believe. So it's but they've been steady and consistent, and the defense is playing well. They're a good overall team. So I think one of the biggest things this game comes down to is, can the Texans defense force Mac Jones into mistakes?
Yes.
I think Christian McCaffrey is going to get his. George Kittle's going to get a dose. Like they're gonna do some damage. But can you force Mac Jones into mistakes? Can you cause some fumbles on their running backs or receivers? Like all of those things that the Texans defense is capable. By and large, I would expect that to happen. It's just they did that in Seattle, and it wasn't enough to win the game.
That's what I was just going to say.
That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, it's for all the warts on this team right now. The last two games, the Ravens 3 weeks ago, and then Seattle on Monday, they are forcing turnovers again. And
I'll tell you another thing. I'll take a positive and turn it negative. I don't think the crowd noise was all that much of a factor in the game in Seattle. I don't think the crowd noise or anything like that was what was leading to the offense not operating well. They that place, just by judging it by television standards, it didn't seem as crazy as it's been. Certainly wasn't at the what was the name of the play with Marshawn Lynch back in the day?
Oh, the Beastquake.
Yeah. Certainly wasn't anywhere near Beastquake level.
It was not.
But it was operationally, I would say, okay, that's good. I think they cleaned a lot of that stuff up operationally. I think by and large, CJ, I thought compared to previous games at least, he had enough time at the line of scrimmage, all of that. It being back at home, I don't expect, it wasn't an issue last week. Those weren't their problems. It's easier to play offense at home in that environment, but it's not like that's going to be a huge improvement over whatever effort they gave last week.
My biggest feeling of trepidation with this game is not a particular matchup on the field, not this position group against that position group, this guy versus that guy. My biggest thing is DeMeco saying this in his press conference earlier this week. If he's saying in the post game or on Monday, that means the Texans were doomed on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm figuring out why things are happening. It's always baffling as a coach when you go through and you practice a certain thing and you work it a certain way, and guys get in the game and do something completely different. Well, that's being disjointed. Like, we got to be on the same page and not on the same page like we don't know what we're doing. We just got to do what we called. We got to run what we call, right? The techniques we work, the things we established throughout training camp, we got to do that, right? And when we do that, you see we operate efficiently. We are able to be in the right spot defensively, special teams-wise. We're able to get our blocks done the right way when we just execute what we practice all week.
Yeah.
That's a part
that scares me.
Yeah. And especially defensively, and with whatever the hell's going on or who's to blame for apparently there being some kind of disconnect between the way DeMeco wanted the defensive backs to play against Jackson Smith and Jigba in the way they actually played. Maybe it's Matt Burke's fault. Maybe it's D'Amico's fault. Maybe it's the defensive back's fault. We just know that there's something off there. And this is where I've had a hard time talking about the defense this week because they did enough to keep the Texans in the game. They turned the ball over, if you include the block kick, 4 times.
Yeah.
Like, the defense did everything that you should. When you're +3 in a football game alone, not to talk about how, the defense got a short field, 4 times in that game? Like, they really, the offense put them in a bad position. The defense, on the sum total of it, played well enough. First 2 touchdown drives. And when you're as good a defense as you are, you can't allow the Seahawks at home to drive 70-plus yards and then 80-plus yards to score touchdowns and put that offense in the hole.
That offense, thank you.
Yeah.
That offense. You can do it if you got a real offense. It's not advisable.
Am I holding the defense to a higher standard than the offense? Yes, because I'm not an idiot. Right. Like that defense is capable of more. So that's where the miscommunications, and right off the bat, that first quarter, Jackson Smith and Jigba wasn't being challenged at the line of scrimmage or at the top of his route.
Yep.
He was, even on plays where Jackson Smith and Jigba wasn't the target, there were opportunities for Jackson Smith and Jigba to get big hits.
No doubt.
He was running free. So where is the disconnect? Whose fault was it? I don't know. I know that this team cannot do anything this year if that continues to be an issue. If there's a communication issue, if guys aren't on the same page, whatever, they need they need the defense to remain one of the top scoring defenses in the league. Right now they're number 1.
Yep.
But that's hard to do when you've got a bad offense.
They're still number 1, right?
They're
Even
still
after
number 1, I
27?
believe. Yeah. So that's hard to do with a bad offense. And I know, look, when the Ravens and the Bucs won Super Bowls based on their stellar defenses, they still had competent offenses on the other side of them.
Yep.
Trent Dilfer gets a lot of undeserved guff. He was just okay enough. Okay.
They won. I'm looking up right now.
Brad Johnson, I feel, is like I'll stick up for Brad Johnson before I stick up.
He
for
was
Trent
actually
Dilfer.
A decent quarterback.
Brad Johnson was actually a decent quarterback.
Yep.
Trent Dilfer was like, I feel like I won the lottery.
Yeah. I get to call myself a Super Bowl champ. So what do you think happens? Like, what have you thought about what's the call on this?
I have.
Game?
This is a look. I'll go because I try like hell to be objective. It's not my strong suit in life. I like to rush to judgment.
I find your biasness to be sexy, quite honestly.
I like to judge people based on a bunch of things that I shouldn't. That's me. But if I'm being as objective as possible, I still think the Texans defense should at home turn Mac Jones into the worst version of himself.
Yep.
And that's what I'm banking on. And because we've seen it, it's not that I'm saying Mac Jones isn't a good quarterback or anything. And I'm not saying that the 49ers offense isn't scary with Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and a bunch of no-name receivers, but who also are part of the number 1 passing offense in the NFL right now. It's the potential for turnovers and big plays and tackles for a loss at home that I'm riding on. But I think it's going to be a low-scoring game.
Okay, you and I are on the same page here, and this is my compromise. By the way, the Texans are the only team that is still averaging double-digit points allowed. Everybody else is over 100. Some are over 200 by now. So they are still – I haven't averaged it out per game, but they're still leading. They're still leading the league in least amount of points allowed, just raw volume, 88 points allowed. This is my compromise on this game. I am with you. I think you and I tend to be more optimistic on things like this. My compromise is I'm taking the Texans to win but not cover. I'm taking them to win 16-15 in this game. I know it's a weird score. I don't know if it's a scoregami. I can't tell if Reggie's getting excited or aroused over here when I mention a score 16-15 because I know he's a scoregami enthusiast. But that's what I'm going with. I'm going Texans straight up. Niners cover. That's my optimistic compromise. And I think they're going to need a play. I think they're going to need a big special teams play. I don't know if it's a blocked field goal like they got on Monday. I think a big return, which would help if they stuck Jalen Noel back there instead of Braxton Berrios. I think they're going to need a couple short fields. I don't know how they're going to move the ball through the air. Hopefully one of these young receivers, these young Iowa State Cyclones, breaks out on Sunday.
The Texans are allowing 14.7 points per game. They are in first place. The Rams are allowing 16.7 points per game.
Okay, so still up by 2 points in that whole thing. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the things that annoys me about a lot of like team stats pages on websites is that they treat scoring like a bastard stepchild or something. When it comes to like sometimes they don't even list it at all.
No.
Like it's the most important thing is either A, the football, according to David Culley, or B, points.
Yes.
And there's so many websites where it's like you got to dig to find the actual points allowed.
They don't like to rate it based on points. They like to rate it based on expected points added.
I
don't like the actual points. I like the expected points. This was what was supposed to happen. On
The best website for rankings and stuff is teamrankings.com.
Okay.
But but the problem with that website is that they don't separate the regular season and the postseason. So you go back in previous years, like you got to go in and and you got to remember when the last regular season game was, and then set the filter for that.
That's
but
not
for
useful.
everything else in the middle of the season, teamrankings.com is really good to find out where everybody ranks real quickly.
Teamrankings.com. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, what's up, fellas?
How are you today? 16 to 15 has happened 15 times prior in the NFL.
Okay, are you pulling that off the top of your head, or
no,
did you
absolutely
look that
not.
up? Okay,
Good God, I don't
I'm
have
not
that
saying
kind of
you're
recall.
doing this, but I have a mini confession about your prediction.
Okay.
Anytime I hear someone say, I think they're going to win 16-15, in my mind, I'm thinking they really don't know if they really think they're going to lose, but they don't want to say it.
Maybe. Yeah.
Like,
I'm in a no. That's a fair. That's a fair assessment. I am at a very. I think a lot of fans are too. I'm at a very tricky place with this team right now, man. This feels like a nice car that we had coming into the season where everybody, first of all, you're finding out a few flaws in it. Like we didn't look at the Carfax to see how bad the offensive line was going to be.
Yeah.
But if all of the screws on this and that this thing could just it feels like all four tires could do that thing that happened to Chevy Chase's car in Vacation. Let's go. And they go from vertical to horizontal, like at any moment.
I'm not
here.
saying that I'm not in your head.
No,
but whenever I hear that, I'm like, well, they just don't want to say.
I don't feel great about it. I really don't. I don't think you're far off, to be honest with you. Yeah. So, how we feeling? Other than that, how we feeling, boys? How about this gambling story? Boy, you guys got the deets as the show was going.
Well,
I
feel like a jerk because the deets are also such that you have to really pay a lot of attention as to like what the reporting is. Like you really have to suss it out. I mean, people are getting this from federal documents and trying to relay it to the layman as they're doing radio. So my dumb self is trying to like take bits and like make larger thought processes on it and not realizing the extent to which this FBI 4-year probe has gone to.
When does, by the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. May as well tell you that you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. When does Adam Silver need to speak on this?
Very, very soon.
Like by when? What's the I feel like today is the deadline. You're the commissioner. You can't let this drift into the weekend, and it's almost set up for you. Do it on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think today he has to say something.
Got to,
especially after the Windhorse stuff.
Today is
that they swept it under the rug.
Yeah, they knew the day of.
Yeah,
today's probably the day. However, what I will say is, I know that we're like, yo, you got to get out here and say something. If that's something that you got to say ain't anywhere near good, hold it for another day or two. Right? Like try and
Don't get yourself in more trouble.
Now, again, whenever the feds jump into anything whatsoever, it gets real serious because they don't come half stepping.
Indeed.
And so for him, I feel like with this next step of whatever you got to say is a huge chess move. Make sure it's a good one.
Yeah. Well, it'll be lawyered up real good.
You know what? Yeah, I'm glad you guys brought up the scoregami earlier, just because it made me think back to the fact that the Texans were in a situation in a football game where they very nearly allowed 2 safeties in the first 20 minutes of a game, and that a safety is really rare to begin with. 2 safeties. Just to look on the scoregami to find out how many times any game has ever ended with a score of 4. Like one of the teams having 4. Was it the only time it's ever happened was when the Racine Legion
Is that an
beat
NFL team?
the Chicago Cardinals in 1923.
Great
yeah.
year. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the only time a team has finished with 4 points. The scoregami involving one team having a 4 is wide open.
Yeah.
Wide open.
When I said it was a Racine team, I can see Reggie out of the corner of my eye nodding like he was a season ticket holder. Yeah, they were Racine.
100%. Yeah, that's right.
That's my favorite Super Bowl. That's my favorite Super Bowl prop bet, that there's going to be a safety.
Yeah.
I do it all the time.
The value.
I won with
You can
Manning.
just give me money.
Was it Manning?
Yeah.
No, but
Reggie's going to book your action.
I'll take it. I'll do it.
Yeah, I will book
Just
your
anytime
action.
safety. Anytime safety.
And it was almost 2 safeties were like the line of scrimmage to start 25-yard line.
They were surprise safeties. Yeah.
They weren't even backed up on their one. Like, one of them is CJ running backwards. The other one is him getting sacked and just throwing it to nobody backwards.
The Racine Legion was a team in the NFL for 3 years.
Gear.
Yeah.
Some merch.
That is a great. Someone's got to make that, right?
Yeah.
Under various different names from 1915 through 1926, apparently.
Actually, we say that. Did they even have a logo? 1923. Was anybody concerned with brand image? They were just like the team in red is the Racine Legion.
Yeah.
The team over there in black is the other one.
Put the leather strap on your head and get out there. Yeah.
That's how Cornell got our nickname, Big Red. That's our name, Big Red. It's not anything other than there was like a newspaper article that said the Big Red team took the field.
Oh my God.
Because they were wearing red uniforms.
And they were like, done.
Yeah.
We will do that forever.
By the way, tornadoes. The Racine Tornadoes in 1926.
They added a little sauce to it.
That'd be great merch.
Oh, wow.
They were the regulars, then they were Battery C, then they were the Racine Legion, then they were the Racine Tornadoes, and then they died.
That's some good stuff.
And then they died. Yeah.
They were like, they knew they were dying. They were like, can we come up with an AFL name years before the AFL actually happens to see if we can gin up engagement?
They took a break from playing in 1918 because of Spanish flu.
Yeah, that is true. That's not a joke. That's true.
That was their pandemic. Yeah.
They couldn't fatigue.
It was a combination of World War I and the Spanish flu pandemic of 1918. The team took a break.
And in 1919, everybody had to mask up when they were at the stadium.
Social distancing.
Racine's in Wisconsin, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I wonder if they were rivals with the Green Bay Packers back in the day.
Racine is a league of their own.
Oh, is that where that team was?
They was Racine,
Okay. There's a trivia question for you. By the way, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What's the question of the day, fellas?
We're talking about shady stuff, huh?
Yeah.
What's a game or an outcome, a moment that you're still skeptical about?
Okay.
You're still a little skeptical about that.
Okay. That's a good one.
You remember...
Can I tell you one?
Yes.
I'll tell you one. This is not going to be famous.
Yes.
I went... the one time every now and then when I'm in small towns especially, I like digging around and go to their old historical society or whatever. But I was in this real small town in Western New York, and they were having their property auction, tax sales and stuff, foreclosed properties and everything. And I went and I was kind of looking through, and I wasn't going to buy a property out of it, but I was just curious about how it all operated. And this one property came up for sale, and the guy running the auction, he wasn't running it like a old-time auctioneer or anything. He was like, such and such property, any bids? And a guy bid like $10,000, and the auctioneer immediately was like, sold.
Wow.
And I'm looking around at all these old guys wearing they're in a thing. It was the fix was in already. And nobody batted an eyelash.
Yeah.
It was kind of, I think it was one of those, a lot of farmers would do that back during the Depression. They basically say hey, this property's going up for foreclosure. Nobody's bidding on it. It's nobody's going to bid on it because we're going to be sure the farmer keeps his land.
Yeah.
So it felt like that type of a moment.
You reminded me of one last year. The year was 2024. The Good Shepherd Episcopal School Chili Cook-Off.
Okay.
21 teams. I entered, which I'm entering this weekend. It's this weekend.
It's the anniversary.
Do you think that this is smart to do this weekend, ahead of the weekend, huh?
Yes, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
First, second, and third place was the primary judge's boyfriend and 2 sons.
Oh!
This is a church.
Shady.
This is a church chili cook-off.
That's shady.
And this year, she's not doing. It was a woman. She's not doing the judging.
Oh, wow.
There's controversy at the Good Shepherd Episcopal
retroactive.
School.
They didn't power rank all 21 of them, just the first, second, and third?
My son got 5th.
So there's 5th. Okay.
They did top 5.
Okay. And you were entered in it as well?
I was entered. I would have won if they hadn't.
Sure.
Cheated.
Yeah, you got cheated. Yeah.
It's always just politics, ain't it?
I'm in. How about her? And the winner is her boyfriend and her 2 sons.
Dude, that's crazy.
Because she could taste the love that was placed in her.
I was emceeing an event back in April, the Joe Negro Foundation event for brain aneurysm stuff, and I emcee that event. The last few years I've done it. I love the event. Their big raffle, a diamond, like a kind of a, what do they call it? Like a synthetic diamond, like a
okay,
one of those diamonds.
What,
it's
a lab-grown
beautiful.
diamond?
Yeah, laboratory diamond. Yeah, and that was the main raffle prize. So Amy bought a few raffle tickets. So I'm, as the MC, I'm supposed to announce everything. Like, here's the winner of this live auction and that live on, blah blah blah, and then they show a video. And so I step off the stage. It's like a video of somebody who benefited from the charity. And the person who runs the charity comes over and says, probably be a better idea if you let somebody else announce the winner of the diamond raffle. And I'm like, well, what happened? Amy was the winner. So
I think it looks weirder if you've announced everything else and all of a sudden you go missing in this moment.
Yeah, maybe. But that's a perception, I guess. So.
Impropriety.
You have a shady one?
The one that comes to mind for me sports-wise immediately was the World Series in, I think, 1997 with the Marlins, where Levon Hernandez, they had Eric Gregg behind the plate, and anything within, like, 4 feet above the plate and 5 feet horizontally was a strike. It was like Eric Gregg had a restaurant reservation to get to. He just wanted to get the hell out of there.
Swing the damn bat.
Yeah. That's the one that pops into mind. And then the one I was alive for it, but I was only 3 years old. But John, you were probably a basketball watching older kid at that point, maybe even teenager. The Russians and the Americans in the 1972 Olympics. I cried. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that one up.
I was
11 years old.
Shady AF.
It was shady.
Yes.
It didn't seem shady.
Yeah.
Big time.
So those are the two that come to mind for me. That's going to be a good one, man.
Hey, Lopez, we brought you up earlier in the show, and I just want to be sure before all the texters tell you about it. Sean asked if anyone at the station was found to be guilty of running a shady poker game, who would it be? After much deliberation, I decided on Lopez.
Deliberation? Yeah, 3 words. I didn't even get the question out. It says your name. Yeah. It was basically, the question was going to be, and it probably doesn't change the answer, but the question was going to be like, if you were organizing a poker game for all of us here at 610, or not you, but who would be the one, if we were organizing a game amongst all of us, where it's just 610 people playing, who would be the most likely one to have X-ray tables and goggles and things like that? And I said John would have these huge goggles on, and we'd be like, man, those are dope, man. Those are some really
nice. The ski goggles.
Yeah, like the Macho Man Randy Savage sunglasses. Yeah.
Was there a top finishers list? Because did Ron Hughley come up in this?
No, just Lopez.
Well, no, and it was, but the qualifier was that if you were forced into it, I don't suspect if you were forced into it because your family was being held hostage or something. I would say I think you could pull it off with panache.
That was the biggest thing. It wasn't a statement of your character. It was a statement on how well you'd put that face on.
The planning.
The funny part about it was though is Sean. It went like this. Sean said, if anybody at the station, and I said Lopez.
It's like he knew what question was coming.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Huge. Take it as a compliment. All right, boys, we will get out of the way. Antibodies to you, Seth. I'll see you at 9 a.m. on Sunday morning for Texans Countdown.
Antibodies and 2 safeties to you, Racine.
That's 4 points on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
It might be a scoregami if you put the right number on the other side.
Hey, would you take that bet this week?
What, 2 safeties?
No, anytime safety.
No.
I'll bet you right here, right now.
I'm not a betting man to begin with.
Would you take it?
I take an anytime. Well, what are my odds?
Wait, you're taking anytime safety?
I'm picking
you
the
want
safety.
to bet with me. An anytime safety in the Texans game?
Yeah.
Well, that'll be fun. I think usually in the Super Bowl it's like
$10.
It's like 8 to 1.
I'll put 10 down. What do I get?
80. It's
Would
usually,
you do that?
It's usually, I'll do it right
5?
now.
Let's do 5.
5 or 10 is fine. Yeah, 5.
Let's do 5.
If there's a safety in the game, you get $40 on Monday.
Perfect.
Yeah.
There's a safety once every 14 games or so.
Okay.
Like, and 14 NFL games, there's usually one safety.
All right, you know what? I'm feeling generous. I'll give you 10-1.
Hey!
10-1. All right, so 5, yeah.
Anytime safety.
We're
playing, baby.
5 Diet Cokes to the 50 Diet Cokes I'm going to bring in for John if there's a safety.
Yeah, 20 more entertainment purpose dollars that you're not going to see because it's not going to happen.
That's it. 5.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
5 that I won't see. 50 that you won't. Well, you'll see.
Yeah.
I'm a good man. Yeah, and I'll see the 5. Not worried about it. All right, good. It's on. Fellas, have a great show. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's a football Friday, and it's wild because this week, and partially because you had the Monday night game, so it's because of gestures, hands wildly. It's been so hard to actually focus on the Niners. We will get to that, obviously, once we get there. But, I'm still looking backwards because what is happening with this organization right now, John Lopez? It feels like, this organization where we knew that the offense was not up to snuff, but for a long time this year, we were looking at this offense and going, well, that's the thing. If you can figure that out. In fact, at some points, we might have narrowed it down to if the offensive line can block, then you have chances. Now I'm looking at it and I'm like, is there a disconnect between the upper level, like the levels of management and the rest of the team? And that does not bode well for the remainder of the season. Talk less of this Sunday game versus the Niners.
I could tell you, but I prefer Cool Hand Luke to tell you.
What we've got here is failure to communicate. Some men you just can't reach. So you get what we had here last week, which is the way he wants it. Well, he gets it.
All right, that's it. Failure to communicate. Failure to communicate. What is going on with this squad? And it's not even just the offense. It's not just the defense and Derek Stingley. And it's not just the special teams. It's all of it. What is going on? I mean, people toss that phrase around a lot. What's going on here? It is so appropriate here because it's one thing if the offensive line has a disconnect and, they because they got the turnstile at guard.
It's because we've bullied of itself.
Yes, that's one thing, and we've kind of honed in on that. Then we get yesterday, and, 2 days ago, I guess it was 2 days ago, D'Amico talking about, or maybe 3, D'Amico talking about, get your hands on them, all that stuff. Derek Stingley was asked about it, and what did he say?
Let's hear it. Hey, Derek Stingley, the head coach said that the game plan going in was getting the hands on him, and it felt like that didn't happen. Can you give us your side of this?
I feel like any corner, likes to be at the line, but I'll never do nothing outside of what the play call is. So, the play call tell me to be off, I'm gonna be off.
And that includes the shadowing as well?
Includes everything. I can't go out there and do my own thing. So, and I've never done that. That's not who I am.
Appreciation of Landry Locker getting that in the clubhouse during open clubhouse.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, basically they're playing tennis. He said this, I'm going to hit it back at you, big guy. I mean, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
How much of this, and I ask this just to kind of set up the conversation further, how much of this does it feel like is just losing? When a team is losing and has been losing for a little bit, right, as it feels like this season has been, you're 2-4, how much of this is that? And how much does this feels above that? You've been around a lot of teams in various different sports, and I'm sure you've seen some losing locker rooms. How much of that is this, and how much of this is something else entirely?
I don't think it's a telephone game. I really don't, because it was very clearly stated by both sides. What was expected and what was done, and I'm not going to go. That points to Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans.
I'm glad you mentioned Matt Burke because, again, as we're trying to suss out what the bleep is happening here. How much of this do you maybe look at as we're starting to see this disconnect with the defense that felt like it was well congealed, and that happens after play calling duties were given to Matt Burke? Not that I'm blaming him, but maybe is that where there could be a difference in communication or something lost in translation from game plan to actually what the calls are and how the play actually evolves on the field?
Don't you think that would actually lessen that factor? Because before it was D'Amico calling it, talking to Matt Burke. Now, maybe it's still valid because D'Amico's talking to Matt Burke still, and Burke is making the call. But there's only one voice going into the green dot. There's only one voice that goes in there, and it stops with, what, is it 12 seconds, 15 seconds?
15.
Left. So I don't buy that. This is, to me, about communication, disconnect, and you can take it to Nick Caley talking about Nico Collins, too. Like, the fact that, I guess it was DJ Bieniemy asking him about, all these players.
Oh, we're going to need more time to get into that.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
You know what? Let's do that here in this next segment, because I think that's a bigger offensive conversation that, again,
but
when we talk about it.
But it still feeds to this.
It does. It absolutely does.
And then there's even Frank Ross, our beloved Frank Ross, talking about Braxton Berrios. Well, it's mix and match.
Let's hear for Frank Ross.
Mix and match.
Let's hear for Frank Ross. This was him trying to give us some explanation on why Braxton Berrios came off of being a healthy scratch a whole bunch and immediately took not just some of the snaps, but all of the return opportunities from Jalen Noel.
How did you to go with Berrios at punt return instead of Noel?
I don't think there's a decision to go with anybody. I think every year you guys have asked me, hey, how do you feel about returners in training camp when the roster's at 90? We mix and match every returner that we have. Tremon, Damian, Jalen, Braxton, Christian Kirk, all those guys have taken reps for us. It doesn't matter of which game or what time or who's available. I mean, Jalen was our starting kick returner last week, so he had 6 or 7 blocking reps on kick return because they kicked opposite. So, it's just about play for play, however that shakes out.
That's just not accurate. A coordinator's job is not to mix and match, because didn't he say at the beginning of it's not about who's going. Yes, it is. It is about who's going to return the kick.
I found that kind of amazing.
It is about that. And DeMeco Ryan says, even when it comes to the offensive line, we're going to find our best 5, we're going to get them some reps, and that's our group. Well, that didn't happen. Now he's saying the same thing in special teams?
Yeah,
we're mixing and matching?
Even going back to, yes, I know that you have guys that you feel comfortable allowing to return.
Yeah.
And I can maybe even see, hey, we need to maybe make get some level of change up if we need to, create a spark if something's not there. That's not the case. Jalen Noel's returned well when you've given him an opportunity to return, and you've had options to mix and match prior to this. What made this particularly the time to do it?
It's week 7, Reggie. You're mixing and matching. You're rotating guards. You're not getting communication done on the defensive side when it comes to coverages and how you're going to defend, the best receiver in the game.
You know what I like? And what's funny is that you're searching even in places where it felt like you already had an answer, which, again, when you're searching for something, it makes it seem like you're lost.
Well, the other thing is, and I thought of this earlier, we talked about what if David Culley had said what DeMeco Ryans said earlier about the identity of the offense is to move the ball. What if the Browns were doing this? What if the Browns were saying mix and match and, the communication is off? We'd all be going, yep, it's the Browns. It's what they do. Not the Browns, it's the Texans. They were contenders, presumed contenders.
Honestly, this is one of the places where I know at times we can kind of lament the idea that the national media does not pay enough attention to the Texans. Probably a good thing right in this moment, because this would be laughing stock of sorts. And this is why it's going to be very important for you to come out and comport yourself properly on Sunday. In fact, I want to continue digging into this, because the offensive side of this, Nick Caley stepped to the podium and the answers that he gave were probably the most interesting in this continual miscommunication situation. So let's dive into that. What the hell is happening with these Texans? We continue talking about that next.
Yeah, let's talk some basketball.
long. Thanks to McCaffrey Injury Lawyers. Call McCaffrey Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Hitting big time. Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's my first.
Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, a Football Friday. We're continuing this conversation because the Texans organization as a whole, or the team at the very least, seems like it's in this weird flux coming off of this Seattle Seahawks Monday night game. There's a lot of he said, she said, and interestingly enough, like what we're hearing is there's a lot of finger pointing from the ranks of the coaches. That continued yesterday when we heard from the coordinators. We were just talking about Frank Ross giving answers that felt very different than what we would typically hear from Frank Ross. And then Nick Caley was obviously the main attraction, as offensive coordinator has been oftentimes when we get a chance to hear from him, but even more so because after better showings in 5 quarters, right? One versus the Titans, then the 4 in Baltimore. After a bye week, you were hoping to see a little bit of improvement, and all you got was regression, point blank, period. And so questions popped up about that. And some of the answers were, well, not some, a lot of the answers, if not all the answers, were frustrating, I think is a fair description. One of those being, I think DJ Bijani at ESPN was asking, particularly about Nico Collins, right? This is your biggest weapon on. Now it feels like you can go back and look visually with tape and all 22, or even statistically. They're not doing a lot to generate open looks for him. It's really go and get it out the mud yourself. Nick Caserio was asked about that, and this was Nick Caley rather. It's a lot of Nicks. Nick Caley actually, this is his response to kind of being challenged on why does it feel like you're not utilizing more things to assist Nico Collins, including motions and such.
Yeah, I mean, we move Nico around. I mean, he doesn't sit there and play primarily X. I mean, I think if you watch the formation, we do not, he moves around. And I think each week is different based on what we're trying to get from a coverage structure standpoint, what we can do from a pass concept standpoint. So to put it in one box is probably not fair. But no, we try. Nico's a big part of what we do. And we try to get him involved every single game. There's not a week that we ever don't try to do that.
So we move him around and don't putting him in a box is probably not fair. The problem with that is look at him, and DJ did a good job of this as well in his tweets. Compare and contrast with other receivers in the same spot. It is not normal. It is not what offensive coordinators do with their best weapons. I can't quote the numbers off the top of my head. You may have them in front of you, but he had 8, I believe, motion passes.
Correct. So he had 8 instances of being used.
And most of the other number 1 wide receivers have 30, 40, 60. I believe I saw one with more than 60 motions already this season. That's not normal. And ultimately about this, I've said this before, and it's not a compliment, but I feel bad for Nick Caley. He's in over his head.
Yeah.
He's in over his head.
That's abundantly clear. I mean, there's more audio. I think DJ did a great job of continuing to ask, of Nick Caley about schematic. Basically, are you creating schematic advantages, running those plays? And just like you heard there with the Nico Collins, it felt defensive. And I understand why he would be, right? This is very much a challenge to, are you capable of doing this? And the natural inclination would be defensive, to be defensive. The problem is, that is not helpful in this situation, right? I think Nick Caley himself has said, right, we need to be honest with ourselves. That's been something that I've heard a few times that generally, when you hear it said, gives you, at least for me personally, gives you confidence. Except words are not actions. And right now the actions feel like, no, I will not be honest with myself and recognize that we are not doing enough here. And ultimately, all this he said, she said, we can go back and forth on what this means. For me, the big thing about it is you've got a game that you need to win on Sunday against a defense that's solid, right? It's not perfect by any means, but that's solid, and that's playing a little bit better brand of football, even after losing the heart and soul of their defense. They got to win last weekend, and it was in large part, because that defense rallied and played really well despite injuries and such. You're going to need to, possibly without Nico Collins, find a way to create advantages. And not acknowledging the problem that exists means that you're never going to solve it, right? Like, that is something that is just point blank, period, in any stretch, a situation in life, knowledge an issue, you cannot solve an issue because what issue?
Right. And again, it points to bigger problems. But let me go back. One of the things that C.J. Stroud said day before yesterday, and we didn't play the audio, it was just one of the ones that we were listening to and watching. There was a point where he was asked about like what it takes to get the offense going, something along those lines. And one of the first things he said, and then he just went into other things, so it didn't really stick, is he said something about we have to have tough conversations. Remember that?
I do recall.
He said, tough conversations, then he went on to some other stuff. And that has to be about Nico Collins, right? About getting the best player open, or at least part of it.
I think it's cute that you feel like you can isolate this.
Well, no, it's not, or at least part of it.
Yes.
At least part of it
like,
is
that is definitely about Nico Collins and not about the fact that you have so many miscommunications on the offensive line.
It has to be part of it. But then it also leads to my bigger point here. Like, this is not normal. What is going on with the Houston Texans, and we talked about it in the last segment, defensively, the Stingley stuff with D'Amico, the special team stuff, mixing and matching. I think he said 6 or 7 returners we have. What? Like, yeah, 6, 7. I see what you did there.
That was just going to be a visual gag, but you turned it into an audio one. I appreciate it.
Yes, and then this, and then Nick Cady talking about this and other things. This is not how a normal, functional NFL team operates. That is the bigger problem. They don't. That you want to be at least, if not a well-oiled machine, at least structurally sound. And this is not structurally sound.
No, I'll play a little more audio just to be mad for myself. This was Nick Caley, talking about kind of the play calling that happened on Monday.
It's not like we go out there and run blanket concepts to every cover. We're trying to hunt things up and put ourselves in position to play the coverage structures that we're going to see from week to week, and that varies obviously from team to team. And then when it comes to execution, there's core fundamentals. There's in the pass game, there's some pure progressions that give you options versus a multitude of coverages. You look at the landscape of the league. A lot of teams are putting a dome on coverages. It's not like it was 5 years ago where you sit there and say it's 85% post safety zone, and when it's split safety, it's Tampa 2. Like, that doesn't exist anymore in the National Football League. So you have to have other ways to be able to hunt things up. Every week that we go into it, we're trying to find out exactly what they're doing, what their structures are, and being able to go attack it. And when you talk about schemes and you talk about the Ravens game, for example, and play actions, like, I'd love to run a lot of play action. Again, we have to stay on schedule. We have to do a good job on early downs. That's not just the passing game. That's the run game. That's the passing game. And it also affects the play action game too. And in your 7-step jam protections and stuff like that, where you can push the ball further down the field. So that's obviously we want to execute. We didn't execute at a high enough level, again, across the board in general, and we got to get better at that.
You want to know where I hear him being out of his depth, right? Like, it feels like he was in some ways overcompensating. We're like, no, let me show you. I know what's happening, but then you get to a point where you go, we would love to run these things, but I can't because we're not in the right circumstances. Buddy, it's the NFL. There's a lot of teams, or literally every team is trying to take you out of the circumstances to do what you do best.
Right. And
it is being competent in your job, able to rise above and find ways around that. And so just being able to be rather giving us an answer that basically surmises down to, we just got to be on schedule in order for this to work. Every week we watch numerous football games where teams are not on schedule and able to make something shake, and it's not just individual brilliance.
And then the other thing that bothered me here is, and you've heard this from D'Amico a lot, certainly you just heard it from Nick Caley, in a very passive-aggressive way, he puts it back on the players. We just got to execute. We're telling them the right things. I know football. I know what to expect, but we just have to execute. That's a very, very much, and D'Amico's done that. That's a very passive-aggressive way of just saying players ain't doing it. Players aren't doing it.
What's crazy is I felt like we had that conversation last season.
Yes,
with the coordinator, where players aren't doing it.
Right.
That was the whole Bobby Slowett thing, where players ain't doing what we're told or what I'm telling them to do.
And then on top of that, how does that explain? You mean they can blitz? Remember earlier this week they're saying, well, we didn't expect them to blitz. We weren't, we're
CJ.
Yeah, CJ talked about we didn't. That's not something we prepared for. Well, what? He just said, all these things are possible. It's not the old NFL anymore and all this other stuff. And we didn't expect them to blitz?
Right. And so there's multiple levels to this, because in some places, the talent level that you have is not good enough. Offensive line is one of those places where we've talked a lot about it. That goes to the talent acquisition portion of this. In some ways, you also are now creating this this finger pointing war where players are going, I'm doing what I'm told.
Yeah.
Right. In some ways, and my big thing about it is, even if we ultimately suss out who is right in this, and I think we have our ideas and our thoughts, but let's even leave that to the side. How is this beneficial with a team that is 2-4 that is looking at a really tough stretch of, although home games, tough games,
and good defenses?
These are the times where you absolutely need to be in one accord. And as much as they said we're all in this together, it doesn't feel like it.
No, that's what
not even close to.
It's not normal things going on in all three rooms.
Yeah, and I just can't get over last season how y'all say, they wasn't doing what they was told, and I guess allegedly that's why they got rid of Laramie Tunsil. And now it's a better vibe and energy and all that stuff, and it seems like it's the same old bleep.
Yeah. And
by the way,
like, do we got to throw all the players away at this point?
By the way, this we talked about it during the break. This game got much bigger. It's gotten much bigger in the wake of everything that's happened this week and what happened on Monday night.
It's a little more tight now.
Yeah, it is.
What, you talking about just the games, or are you talking about the Nico Collins of it all?
The communication issues, the disconnect.
Yeah. You're trying to overcome.
And you facing Matt Jones.
And you get worked again, it's going to be a bleep show.
Right, you're trying to overcome a short week, seemingly a lack of communication or some breakdown of communication. A team that is in San Francisco that's coming off of a little bit of a win for the Gipper type moment. There's a lot of things that are going to be standing opposed to you at NRG Stadium at noon. At least you're at NRG Stadium at noon. I also wonder, is the fan base disillusioned to the point where you're not going to get some of the boost of being at home? I'm very, very intrigued by this football game.
Niners travel too,
and for none of the good reasons.
They travel, and I ain't gonna lie, the media members sound a little ticked off too.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
they sound like they're a little bit over this.
They might be getting some information, from the locker room too. You never know.
Quite probable. Probable. Happy Football Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports.
Here we go.
Radio 6. Here we go. Indeed. All right. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, because the big news of yesterday that took over the sports world was the FBI's probe into what they called Operation Royal Flush.
Love it.
Where there was a whole bunch of there was a gambling ring,
identity.
and
it's like the Bourne identity stuff.
Yeah, there's a gambling ring. There's legal poker and all sorts of things that also pointed to some maybe possible game fixing or things of that nature, which causes people to look at games sideways. So, question of the day: what's a game or outcome or moment in general that you're still skeptical about? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready? The Texans are.
and debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCaffrey Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, a Football Friday indeed, but the basketball world is lighting things up and not in no good way either, as the FBI probe, Operation Royal Flush has come to light yesterday, and it's been catching a lot of people's attention. You're right, man. I will rightfully say when I'm wrong, man. Adam Silver's got a huge problem on his hands because people are looking at a lot of the games sideways. Because you can look at documentation. Terry Rozier has actively had instances where the game made kind of affected the outcomes of games in order to help gambling. Damon Jones has given proprietary inside information out.
Like the definition of inside information.
Right. It's insider trading of sorts.
Yes. Who was this boy, by the way?
LeBron.
Well, it was a player. I can't remember what the designation on the paperwork was, but all of the information seemed
I saw
to
LeBron.
track
That's what I saw.
No,
LeBron.
No, that was his boy, though.
100%.
Yeah, they played together.
They called him.
They played together. He was on the coaching staff together.
And a voluntary coaching staff. Somehow he wasn't a paid employee, but was always around the team. And the players kidded around, called him the butler.
Yeah.
They called him the butler.
Right. And so, there's a lot of information that makes people look at games sideways, especially with that hindsight. So with a little bit of hindsight, what's a game or outcome or moment when it comes to sports or otherwise that you're still skeptical about? 713-572-4610.
Hey, remember the playoffs last year when Will Anderson made the mistake of putting his hands on Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, how dare you?
Anything Patrick, remember he kind of hit him, and we actually kind of, not argue, but we talked about it, went back and forth. Like his face mask may have touched the bottom of Patrick Mahomes' face mask, but he basically just put his hands on it.
Mm-hmm.
Roughing the passer, first down, we're going to go ahead and kick a field goal on this drive and then take the game the rest of the way. Anything involving Patrick Mahomes these days, a lot of people are skeptical.
Yeah, you can wind that out to the Kansas City Chiefs. People have a healthy amount of skepticism about that. One that's with me the most, but I'll never not look at that. I talked about this actually, I think last week. 0.4 seconds. Derek Fisher getting off a shot. that one sticks with me. But maybe one that came up on the text line that I appreciate. You remember Rams Saints? Was that NFC Championship game?
Oh, the pass interference?
The pass interference that wasn't.
Oh yeah.
Someone said that one, and funny enough, that's not the one that I go to because that happens. The entire state of Louisiana gets in their feelings, and I understand why.
The NFL says we're sorry.
Although they go and they start doing litigation. I'm like, don't be such dorks, right? However, they do all that, and then the NFL's like, you know what we got for you? We're gonna make pass interference reviewable.
Yeah.
And I'm skeptical of the fact that none of them, I don't know if they review or they changed any pass interference.
I don't know if they did.
Nah, they did.
The next year.
I don't know.
I'm very scared. I feel like the NFL was like, here, does this make you feel any better? We're not changing anything, though.
Yeah.
We're just going to make it look like it. Does that make you feel better? I feel very skeptical on the fact that the NFL was like, yes.
Yeah.
Replay review on pass interference. That'll get it right.
Yeah. The one I think about, it actually just happened recently with the Mavericks getting the number 1 overall pick.
Oh.
After winning 39 games
That's
or something crazy.
One. Yeah.
Man, this fuels the fire for everything that's going on now. I just don't understand how you look at all the gambling stuff that's going on and then look at that no, they got integrity. They wouldn't do anything like this.
It started with Patrick Ewing. By the way, you will not convince me otherwise.
Frozen envelope?
You will never.
You're really
100%. 100%. Keep in mind of the era and what they needed, and David Stern, Mr. Marketing Whiz, and all that stuff. Oh, look, there's a cold one. I wonder whose name is in that.
Speaking of people, I've seen people go with the Cooper flag this past.
That's what I'm talking. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I've seen people talk about the Wemby.
Yeah. I'm just surprised more people aren't talking about the Good Shepherd School chili cook-off last year.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are.
Yeah. And if you weren't listening earlier, I'm actually entering it. The next event is tomorrow. I'll be putting my chili in there. Should have won last year, but the ultimate winners were the judge's boyfriend and 2 kids.
Just a great family lineage of chili cookers.
Of chili cookers.
100%.
That always looks sketchy, man. 100%. No matter what.
Just it looks bad, right? From the 713, Buster Douglas was down for 12 seconds, they say. Shout out to Houston out there. I can understand where you go there. I mean, actually, was it Bradley Pacquiao? I mean, you get
There's
to a
lot
of
of boxing ones.
But Bradley Pacquiao, the first one, I was like, okay, so we're just trying to put together a series here. Because ain't no way.
Yeah.
Did they have Manny Pacquiao winning that first? I can't even remember what the outcome was, but I remember I was hot. So hot that I left out of, I think at that point I was at my grandmother's place. I left out and I had to go for a drive. I was just like, I need to go clear my head because ain't no way what I just saw was actually what happened.
Speaking of boxing, man, that first Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder lost that fight, man. But they won. I think they didn't even pick a winner. So they were setting up for part 2 and part 3 and all that stuff. Yeah,
boxing is just dirty. It's just inherently
dirtier. That might be dirtier than the NBA.
Well, now we can argue that, but no, I think it is. It's just inherently dirty. The one from way back, you guys were just babies. I don't even know if you were born, Reggie. Colorado got a 5th down. You remember
I
that?
recall this. I remember seeing about this.
They got a 3rd down, and then they got a 3rd down, and then they got a 4th down, and they finally got it in there. I was like, "Come on, man, let's go."
I honestly, I understand the skepticism there. I feel like they really did forget. 'Cause that's wildly embarrassing. Someone wanted to call the task a hometown guy, or not a hometown guy, but a man who played here in Houston. Somebody said they want James Harden investigated just for playoff performances.
Oh, the shooting?
Somebody said they just want because I always thought though that James Harden suffered from trying to be the Iron Man, where he just never took days off. Like, you are the central figure of this offense. It is heliocentric in that everything runs through you for 82 games, and then we get to the playoffs when everything goes up. Of course, your legs are going to eventually fail you, ain't they?
Yes, but here's the thing. Everything about the NBA is going to be scrutinized like that now.
Yeah.
You know?
Without question.
Yeah.
Without
everything.
question.
Yeah.
And what's tough is that there's probably some things that are worth scrutiny, and there's probably some things that are just sports are dumb sometimes, life is dumb sometimes.
Yeah.
All of that's going to be.
But it's going to be.
Sometimes it seems like it's so obvious, too.
Right.
We're just like, man, this person never had a bad game ever. And now he's just thinking it up and don't know how to shoot.
Do you see the highlights circulating of
Terry Rozier?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Throwing it into the stands and stuff. I'm like, oh, Lord.
Yeah, and now I can't even just do the joke of, he's point shaving, because, might actually be point shaving. A number of people bring up Rockets Warriors Game 7, the Scott Foster special. In fact, you could take this wider. Just Scott Foster, when he shows up, here comes the extender, as they like to call him. We're taking this series further. There is more validity to all of those jokes now here on the table. Some other ones that have come in. I mentioned the James Harden, Mavs getting the draft pick we talked about. Somebody said Rockets missing a whole bunch of free throws.
I thought was it the 17 straight three-pointers? Or
well, they said free throws.
27, whatever it was, yeah.
Oh, yeah, the threes, rather.
Yeah,
but yeah.
That was.
You think the Rockets would be invested in going along?
No,
with
that was.
As
they
a
were
team?
just bad.
It was as a team.
Yeah.
Qatar getting the World Cup over the U.S. was blatant. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? That was dirty. That was absolutely dirty. And of course, Sean mentioned earlier, way back, I was 10, 11 years old. I think it was 10. Was the 1972. We've all seen the highlights. The Olympic basketball where they put more time on the clock.
8-3-2 Lakers Kings series was rigged. What was that? Oh,
that one.
Early aughts. I can't remember what year specifically.
That was the Robert Horry game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Brock Osweiler and Ed Reed need to be investigated for stealing money. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And then somebody was just like, games. He feels fishy about that. And then somebody said the whole Ohtani thing. And you know what? I understand your skepticism, but that's one that I'm willing to let go because he seems to move like a gangster, and I can't really be too mad about that. All right, question of the day. Appreciate you guys rocking with us in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Where did you actually learn anything from Thursday Night Football? And we welcome in B. Scott. We'll do it next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. This is a good time to get and download the Underdog app, and it's very important because you can
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, let's go around the NFL here in the loop, and we do so on a Friday with our weekly Friday guest. The one, the only, Brandon K. Scott. What's happening, B. Scott?
Man, I just hate that it feels semi-weekly, man. Glad to be back. I hate to miss. It's obviously just good to do a show, get to do a 4-hour block, and I did that last week, man. But whenever I'm not here, it feels like, 2 weeks feels like 4 or 5 or something like that. So I'm glad to be back in the chair, man.
Glad to have you back. Wish there was better circumstances overall. We don't have to talk about that right this moment. Let's avoid that by talking around the NFL, which Thursday Night Football happened last night. Did you watch it? And more importantly, did you find it interesting? Because I was going in hoping I'd learn something, and I didn't learn very much, friends.
Oh, I can remember there was a distinct moment where it's 21-3, and I make the decision to change the basketball.
You were close enough to the 21 skunk.
I was like, look, the Thunder and the Pacers, and the Pacers don't look the way that they did when they entered the finals last year. But you know what? and how about it? Turned out to be the right decision because that was the much more compelling game, more compelling sporting event. So I made that decision somewhere around 21-3. I forget what point of the game that was, but it was 21-3, and I decided to make that move.
Yeah, in this game, 37-10 for the Chargers. Justin Herbert, pretty solid. He had one interception at one point that made it look
He was very solid. 3 touchdowns, had like 60 yards rushing.
All right, stop. Anyways, I was about to say something that I probably shouldn't say on air. Anyways.
I am in support of this, by the way. You know, I am a unabashed card-carrying Justin Herbert guy.
I am too, and he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
So I actually don't hate Justin Herbert.
I'm going to take my Justin Herbert victory laps wherever I can, baby.
Yes. But, yeah, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, 227 yards. He did have, like I said, that interception happened when it was like, oh, this might be kind of, if you squint, a close game because it was a 2-score one. Got out of hand again. Carson Wentz played in this one, and it was.
Oh my God!
It was.
Dude, it's the second straight week where Carson Wentz has been like mind-bogglingly bad. Like, to be as experienced as he is, and to make some of the what feel like rookie mistakes. And
he was a mess.
Rookie
though.
errors. Like,
he's a chaotic player. He's always
and that is true. He's always been that, like a boomer bust, high ceiling, low floor type of guy. But man, it's we are at the bottom is the floor.
Yeah, Darren Sproles used to hate playing. K-Stater, former Eagle, when he played with Carson Wentz. He used to hate playing with Carson Wentz because they would have plays designed for, hey, check it down to the H. And that's where I want to. He's a very chaotic figure. At the very least, he knew one thing: throw the ball to Justin Jefferson. He gets 74 yards, and he eclipses that 8,000-yard mark in his first 84 games. And so we were talking about this yesterday. He's up there with some of the best of them. I thought one of the things that I learned is, Thursday Night Football can be boring. Because I thought that I will give the NFL credit. It felt like they've done a lot better at scheduling these Thursday night games.
Yeah, no, they went back to the kind of the tried and true boring Thursday night game. It was funny because I was watching the halftime show where they're in the studio, because I'm not used to seeing them in the studio. They're normally remote. I'm looking at the studio like, man, is that real?
It's a new studio.
Like,
was it?
Yeah. They say that was their new studio.
I didn't see the halftime show.
Yeah.
You were out before that?
That's when I was flipping.
So somehow I got to it, and I'm like, okay, so this feels like the leveling up of Thursday Night Football. It's just that the game itself did not match the brand that they've tried to improve. Like this felt like an old school, like your uncle's Thursday Night Football game.
The one thing about it though, and I'm not a big Carson Wentz fan. I don't know anybody who is. But that guy was beat to hell. Like, he was beat up. I mean, he was.
I thought he had a broken shoulder for a minute,
He was
man.
so beat up in this game. But then the other thing that, we want to bring it back to the Texans a little bit. They got their 5th win, and if you're, squinting your eyes and crossing your fingers and hoping for some sort of that's another AFC win.
The Chargers?
Yeah, the Chargers that's another AFC win there.
Actually, is this Al Michaels audio the same Al Michaels? Actually, yeah. No, it's different Al Michaels. Not very fond of Al Michaels in this game
he has
on the broadcast.
He has some bad days.
Where Carson Wentz is over clearly thugging it out and really in emotional pain because he's dealing with stuff. He's like, there's your leader, your alpha male. And I was like, you ain't need to kick him right then.
Yeah.
You didn't need to do that, Big Al. Like, that wasn't necessary in that moment.
That's nasty work.
I thought it was as well. But
and Carson Wentz, he is, again, a roller coaster of a player, but he ain't never hurt nobody. What Carson Wentz? He's just this harmless guy.
My favorite Al Michaels moment was like on the same day that the NBA, all hell is breaking loose. He gets a call from the NFL. Do you have this, Figgy? About the field goal kicker.
Field goal attempt. The league wants to take my lunch away because I've said before that Riker's only miss was hitting a wire in London. The league says, no, it was an optical illusion. Not what Riker thinks. Anyway, there you have it. We cleaned it up.
You got a call from the league.
My mess. 24-6 is the story.
Someone was upset.
He got a call from the league
and not happy about it
during the game.
How dare you call Al Michaels during the game? I don't care if you the damn NFL, the NBA, the FBI.
Well, maybe the FBI.
The FBI might have some.
Yeah, they might have some sway.
I might have to answer their call.
I actually think that Al might have a little bit of a point. Like, this is the NFL on a much, much smaller scale than what the NBA is dealing with. Just a tiny smidgen of a scandal with, like, the wires that they have for the spider cams.
I think that's why they made the call.
Right, absolutely.
Like, it was an optical illusion.
I was going to ask, because it seems like I know where you stand. The NFL probably needs to figure out a little bit of something about this where they have, obviously you're trying to get better and better camera angles, but you have kickers that actively have kicks being adjusted, and the NFL is not, like, re-kicking or anything. They're like, nah, nothing happened.
Yeah, but I get also, too, as much as I would have been annoyed just like Al Michaels was, why if you're the league, right, you got to save face on this. Like, this is your official broadcast. You can't have your official broadcaster casting any doubt on
I didn't know there was any.
Yeah.
Did you know?
No.
It hit the wire.
No, yeah.
It hit the wire.
Yeah.
And it's still counting as a miss.
Yes, nothing changes.
The NFL should have just came out and said, you know what?
Our bad.
Let's take it off. Or at least take it off the board. Let's not count it as a miss. Or that's our fault.
I'd love to know what the next follow-up conversation is going to be with Al Michaels in the league.
Yes.
Like, if that's how
I'm sure it'll be pleasant.
If that's how he presented on air.
Take my lunch money away.
You have to imagine that's that is the way he was, being tactful.
Yeah, the beauty of Al Michaels, he's been doing this for literal decades.
No, he can get away with anything.
He operates as the dude who has that kind of clout around his belt, and you could tell he walk in there with his swing.
That's why I'm curious of I wish we could hot mic or wire whatever
live,
room it is.
Mic'd up.
Yeah, when he gets a chance to talk to them, where
Al
he don't feel like
Al mic'd up.
There you go.
That works. I think we did something.
There you go. It's catchy and everything. But when he doesn't think there's a mic there, what is he going to say?
I wonder how much he was fined. Because they my lunch money.
I think maybe that was maybe they fined him. I don't know. What do you think?
I feel like that was nothing in that little clip of audio that we heard
that little
was
piece of
ill-considered.
money
I think he absolutely took a little money from him.
You think?
Off 100%.
Wow.
Because why would he say that?
He said, "Oh, they took my lunch money, big deal, because I said this." So he's saying,
I didn't go there, but I guess.
whatever money they took, he was probably like, "Who cares?
Take some more."
Boo-hoo. That was just lunch
right.
money.
It's not going to be prohibitive. It's just going to make him mad. It's just going to make him mad.
Yeah.
That was Thursday night football around the NFL, and by just generally football talk on Sports Radio 610 rather is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I actually want to talk about kicking a little bit more because an interesting piece was put up on CBS Sports talking about the fact that we have had more distance being added to kicks. We've seen this. Like, we got guys knocking down 50s like we were previously looked at 40s, and now 60s is how we used to look at 50-yarders. And how much of this is the change that we saw with the allowance of the kicking ball in the last season or two?
We talked about this 2 weeks ago, and I think the important thing the one development that I didn't know about that was talked about, I believe yesterday, is like in the last 2 minutes of a game of a half, they don't change the ball because people are rushing to the line of scrimmage. That makes it much more interesting. But to answer your question, I 100% think it's the ball. They craft these balls I mean, to a T. No pun intended. You know.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any other way to look at it. I couldn't agree more. Like it can't be a coincidence that they started doing the kicking ball, and the kicking ball has, and now you're seeing as a result, or what seems to be like as a result. Who knows if it's actually the result, but it looks like it is. Longer kicks, farther kicks, and then also why do it in the first place if it doesn't have an impact, right?
Exactly.
And you've got people that are dedicated in these equipment staffs that are dedicated to that, you know, or at least before the kicking ball, certainly dedicated to like making sure that they got the footballs that they exactly wanted and they liked, and they it would be like a rush act to try to doctor them up before the game whenever they would get them, and now you got the kicking ball. No, it's hard to imagine that these things are not connected.
We're headed into a weekend of NFL football, as we often are, one where we will see a player play against a former team. We always are interested in those things. We talked about this a little bit when the Steelers face off against the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers apparently in a piece that I saw, or he was rather talking on a Zoom call ahead of the Packers matchup with the Steelers. Apparently he says that he would like to retire a Green Bay Packer, saying, quote, "I was there for 18 years. Regardless of when I hang it up, that's the bulk of my career. I'll retire a Packer and see what happens after that. I've got a lot of love for the organization, my time there." They asked this week, is this a revenge game or whatever? What do I got to be avenging? He gave me it to money. I grew up there, spent some of my best years there. I've got nothing but love for the organization.
Yeah, I'm curious if the Packers feel the same way. Like, obviously, they have to have a certain level of respect and reverence for Aaron Rodgers. I think it all speaks for itself. But we kind of know the back and forth history there. So he's saying what would appear to be the right thing. I just wonder how that organization feels.
Here's what I wondered, and you guys, maybe you know this better than I do. But obviously, in the NFL, you don't necessarily retire as a whatever,
right?
Unless they give you a one-day contract. That's the question. Are the Packers going to give them a one-day? Because otherwise, he's going to retire as a Steeler.
I think they have to.
You think so?
I mean,
they'll give him a one-day contract.
He is one of the greats on one of the greatest organizations.
No, I'm not doubting that.
Yeah,
they got to do it.
If he wants to do it, it would be. I'll say this: like, I don't know if they got to do it. But it would be a hell of a story if he wants that and they somehow don't oblige, like they don't grant that request. That would be kind of a headline there. So, yeah. I think if he really wants to do it, if you take his word here at face value, it's hard to imagine that they won't do it. But I think they'll do it. My point earlier was basically I think they'll do it begrudgingly because I don't think they want to do it.
I don't really see the reason why they wouldn't, right? Like, I get it. Aaron Rodgers can be a curmudgeon, and they had to deal with that, especially in the latter days of his career. Giving him the one-day contract, and it's all profit, right? We get to be out here. We get to hit that sweet dopamine of nostalgia. What is he not going to get out here clamoring for a wide receiver on the one-day contract? You know what I mean?
You never know.
Well, maybe he will, right? But I feel like you can only serve to be benefited as an organization because this is a special situation. You might even get more people involved in this if that's even possible for the Packers, right? Like I think it only serves to benefit the organization.
And that's why I say begrudgingly, right? I mean, you're making that money, but
he gonna tell them they got to sign what's his name, Randall Cobb, to a one-day
together. Yeah, I got to retire Randall Cobb, Aaron Lazard. Go ahead and bring back Devontae Adams right quick for me.
One day. You got to figure that they be worried about that. Not that specific example, but like just we got to celebrate this guy.
Or his press conference could be interesting too, because you always do that when you sign a guy for a one-day contract.
Yeah,
and it's funny. It's because remember, I think it was just last year where things changed. Where remember he said they got to call me. Yeah. I'm not reaching out to them and all that stuff. So maybe he did have a change.
Didn't they make him fly out there to tell him that he got cut?
No, that was the Jets. Was that the Jets?
That was the Jets.
Yeah, but no,
he didn't take too kindly to Aaron Glenn doing that.
But no, remember he did say they got to call me, and we kind of thought that was a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah,
but maybe he did have a change of heart.
Yeah, he actually, some of the words that he's saying do sound like a somewhat new Aaron Rodgers. I understand why you might not be so inclined to believe that there is a new Aaron Rodgers in town in any way, shape, or form. All right, real quick, around the NFL, I found this interesting. Another team who generally has incompetence and not think about for a moment what's happening with the Texans. I take you to Cincinnati.
Oh, there we go.
Where
I always go there for
exactly. Look, if I want to punch someone else, I feel like the Bengals, or really just the state of Ohio in the NFL space, can usually help you out. The Bengals, they had linebacker Logan Wilson, who's requested a trade, as they have kind of given him a reduced role. He's been a captain for that defense, but that defense has been poor. He's kind of had, and they've rather leaned more on young players, which I think is somewhat reasonable. However, you got a captain there, and he feels like I need to be out of here. Are you guys generally siding with the player or the team here in this kind of tit for tat?
Oh no! If there's any Bengals versus the other, I'm siding with the other. Like just generally speaking. So I'm siding with the player, and I think this is just another example of the Bengals failing to be able to figure out how to put something around what they, I won't say lucked into. They were fortunate to be able to draft Joe Burrow and then to be able to draft Jamar Chase. But outside of those decisions, obviously they had T. Higgins. But outside of those decisions, they have not done a lot of things well. This is just another example of that.
I think it's just a very clear example of even when things are going relatively well, and they are right now for the Bengals. They got Flacco and all that stuff. The players still think this is a bleep organization I want out.
Because it is.
Yeah, yeah.
It remains that.
Because they are correct.
That's right.
And Trey Hendrickson on the block, too?
After all the conversation. And that felt like a game plan that they all understood when that deal ultimately got done.
Yeah.
It's like, we'll give you some money. We're not giving you anything in the future, and then you probably will make your way off this team sooner rather than later. One more thing before we go here. Around the NFL, Nevada Supreme Court returned John Gruden's case to the state district court yesterday. NFL filed 2 motions seeking the prompt dismissal of claims. Obviously, Gruden has been, trying to sue the organization for some emails that got leaked that included some racist, misogynistic, and homophobic language, a lot of which was directed at good old Roger Goodell. The NFL is looking to get this destroyed because obviously the big word that you have to look out for is what? Disclosure, right? Like we want to going up and
that's
being
what they
able
don't
to,
want.
They don't want that portion of this. Any chance that the NFL is successful in their attempts to get this dismissed?
Look, I do think that there is a chance that they, find a favorable judge, but I just look at this as one of those cases where there is no good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like normally in any kind of court setting, there's an antagonist and a protagonist. There is nobody to root for here. There are no sides that you want to win. You want everyone to lose if possible.
I'm kind of rooting against the NFL just because for the train wreck aspect of it.
Is there any chance that where this feels like it'll eventually get to, which is getting into some of the emails that the NFL doesn't want out? Is there any chance it's nearly as bad as what we saw yesterday for the NBA?
Oh no. No,
you don't think so?
No.
What?
No, in a different way.
No, man. No. Chauncey is caught up by Chauncey Billups. Okay, pristine reputation. No, and when have we ever seen, by the way, a head coach and a player get picked up by the feds the morning after a game?
Yeah,
no, anything's possible. Anything is possible.
The NFL thing could be very, very embarrassing. This is debilitating. This is just taking the NBA down in a sense.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't see. I can't put anything past anybody at this point.
Yeah, fair, because the NFL, the things that we've heard from NFL space have been wild. I'm going back to like the Wright Thompson pieces, the Don Van Natta pieces about Jerry Jones and his office and Daniel Snyder and his Jerry Richardson. We've heard some things, and those are the things that we got.
I mean, honestly, even the emails, some of the emails that we're talking about here with John Gruden, like I would have never guessed that he would have said DeMaurice Smith had Michelin lips or whatever he said. Like,
he really said that.
These are wild things that are happening in these emails. I have no idea what they're talking about.
And yet and still, NBA faces an existential crisis. Wild time in sports. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of wild times in sports, I'm guessing that we might not be talking about the Texans here as coming up next.
We're going to have to touch on these Texans. Okay. Man. We will do that.
All right, we'll get some B. Scott's thoughts next.
Ready? The Texans are back.
radio access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
It's going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark, B-Scott.
B-Scott from Hiram Clark. B-Scott from Hiram Clark.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and you hear the music. We got him in on a Friday. His name is B. Scott. He hails from Hiram Clark. And he's got thoughts. B. Scott, what's going on?
So my main thought today is it feels like it's starting to get weird.
Starting, yes.
Like is it?
Not necessarily.
Well, no, it's been, you know what it's been for a while? It's been bad. Yeah. It's been underwhelming. It's been disappointing. It's been a letdown. It's been curious. Mm-hmm. But now it feels like it's starting to get a little bit weird. Connect between messaging and communication.
You're talking about the Texans.
The Texans here, okay? This football team that we've got here in this city of Houston, the Houston Texans. And this is now on both sides of the ball. Y'all have touched on it already earlier in the show, but it was odd to me observing this a little bit from afar. I had personal things to deal with yesterday, so I was observing this from afar yesterday and into the morning and trying to figure out how it is that arguably your best defensive player, your newly minted all-pro cornerback, and your defensive-minded head coach are somehow either disconnected in terms of messaging or actually on different pages in terms of what the actual assignment was that they were supposed to be doing. And if you don't know what I'm talking about DeMeco Ryans saying that the plan was for them to have sticky coverage on Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Get their hands on
them. And I'll note, too, obviously they weren't doing that. They were playing zone coverage. This was brought up on the broadcast, too, about how they just were not being physical enough, at the line with Jackson Smith and Jigba, like at any level. And then, that being sort of the criticism, and then them saying that that's what they were trying to do, that not being shown on the film, and then the players kind of being like, namely Derek Stingley saying, hey, I wouldn't do anything that they didn't ask me to do. And conversely, I'll do whatever they ask me to do. And we kind of know that to be true as well. So why that messaging is different, why that communication seems to be some kind of lapse there, it's just on the defensive side of the ball, the part that's supposed to be the one redeeming quality of the team.
You know what's funny? I don't know why it took me this long to actually click, because during the game as we were watching it, I did notice rather. Oh wow, okay, so they started in man with Stingley traveling, and they got out of doing that. Clearly, they did not see the effect that they wanted. I do wonder if that's what DeMeco that was the game plan early, and then this shifted. However, it does feel like it falls in line with the same time where we've got what feels like finger pointing on the offense, and that felt like finger pointing on the defense. But either way, it does still feel weird.
And the special teams is weird.
Yeah.
With the whole returners, and we got 6 or 7 guys, and we're going to try to pick, it's not our job. It's not our
matchup-based returners?
Yes.
Game plan returners?
Yeah. Hey, it's a game plan team, baby.
Yeah.
Have y'all heard of that?
Never.
Have y'all heard of that?
Well, not even.
I'm actually being for real.
I can't.
Have you ever heard? And I'm not saying Frank Ross is probably the only special teams coach that I've ever covered and talked to as much as I have. But I don't remember ever hearing that in all my years of covering football, college, high school, pro. I don't remember ever hearing that.
Well, and the other thing is one of their big words, their catchwords is competition. And then we're going to determine who the guy is, and we'll go forward with that. And you're in week 7. And you're still talking about 6 or 7 returners, and the guy had too many, go again, too many, too many different things.
Keeps making the joke on accident.
Yeah, he does. This is where I just keep going back to B. Scott. This isn't normal.
That's the weird part. That's where I'm getting at, or what I'm getting at when I say it's starting to get weird. And so now we've hit on the defense. You brought up special teams. Then we go over to the offensive side of the ball where things are getting weird, right? And started off earlier in the week with DeMeco Ryans having the not the best answer to what is your offensive idea. I think he was caught off guard by the question, in fairness to him. But
is that something you should be able to be caught off guard on?
It should be like
no,
this.
he shouldn't. He shouldn't have been, but he clearly was because he didn't have it. I mean, that wasn't an answer.
But you should have the answer.
He did not have an answer. That
Especially if you're walking over to that side of the building or that meeting room, you should know, even if you're a defensive coach, this is what we want, this is how we approach it, et cetera.
Well, because I think we all know that the real answer is a very difficult answer and a hard thing to say out loud. But the truth to that question, or the true answer to that question, would have been, hey, you know what? We don't have one yet. We're still trying to find it, but this is what we're working on. This is what we want to be, right? And I was having that conversation earlier in the week with Ron and Clint. Like I feel for being forced to answer a question and the answer being one that's not satisfactory to anybody.
Yeah,
not the person that's giving the answer or the person that's asking the question.
Yeah.
So that's a tough spot to be in. And clearly he didn't want to be in that spot. And so but that's on them, right? Whose fault is that? They have to answer for that. And so there's that. And then this whole thing about, you brought this up earlier in the show, Lopez, from CJ Stroud yesterday about the tough conversations.
I was like, wait a minute.
That's not the first time that he said that. Okay. He's brought up tough conversations a time or two or three over the course of the last, let's call it 6 weeks or so, since this thing has started to go off the rails. And so that makes me wonder if that's what they're saying. Again, if that's what you say publicly, if that's what you say in front of a mic when you know a mic is on, what do the tough conversations actually look like? Are they being had, for one?
Yeah.
And if they are, how productive are they?
And I think it also speaks to, and look, this is us just talking here. It's opinion and interpretation. I think it speaks to the confidence he has in what they're doing. Like if you're
or the lack thereof.
Yes, if your starting franchise quarterback is saying we have to have tough conversations week 7, I don't interpret that as I believe. I believe in what we're doing.
How much of it is that? How much of it is the lollygagging that apparently Titus Howard has noticed again, even coming off of a 15-day hiatus, right, with a bye week invested in there? No, there's a lot of difficult stuff that is all very odd for the timing and the circumstances for this team. The question that keeps coming to mind is, like, what's the confidence level in this getting worked out, period, first and foremost? Because, like, these are the types of things that begin to be the fissures that break up a team. So can it be fixed, and then how quickly? Because, again, time is not on your side.
Oh, no. In terms of belief, I don't see how you could have it. Like, it is inexcusable what happened on Monday night to come off of a bye week. And not just a bye week, but an extra day. You know, 15 days to mentally, right? You're not doing all physical work in that time, but at least to mentally prepare yourself for this game, for you to be as sharp as possible. And this is what sharp was supposed to look like, or what sharp ended up looking like.
Right.
Like there is no excuse for them to go out there and look unprepared and overwhelmed and not ready for the moment. Even if they were outmatched, and that might have been the case, right? This was a concern going into the game. That, hey, them dudes might just be better than the Texans. They might be outmatched. Certainly up front it appeared that way, right?
Yeah.
And then that became apparent. Like, they were outmatched. They had some players that were better than the ones that the Texans sent out there. But also just the lack of preparation and feel and some of the obviously the play calling we talked about. Like, it was bad from top to bottom. And so when you try to transfer that to belief, what is the belief that they can get this together?
That's what I do.
This is what it looked like with 15 days to prepare. What does it look like on a short week against another worthwhile opponent in the San Francisco 49ers? Never mind if they don't have their starting quarterback. That has not seemed to really bother them all of that much for the most part. So this is a problem.
Right. It's one thing to not be as good. It's another thing to not put your best foot forward.
There you go.
One of the things that we were just talking about, and I'll wrap it up here because I do want to get to what's popping here in a second. But somebody was like, "Well, it is about execution. How are you supposed to do this if you're not executing?" And I'm like, I think that we have to view this as there's two parts of this, right? There's the talent and that the ability of individual brilliance from talent helping, and then there's the ability for your schematic advantage to come from your coaching. And I was the Kansas City Chiefs, and I know people will roll their eyes. I get it. But you look at the modern Kansas City Chiefs, even dating back to when they have Tyreek Hill and all those things. There's going to be instances, I'm sure, within all of this where Andy Reid has not been right calling plays. But that talent picks them up, right? The Patrick Mahomes, the Travis Kelce, that talent picks them up in those instances. And there's instances where we've seen offensive line breakdown or wide receivers, injuries, whatever, where the talent is not there in the same way. And Andy Reid schematically picks them up. And I think you have those things together, and that's best case scenario. Right now, the talent isn't picking up, and you don't have schematic advantage, and that's why it feels so damn woeful, in my opinion. That's the sick part of this. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. A little B. Scott's thoughts there. Coming up next, I want more of B. Scott's thoughts, but we're talking about what's popping, including a home opener for a Houston team. The Rockets get going tonight. What's B. Scott's thoughts on that? We'll do that and more next.
All right, let's get you guys
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Still got our guy B. Scott sitting in. I'm going to get in a few things early because I want to make sure that I do get them in, starting with happy birthday to Cal McNair.
How about that? Happy birthday.
Cal's birthday.
Salute to Daniel.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
Daniel Calhoun in there.
Yeah, Daniel Calhoun.
It's like, don't do that.
He's Danny Boy.
I mean, actually, maybe you can do that because you and Cal a little bit closer than I am. I'm
I'm surprised you didn't do that. You usually good with giving people government's names out like that.
Yeah, you're right. I am good about that, doing that. I will recognize that there's a little bit of a flaw in my game. What's the right word? I don't know what the right word is. Hypocrisy, maybe even. When you're close enough to touch me. I'm more respectful about that. I'm gonna be honest.
I can see that.
I'm gonna be just a little bit more respectful.
I'm good enough with Cal to say I like Calhoun. Cal.
Yeah,
Calhoun is nice.
Is a good
That's
name.
a dope name.
Yeah, if I had Calhoun in my bag, I might rock Calhoun.
Yeah.
But I mean, to each his own.
Yeah, for sure. So happy birthday, Cal. Maybe a win versus the Niners and just getting back on track would be a good birthday gift. And then also, real quick, because I do want to eventually get to the NBA, one of the things that we did learn this week, which again is not going to help them one bit with all the bigger stories, the NBA is going to return to painting the Larry O'Brien trophy on center court for the finals.
Emphasize painting. Say it again.
Yeah, painting.
They are going to paint it.
Yes.
Not just throw up a graphic that sometimes is there if the producer remembers. Or
No.
Sometimes not.
We're not talking about digital graphics, and we're also not talking about the big sticker that they used to put down. And I'm pretty sure that's why they stopped doing it. Is the sticker is obviously it'll make the court slicker, and it was a player injury issue. If you paint it on the court,
it's on the court.
It's on the court just like a line.
And
just
you can
like
sell
paint.
it for more. You can sell pieces of the
sell
court.
the court. Oh, because here's the finals court.
This businessman over here. That's a great thought, Lopez.
You can sell it for more.
I did not think about that.
That's the first thing I thought of.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. I get it.
Again, another reason why this big story about the malfeasance happening in the NBA is so tough, because the NBA this season feels like they're getting back to their roots, hitting the nostalgia, doing all the things right. You got NBA on NBC. You got a couple of double overtime games with the reigning champions. You got Wemby doing all this stuff.
And about that.
Yeah.
You got the finals logo coming back since the first time since 2009. Doesn't matter. We talk Terry Rozier.
Yeah.
That's what we talk about right now.
Of all players, too.
Terry
Rozier.
Who,
no disrespect to Terry Rozier. Obviously, it takes a lot to get to the NBA.
A little disrespect.
So, obviously, he's an NBA caliber player. But I will say this. Feels like represents all the things that people hate about the NBA. I don't know, man. Terry Rozier, out of all the guys, is bad for the NBA, obviously, to be talking about that.
You got a few role players and then a legendary player who is still a coach, just absolutely tanking the NBA right in this moment.
A finals MVP of what's felt like maybe one of the least likely finals participants, much less winners that you'll ever find.
The 04 Pistons?
The
Absolutely.
04 Pistons. Come on.
That's wild.
How we doing? Chauncey Billups?
Look, that's the thing. And to me, I keep going back to the Windhorse hit. Who was it with?
I can't recall, but
I think it was Rich Eisen.
It was with Rich Eisen. This is when I went, oh no, this is affecting the NBA in a really bad way. Do you have the audio? This is what Windhorse said.
The NBA at some point is going to have to explain why Terry Rozier was allowed to keep playing. And I just want to point something out. Mm-hmm. The sports books caught the irregular betting on Terry Rozier the day it happened, the morning it happened.
It's $200,000.
When all of a sudden there was hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in on Terry Rozier unders for a relatively meaningless game in November. I'm sorry, in March, involving the Charlotte Hornets. The sports book, they told the NBA right away, and guess what? The NBA, Rozier didn't play the rest of the season, and he had faked the injury, so it wasn't because of the injury. The NBA pulled him. They pulled Jonte Porter too. They flagged Jonte Porter and pulled Jonte Porter. The NBA's measures, their protection measures, the sportsbook's protection measures triggered this. They caught it.
What did you know and when did you know it?
Yeah.
Well, that's a classic, two-parter there, and this is what could take Adam Silver down.
I think we're in a very good place to kind of talk about this portion of it, because clearly the operating practice here was we got to let the block cool down.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that it's easy to bang on that right here. And wow, why did I use that word? Because the next place that I'm going to go is that feels like if you gave Rob Manfred the opportunity to decide how he handles the Astros 2017 trash can banging scandal, he might have actually gone with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You know what I mean? Like, what is better if they try and air out Terry Rozier and make him a scapegoat and then this comes down? Or is it better that, I mean, in that instance, trying to see if you can make this go away by not calling attention to it, as I'm sure, or as I was going to say, as I'm sure he would like to do with the Astros, as he did with the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, but the whole make this go away thing is just so icky.
It's not going to go away.
Like, why? How could you be that naive as a league, and especially the way the world has changed and the relationships that your league, the business relationships that your leagues have with these gambling apparatuses? Like, how could you think that you could make this go away?
Because if you validate,
especially once you've been flagged by it, I was on Terry Rozier. Like this is crazy behavior.
Yeah.
You know that this is not something that you can stand for.
Right. But you also know people are watching sports books, and when sports books report it to the NBA. You know, that's going. It's not going to be swept under the rug.
No, but
it's just not.
At the same time, like, you validate that feeling of impropriety, and again, that's what it's the impropriety itself is not what the leagues are running from. And I know that that's wild to say. It's the appearance of it. They don't want people but elite to believe that there's malfeasance happening. We're getting more and more indication that there's malfeasance happening.
Yeah.
And did they think that they could, swat this away? Which, again, these are all questions that Adam Silver has to answer.
Yeah, and I will be fair to the league from this standpoint that they don't. The league does not have the capabilities of the FBI.
Correct.
Right? They don't have the subpoena power or the investigative power or the fact-finding ability that one FBI does.
But they knew.
And that's the issue.
That's the thing.
They knew the plausible deniability that they might have is just to say, hey, you know what, we really just wanted to rely on the actual investigative process, since we know we don't really do investigations like that, especially to this degree. But again, as you said, they knew.
And not only did they know him, but forget the FBI, there's still some Pablo Torres out there. Like, they had to wonder, is this going to get out?
That's a fair point.
Forget
Actually,
the FBI.
Pablo Torre did something on this, which is kind of interesting because some of the other stuff is taking more hold, and the NBA is still dealing with some of the Pablo Torre because the Kawhi Leonard stuff continues to happen with the Clippers.
Yeah,
3-4-6 posits.
Same, like couple months span. Like a possible no-show deal to circumvent the salary cap. And fixing, and mob ties, legit, alleged mob ties.
Cosa Nostra.
What are we doing?
You're hitting all the flashpoints.
What are we doing?
Those are all the flashpoints, all the catchwords, all the buzzwords. Like, cover up, mob. I mean,
the 30 for 30 is going to be.
I was going to say, y'all thought The Last Dance was compelling.
Let's do it.
Is Adam Silver going to be the commissioner a year from today?
Ooh. I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no.
I feel like that's the heavy favorites there, by the way. Also, shout out to Bet Online, who sent me an email this morning, like in the what felt like
I think I know what
the most crass way.
Yes.
Who is the odds-on leader to be the next player or coach arrested for illegal gambling? I was like, read the damn room. What is wrong with you?
Y'all are part of the problem.
Like this?
Part of the problem.
Did they at least add like a laughing emoji at the end?
No,
they
did not.
I got the same email. And of course, you got to look. I don't remember who it was.
By the way, best odds is Malik Beasley when it comes to, and then next Hall of Fame player to be arrested for illegal gambling. And this feels unfair because this feels like this is about him acting, but it's Kevin Garnett. Like, y'all saw him in Uncut Gems and y'all were like, clearly he's next. Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that to him, man.
Malik Beasley. We were having this conversation at the house. Like, Malik Beasley, are we?
He might be peeping out the window a little bit now.
Which means he's driving down the car.
He might be trying to get low.
Oh no! My thought was the way his thing went away. I'm wondering if he's one of these co-conspirators, somebody that flipped something. One of these information guys.
There was a mole.
They call them snitches.
You mean to tell me ain't Gilbert Arenas?
Yeah, Gilbert Arenas is really leaning. He is a troll by nature. However, he did get hemmed up and released same day. And typically, in my general watching of police type stuff, That says you might have sang a little bit.
Well, he was open about it. He's like, look, I ain't telling on all of y'all. Shoot, come get me.
All right, let's finish this out here in what's popping, because one of the biggest things popping in the city of Houston on this day, home opener for the Houston Rockets. Unfortunately, 0-1, but that one was a very good one. That showed.
You don't feel like an 0-1.
It doesn't, right? They played incredibly well in a double overtime game. B. Scott, you'll be in the building. What are you looking for in this game? And I have a secondary question that we might be able to get to.
Can't wait to get in the building. Can't wait to feel the energy of the crowd. This is going to be a home opener like none other, not just because of Kevin Durant, but namely because of Kevin Durant being on the team, but also the pieces that are coming back and everything that we're excited about. What we saw from Alperen Sengun in that season opener at Oklahoma City, looking like just a bona fide, not a fringe all-star, which I think some people maybe if you wanted to discredit it a little bit, say, oh, yeah, he's an all-star, but is he going to be an all-star year in and year out? How do you be on the floor with Kevin Durant and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and look like the best player on the floor and then not be one of those guys? So I'm looking to see that continue. I also want to see how they figure out this whole ball handling situation and how they get into their offense and what exactly that looks like. I want to see how they are learning to play with Kevin Durant. Like, I think that's going to be a process, something that we'll watch for every game, probably for the first at least, I'll call it 20 games.
Oh, yeah.
How are they playing with Kevin Durant? How are they getting used to finding him in his spots where he wants the ball the most, when he wants it? You know, just getting used to having him as a teammate. It's already doing wonders for them in terms of their spacing. I don't think it's a coincidence that Sengun had the game that he had with Durant as his teammate for the first time. So we're going to see a lot of that. Man, I just can't wait to get out there.
I'm with you there. Is Alperen on the MVP long list? Because I was already in
long list is a good way to put it.
You can attest.
Yeah, no, he asked.
I had already gotten to a place where I was saying all NBA Alperen before the season started. And then when I saw that first game, and I was like, is it possible that he could be an MVP at least on the long list, but he could be a candidate this year?
So that game was Tuesday night, right?
Correct.
So if you'd asked me this Wednesday morning, I'd have said yes. But then Wednesday night happened.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, I know.
And so then by Thursday,
you talking about Big Yoke?
Dog. I'm talking about
Victor,
the Wemby thing. Okay.
The Wemby thing.
So I am praying for his health, because obviously blood clots is scary. Like I wouldn't wish that even on a rival or on anybody. So like I'm praying for his health. But if he's gonna be healthy, I don't know. My God, that looks like the MVP. Now I will say, when they go head to head, I still think that Sengun can give him work. I still think that Sengun can have a...
Yeah, I saw your tweet. Yeah. I didn't know if you were being facetious or
not. No, my point was that Sengun can have a good game in the same game.
But that's not how you put it in an interesting way. I was like, is he being facetious
So
here?
you would have had to have seen the comment that I was referencing.
Okay. So it was something along the lines of, well, have you seen Sengun last year?
It was a conversation about a conversation.
Okay.
You know, and so you have to get the initial context. I'm not for a minute saying that Sengun is better than
Lock him up.
Wemby is on track to be the best we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say that right now. Like if he's gonna be like that, it's gonna get real scary up in here. So MVP. It looks like it's gonna be probably that guy.
It's interesting that you brought up blood clots with Wemby. I think that the big thing is actually like the Jones fracture. The big guys with those feet injuries are the things that I worry about.
For sure. I mean, Yao.
Isn't it crazy though? Like
KD,
like you're like, well, maybe he'll get injured. That's the hope.
It's literally
literally
that's the hope.
Somebody was like, what do you do against Wemby? And my legitimate thought, I was not making a joke, is the NBA got to put in a rule that if you play against the Spurs, you're allowed to take a weapon onto the court. Like that's where my brain goes, because he looks damn near unstoppable.
6 guy.
Yeah.
6. I mean, like I'm only kind of joking.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw the looks on their faces, the
that was
opponents,
AD, man.
They were like,
yeah,
what is happening?
Yeah.
He was guarded by a couple of 7-footers.
Yeah. That could move.
Crazy stuff. All right. That's a little bit of what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 7 p.m., mind you. It's the Detroit Pistons. It's the Thompson Bowl happening tonight as well, so it's going to be fun. But on top, it's going to be a great game. Obviously, if you can get out to Toyota Center, do that. But Space City Home Network,
they're kind of like a Rockets Eastern Conference facsimile, sort of like an up and coming team with a lot of talent.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't add KD, but can't wait for the matchup.
B Scott, we took it all the way beyond the line, by the way, just because we enjoy having you win.
Love it
so damn much. Thank you, sir, for your time. All right, in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Yes, we'll talk about the Texans again next. That was quite a Freudian slip there. Is there something about this Texans defense that you should be worried about? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
We stumbled upon something there. D&M.
Sports Station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, sir. You are in the loop on a Football Friday. Again, appreciation to our guy, B. Scott from Hiram Clark, for joining us in the last hour. In fact, we spent the whole break just talking hoops because opening night, at home rather, the home opener for your Houston Rockets is tonight. 7 p.m. versus the Pistons. There's a lot of interesting things to happen. I'd keep it locked and on Sports Radio 610 first and foremost, but also keep up with B. Scott, man. B. Scott does a great job of covering that team in addition to the Texans and every has. I don't know how he does it, honestly.
Man of many hats.
A lot of hats. But don't say he puts a hat on a hat because that'd be disrespectful.
It's illegal.
Is it?
Yeah. Helmet to helmet?
Oh. Anyways, I was like, I thought you were being serious for a second.
I am.
All right.
Helmet to helmet is illegal.
And then
I'm sure Aziz like, no, what? What you mean? Wait, what?
Yeah, it's information I could have used.
Are you surprised that we haven't heard anything on the Aziz front?
You know what? Yes. Kind of slipped through the cracks, didn't it?
I probably shouldn't even brought it up. Let's go ahead and move right past that. Although, like, the one thing that I did see apparently just 10 minutes ago, the NFL fined the Giants $200,000. Head coach Brian Dable $100,000 and Cam Scatteroo $15,000. Do you know what that's for?
I'm looking at it right now.
Violating the concussion protocol while Jackson Dart was being evaluated. The NFL was like, hey, man, we just can't have you doing this. All right, I need you to understand. We just cannot have you doing this.
They don't care.
Well,
Scatteroo doesn't.
Oh, no, absolutely.
No.
Well, he doesn't make that much money. He
doesn't care about concussions.
Oh, well, clearly.
Yeah.
He throws himself into people like he's a human torpedo.
Yes.
He doesn't care about that at all.
Yeah.
Something that I think you are thinking that we might need to care about a little bit more. This Texans defense, which we typically look at as a strength, although this week, after all the things that we've heard back and forth, who knows? Is there something about this Texans defense that you should worry about outside of simply the game plan to field translation?
The communication and all that stuff. It's more like you know what? I think I'm going to put a pin in that.
Okay.
This game and realized what's coming down the pike. Kind of lost, about in Monday night's game and this week with all the craziness going on. Is the Seahawks had a little bit of success running the ball.
Just a little, huh?
A little bit of success running the ball. And it wasn't exactly, your superstar running backs. In fact, before the game, we were talking about, they've been up and down, mostly down. Charbonnet and who was the other cat? Walker.
Kenneth Walker III.
And
he made Michigan
But we
State
weren't like,
oh
no, that's a 1-2 punch.
Well, they hadn't been very efficient. Like, those are obviously good names and they're good backs, but they had not been efficient at all running the football.
Right.
And then they go in and collectively run for, over 100 yards?
Second most rushing yards of the season against the Texans.
And even then, they weren't particularly effective either, about 4 yards a carry, but they did find
4
a
yards a
bit more
carry, you
success
mentioned
there,
it. Success. Not a single negative play rushing the ball.
That's a great point.
For Seattle, not one. And this is
you had opportunities to tackle in the backfield in this game,
right? So maybe it speaks a little bit to the old tackling thing, which occasionally can be a problem here.
I miss when it was just tackling.
Yeah, and Seattle had the second best EPA per rush. In terms of week 6 or whatever it was. So
week 7.
So like a little bit of success, and I'm looking at these numbers and the success they had and no negative yardage. And then I start looking at, was real high for Seattle as well. So maybe it speaks a little bit more to the tackling. Now, this is a great defense. Let's just establish that. But success running the ball, some success yards after catch. You do realize who's coming into NRG Stadium this week.
Oh, that's Easy Ed's son, ain't it?
That is Ed McCaffrey's boy.
His bouncing baby boy.
Christian McCaffrey, who ran for 129 yards, but wait, there's more. That's a 5.6 average, by the way.
Is that good?
That is very good.
Okay.
Last week. Also had 7 catches for 72 yards.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
He's been doing that consistently.
Mm-hmm.
He is up, and I forget what statistics, so I apologize. But he's like second best amongst all catchers, all pass catchers, and a very statistic that, of course, escapes my mind in this moment when I actually need it. But the point being, he's been really effective and good as a pass catcher outside of just being a running back. He has been helping float that offense entirely as a pass catcher. And then he brought back what we've known from him as a fantastic running. Like, this is going to be really problematic for that second level of, really the first level of the defense too.
Yeah.
That second level of the defense in particular, and Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o and EJ Speed, and probably not Christian Harris, because weirdly enough, Christian Harris he's not a part of all this anymore, is
right. And then on top of that, what have the Texans doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on this week? In fact, Nick Caley was asked about it just yesterday, wasn't he, Figgy?
Yeah, I mean, we move Nico around. I mean, he doesn't sit there and play primarily X. I mean, I think if you watch the formation on blank concepts to every cut. We're trying to hunt things up and put ourselves in position to play the coverage structures that we're going to see from week to week, and that varies obviously from team to team. And then when it comes to execution, there's core fundamentals. There's in the pass game, there's some pure progressions that give you options versus a multitude of coverage. You look at the landscape of the league. A lot of teams are putting a dome on coverages. It's not like it was 5 years ago where you sit there and say it's 85% post safety zone, and when it's split safety, it's Tampa 2. Like, that doesn't exist anymore in the National Football League. So you have to have the other ways to be able to hunt things up. Every week that we go into it, we're trying to find out exactly what they're doing, what their structures are, and being able to go attack it. And then when you talk about schemes and you talk about the Ravens game, for example, and play actions, like, I'd love to run a lot of play actions. Again, we have to stay on schedule. We have to do a good job on early downs. That's not just the passing game. That's the run game. That's the passing game. And it also affects the play action game too. And, in your 7-step jam protections and stuff like that, where you can push the ball further down the field. So that's, obviously we want to execute. We didn't execute at a high enough level, again, across the board in general, and we got to get better at that.
He actually went in more specifics on the run game and how they want to do it more. He was asked about running between the tackles and some of the play calls there.
Should have mixed in more runs, he said.
Yeah, should have mixed in more runs, not fewer runs. So here we go. If the Texans can't run the ball and the Niners get an early lead, the Niners are going to be able to maybe exploit that as well.
Yeah, game script is continually an issue with the Texans, and that's part of the reason why they have been very big idea that they need to stay ahead of the chains, right? You need to keep yourself in manageable downs, because if you don't, you give the ball back and this game script gets out of hand. The Niners very well could attack that, and you talk about rushing efficiency. Like, the Niners defense is pretty good at being solid stopping the run. Now, how much of that is also the times where they play with Fred Warner, one of the best linebackers in the league, versus the young cats that they have filling in right this moment, right? Maybe that changes it, but they played with a level of fervor. And I guess as I'm talking through it, the Texans might have a possibility, if they can play in one accord, I just don't know if that's the case with the week that we just saw because, again, they've had a lot of turnover on this defensive line. And if you looked at the injury report, some of the guys that they trust on that defensive line are showing up on that injury report, whether limited or just not practicing at this point in time.
Let me just ask you. I mean, is that something you're a little worried about? The fact that the Texans may not be able to run the ball, and the Seahawks showed a little bit of success running the ball? I mean, that's not a good combination.
Without question, man. The essence of this game is about blocking and tackling, which really gets to the run game at its heart. And if the Texans aren't capable of running the football, something that they have purported that they want to do, I haven't looked at anything in this passing game that says that they can jumpstart what they're doing from there. Everything is a very narrow path of success offensively for this team and this Texans team, which is you have to be able to run the ball consistently, give yourself advantageous downs, and then hopefully have openings in a defense to be able to attack them more so in a vertical manner. That's very progressive. You have to go 1 to 2 to 3. There is no skipping steps. And it starts, of course, with being able to run the ball somewhat effectively. And then on the other side, I think this defense, it's a high expectation.
It's a good defense. Go ahead.
It's a very good defense. It's a high expectation from them. However, little slippage does not allow them because they're making up for the margins that aren't there on the offensive side.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And it just got me thinking, like, we all know, we don't think we know the strength of this team is the defense, and they score points, and we've been creating turnovers, and they limit the best scoring defense in the NFL. I was just looking at that like, man, the Seahawks are running the ball pretty, okay. I was going to say pretty well, somewhere in there. And if the Texans fall behind, the Niners are just going to continue to do that, and defense being on the field a lot. George Kittle all of a sudden becomes a factor.
That's it. I think that's one of the interesting things. Like the offensive line for this Niners team, obviously of Trent Williams, and he's going to be something that I imagine they hope to mitigate some of the Danielle Hunter. But, I mean, on the offensive line, they've been pretty solid. They've been decent in what they do. But bringing in George Kittle, getting him back this past week.
Made a big difference.
It's a huge difference, and especially when you start talking about not just blocking at the line of scrimmage, but getting up to the second level, that linebacker going, or rather, having to deal with that tight end. That's where it gets a little dicey. Yeah. And as you mentioned, like Christian McCaffrey, he's the type of running back. He's a good running back in which you got to block up a majority of guys, and I'll take one of the blockers myself. Right? I'll make somebody miss, so I'll run through somebody's face, a la Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah.
And so it makes it even more important that you are having multiple people swarming to and rallying to the football to tackle and not missing tackles. And on top of that, something that we have not talked about because they're not the literal best at it, but they're up there. This is also a pretty solid play action team.
That's kind of where I'm going with this whole thing.
You know what I mean?
The combination of you're giving up a little runs. If you do, it's not like your Achilles heel, but it could be a soft spot. And if they have success with Kittle there, linebackers sort of maybe sneaking up a little bit because of McCaffrey and his success running the ball, all of a sudden you have McCaffrey outside the backfield, coming out of the backfield on a play action, or Kittle. Which, by the way, Kittle, I mean, the big story, and we talked about it with Sandler, was it Tracy Sandler?
Tracy
Sandler this week. Like, they're expecting Kittle to become more of a receiving weapon this week. He was really just blocking. I don't even know how many targets he had in his comeback.
2 targets, no catches in that game.
And so the play, that's exactly right. The play action all of a sudden becomes something that can be pretty dangerous.
And it's not like I don't want to misrepresent this. It's not like they're a crazy effective team, but also they've had their struggles with injuries. But they can, when they do, they usually hit a little bit harder than just, a few yards here and there. I do wonder, though, if playing the Seahawks this past week allows the linebackers to kind of get their eyes in the right place, and if it allows the team to kind of have a better game plan. Because it did feel like watching that Seattle Seahawks game, they decided that they wanted to make sure those linebackers were not biting on the run. And I think that's what allowed the run to be a little bit more effective this past game. And then you could tell at one point in this game, they decide, bleep it, we're going to do the thing where we meet those runs in the hole, and then we'll deal with the back end in that case. I do wonder if they just go, let's be true to ourselves. Let's meet Christian McCaffrey in the gap, and then we'll deal with the back end as we see fit as it goes along, as opposed to trying to avoid the play action.
And Kittle becomes that much more important that he's back, and they're clearly going to probably try to target him more. And the other aspect of this, the Texans defense right now is kind of bickering, and when it comes to that messaging you're talking about and the assignments and some of the secondary coverages. We heard Stingley, of course, all that stuff.
From Superman on the YouTube, can we please stop with the swarm mentality? So stupid. Have players out there that can't do basic things. When I said swarm, I literally meant like rally to the football,
like the conventional,
not the T-shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, however, like
people that got tired of swarming now.
No, I mean people have. Remember, Payne and Pendergast are in this place where they're entirely done with it. Where are you on this whole like the swarm? Every team has their mantra and their motto, and it's something that they have rallied behind. Obviously, it's not something we're hearing right at this moment. Where are you, John Lopez, with the whole idea of the swarm?
Obviously, every team has their deal, for lack of a better way to put it, in terms of this is going to be our rallying cry, this is going to be our focal point, et cetera. I don't mind it, but boy, it is ringing hollow right now, isn't it?
Hey, the Houston Texans branded that,
They
man.
branded
Pretty
it.
much.
It's on shirts.
It's a
on
chant.
Shirts. Yes,
it's a chant.
Yes, third down chant.
We can't get rid of it now, man.
Yeah. Well, Houston Texans swarm. Okay.
Down, swarm.
And
swarm.
As sick as it seems, I understand. Like, because again, I think that playing smart is one of those things that people are saying that this notion of swarm is hurting that ability to play smart.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that those are inherently mutually exclusive. Like the idea of being able to play smart, and that is what is at the heart of this defense, and that's what makes this defense effective. I think they need to lean more into it. As crazy as it sounds. It has to be true. It can't just be the mantra. You actually have to have a work ethic that's
in all three phases.
The work ethic needs to be at a different level.
CJ mentioned that when he was talking about the identity, when we've covered that, but at some point he goes, swarm.
Right.
I'm like, what?
it might be that they need to return to the basics, because it can't just be swarm. It needs to be like, is the work ethic actually because it's really speaking to the standard. Is your work ethic at the highest level? Are you being relentless in executing what you need to do? And right now, you can't actually answer those in the affirmative with this team.
Right.
They got to get back to that actually being a real thing as opposed to just a mantra.
100%.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Football Friday. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions.
The Drive is thanks to McCaffrey Injury Lawyers. Call McCaffrey Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, definitely have a confession that to me was a little funny, maybe also a little embarrassing, but do want to mention DJ Bijani reporting Nico Collins and Christian Kirk are not practicing today again.
That's what do you always say about the Friday practice?
They out. And actually, he said that as well in reporting it. He said, assume they'll be ruled out against the Niners.
Unless you Darius Stingley.
Yeah, that one was, again, that was kind of not misinformation, but not enough information. He ended up, when the media was there, wasn't present, but then ended up practicing that day. But these guys haven't practiced all week. So I'm guessing, and DNP. Yeah.
It's fair to say.
Nick Caleb will get out here and scheme it up, right?
You're damn right. All right, here we go.
These are my confessions.
So one of the ways I entertain myself.
Oh boy, are we about to learn about Lopez?
Yeah, you are. Is a lot of times when I get these spam calls or junk texts and such, I actually answer them, but sarcastically, like any political text I get, doesn't matter from where.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll go so far as to just text bleep off.
That's not sarcasm.
I've told you guys this in the past, and lo and behold, the next text you get from them is you have successfully unsubscribed from blah 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 blah. So apparently that's in the algorithm. If you tell somebody in one of these junk texters to bleep off, that it's actually they will do it. Okay, so I got one this morning, and it said, "Are you free to talk now? You can call me."
That's real presumptuous.
And obviously, what would you think? That's junk. It was an unknown number.
Yeah.
It was like a 332 area code or something.
The hell is 332?
I don't know.
We're about to find out.
So I answered. I texted back just to entertain myself.
Oh, I see where this is going.
I'm going to call your mama instead.
Classic. If you were a little bit younger, you should have, well, just a little bit, because not a lot, but a little bit younger, you'd have been like, would you like to call these?
Well, I immediately got a text back. It wasn't, you have successfully unsubscribed.
Okay.
It was like, John, this is so-and-so from the, I'm actually going to speak at an event in a couple of weeks.
Nice.
So somebody gave him my number to kind of iron out some of the things I want to talk about.
In a wild turn of events. Man. In a wild turn of events, John Lopez,
yeah,
I'm on your side here. How do you send a text and not announce yourself? The first time that you send a text to somebody?
Yeah.
Even if you do feel like your number is saved, you still go, hey, what's up, man? It's Kenny.
Yes.
But just want to make sure we still good for whatever.
Right. So it's this. He's actually like a board member of this.
Oh man,
this thing I'm speaking at.
How did you get out of this one?
I just said I'm sorry, but I said I'm gonna call your mama instead.
At least you say bleep off.
No, I didn't say that.
You should have leaned further into it and been like, all right, we could call, but is your mama going to be on the line? Because I still have business with her.
Oh, boy, that was hilarious. And he took it well.
Okay. I'm glad.
Yeah. It's funny. I just got one during the show not that long ago. I ended up hitting delete and report as spam.
Yeah.
But somebody said, hey, just want to see if you talked to Kenny. I think it was Kenny.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, what is this? No, I have no idea. I just hit spam.
Kung Fu Kenny?
Sometimes most times I just report junk. But sometimes I just have some fun,
Kenny name?
Yeah, I don't know.
332 is a Manhattan area code, by the way.
Okay.
Manhattan, New York.
Oh, okay. Okay, big time.
These are my confessions.
World Series starts tonight. Obviously, game one between Blue Jays and Dodgers. And that actually reminded me of a tweet that I saw last week while the ALCS was going off. And it was, a baseball fan that said in all their years of watching sports, one thing they knew for sure is that they did not care about Ohtani, interestingly enough. And this was pretty much after Ohtani did the thing. Didn't see a pitch, had zero interest watching this series. They said none of it moves them as a baseball fan. They didn't know why. And my confession is I simply cannot relate to that at all. That's what I'm here for sports for. Like,
absolutely.
Like, I guess some people might come for community or, just like a level of civic pride. I am here to see people do incredible things. Like
That's the whole reason you watch.
I have never made any bones about it. Like, I am here to see the incredible. All the other stuff that comes with it is interesting and fun, or what have you. Well, actually, not all the other stuff, because some of it is heartbreaking and sadness. However, I'm here to see people do incredible things. I could never see myself be in the circumstance where I'm like, an incredible thing is happening. You know what? Just don't care.
I'm good.
Just don't care.
How can you not be impressed by that, though?
Yeah. Exactly.
Like, I understand if it was like hitting for the cycle or something like that, it don't move you because it's a little different now. But, man, how could you not be impressed by that performance?
Exactly. No, 100%. And that's why you watch, like Reggie was talking about.
Right. Even if you're not a fan of any, even if you hate the teams, like you might just hate watch it because something incredible is happening. But one of the things that I've loved, especially when I was like maybe in college and you just got nothing but free time, even though you think you're busy, you got nothing but free time, and seeing, something is happening, turn to ESPN.
Exactly. I'm
there immediately. Yeah. I'm here to see it.
Sometimes I'll be there when if it's like I think, what was the pitch? The guy pitched against the Astros who should have had a no-hitter.
Oh, the guy I guaranteed would lose?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I was at one point, I was kind of rooting for him.
Exactly.
I'm like, man, this is probably one of the worst pitchers, and he about to grab a no-hitter.
By the way, thanks for that. I'm going to get you some more smelling salts just because you reminded me of
That's
that
right.
nonsense.
That's what that was all about. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man, I've been enjoying these jokes from the whole NBA gambling thing so much, man. I done seen like 40 clips from The Sopranos. I done seen a clip from American Gangster, the movie. I done seen clips from Goodfellas. I've been enjoying this way too much, man.
A lot of Goodfellas.
Yeah. People get so creative when it comes to scandals and stuff like this and just finding the perfect movie clip or a TV show clip to go with it, man. I should not be enjoying this. And this is a serious matter.
Well, you say you shouldn't be enjoying it, but this is one of those life is weird, stranger than art type thing. Have you seen some of the nicknames from some of the documents that are on here?
Of the actual nicknames?
Yeah, some of the nicknames of some of the actual dudes that have been implicated in this.
I got to hear
I seen one.
So there's a man named Shane Hennon who goes by Sugar. There's a Tony Goodson who goes by Black Tony. Thomas Gelardo, I'm guessing. Gelardos. There is a Osman Hoti who is known as Albanian Bruce.
Albanian Bruce.
Nelson Alvarez goes by Spanish G. Amar Awade goes by Flapper Poker. I'm like,
that's the one I saw.
These are crazy names.
Which of those nicknames would you run away from the fastest?
Oh, it's definitely Albanian Bruce.
Albanian Bruce for me too.
Yeah,
Albanian Bruce.
Yeah, not Bruce. Albanian Bruce.
Yeah, your nationality is in here, and they trying to say something about you. I don't know exactly what, but I'm not staying long enough.
Or even Black Tony, man. Don't sleep on Black Tony.
Yeah. Albanian Bruce, though, I'd be like, yeah, no, I don't want any part of that.
And you know what? It's funny because I was going to say Black Tony, you might just have multiple Tonys and you trying to make the differentiation. I guess that could also be the case with Albanian Bruce. Like we got Albanian Bruce and Italian Bruce or whatever. Like maybe that's the way that came about. But something about Albanian Bruce sounds like he's breaking kneecaps or something.
How many Italians are named Bruce?
That was a thought that I had as soon as I started saying it. And I was like, well, we're here already.
Now, these ain't all Italians, though, right?
No, clearly not.
This Bruce could be just
There's the Albanian guy.
Yeah.
I would imagine. Wouldn't it be weird if he wasn't Albanian at all? This was just racism.
That would be even scary.
They're like, you're from one of those places, Albanian Bruce, right?
That would be even scary.
Hey, Fat Joe talked about that. How he just named some dude Mongolian whatever.
Right.
And dude, I think he was just a white dude, I want to say.
He called him Mongolian?
Mongolian something. I forgot what it was.
Hey, that's the world. That's that world that is gay now.
Yeah, those are some great nicknames. But yeah, I've been enjoying these clips way too much, man.
Yeah, it has been fun. I like all the fans that say, "Oh, I found another one," and it's like a coach they want fired or something. like, oh, Billy Napier. Well, he's fired.
But at FBI, you missed one.
Yeah, you missed one.
Yeah, or I think my favorite one, I think people start saying, hey, man, I think some people from John Carroll might be connected with this.
I'm surprised that you didn't tag Amy Adams Strunk in there.
We should.
You said we.
They don't need any help. She's already getting run out of there. Figuratively speaking.
I seen Nick Caley at one of those poker games too, by the way.
Hey.
These are my confessions.
All right, I'm doing this confession knowing what's coming.
Oh, Lord.
I know what's coming. I think I'm pulling for the Dodgers in the World Series.
Let's go Dodgers!
There it is. Let's go Dodgers!
I do not consider myself a Dodgers fan. I don't really.
How could you not pull for the Blue Jays?
Yeah, so it's just bleep George Springer, huh? I see you.
That's
Miles Straw.
That's why.
Yeah, Miles. I be forgetting Miles Straw. My bad, big dog.
Look, that's why I'm confessing. That's why.
Wow, he hates the Astros.
No,
we just learned it. We figured it out. We got it.
No wonder you like the Dodgers.
We did it.
The Blue Jays is Astros North, pretty much.
That's why I'm confessing. I actually put it on the document. Like the world, especially in Houston, is cheering for the Blue Jays. And as I was typing that, I was like, I still want to see Ohtani, man. I want to see Ohtani get to the highest rung on the ladder. Do thing.
713. This is crazy, and I think actually Figgy might have a joke, or not a joke, but a question that this matches. Someone said, Casario was out there. I know because I was there. So you just willing to implicate yourself on that as well. Bedtime, huh, buddy? You ready for that? All right, those are your lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Football Friday. And I did say it's a Football Friday. So coming up next, stick around because there's the giveaway for tickets to the University of Houston game, not this week, but next. That's also important because it's time for Lopez's college football headline, the weekend that's coming in college football. What does Lopez have for you in the connective tissue realm? Let's talk about it next.
Ready? The Texans are
nation's #1 Generac dealer, GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCaffrey Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I want y'all to understand that we work with the best in the business here at Sports Radio 610. In the last segment, especially if you were watching.
That was like Kyle Busch.
On the McCaffrey Injury Lawyer live stream, both on YouTube and in Twitch. I broke the microphone. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I broke the microphone in front of me. You might have seen me holding it in place. And I went and I told one of our engineers, our guy Andy, who might be the biggest sports fan that works at this whole place. And he had the most NASCAR pit stop of fixing this microphone in the break.
Yeah.
So shout out to Andy. And shout out to you, especially if you love a little college football, because the weekend that's coming up, it needs a headline. And so we turn to the newspaper man himself, John Lopez, for the college football headline of the week presented by Wrangler. Let's get that preview going, big dog.
Yeah, this weekend you can only call it, is that a tortilla in your pocket Saturday?
You just want to poke at Texas Tech, huh?
No, it's because this is a weird weekend. That
is true.
And a lot of other weird things.
So you calling Texas Tech fans weird?
Well, they're calling it weird.
Is that
Hold on. You can't be a Texas A&M fan and call nobody weird. Like, as much as I appreciate Texas A&M.
Texas A&M is widely
fans laughing at Jets fans.
Y'all some weird jokers, man. You can't lie about that. Y'all some weird jokers.
God's people, God's country.
Man.
That's right. A&M is the salt of the earth, baby.
713-572-4610. If you're an A&M fan, are you or are you not a weird fan base?
Loyal.
I want to see how honest y'all want to be.
High integrity, unless you fake an injury. But that's part of the weirdness that's going on as well. All right, so this is an actual quote from a athletic director. The stakes are too high to risk throwing tortillas.
Correct.
The stakes are too high to risk throwing tortillas.
That's right.
That's a Texas Tech athletic director, Kirby Hocutt.
I mean, he's right. There's so much.
He has to say that?
Yes.
Or even.
Well, I mean, they have a tradition of throwing tortillas. Yeah. And in the Big 12, people got upset and they were like, hey, we got to stop this. Yeah. We got to stop you throwing these objects on the field.
Ante.
Yeah. What is it? 100,000?
200? Is it 200? Or maybe it's 100.
100,000 violation every time tortilla is thrown on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That's going to put an end to it, right?
No.
Well, he actually had a press conference, and he was actually defending it for a long time.
I mean, why wouldn't you? It's their weird thing. Y'all got a lot of weird things.
We don't have anything weird. We're awesome.
You just keep lying.
Don't y'all got the male cheerleaders or something like that?
They're called yell leaders.
Yell leaders.
They're called yell leaders, and that is an homage to traditional football.
Don't y'all be waiting for a dog to bark to get off class?
Well, we hope for it to bark. That's a good tradition, man. You'd have taken advantage of that. Anyway, so among the many weird things going on in college football, you have an athletic director talking about it's too risky to throw tortillas. You also have just weird stuff, weird on weird on weird in the Aggies game. First of all, they are favored at night in a game at Death Valley. The Death Valley fans, LSU fans, want Brian Kelly fired.
That's right. Which, to be fair, everybody that eventually gets to this place with Brian Kelly.
Yes.
It happens eventually with everyone.
And Ed Orgeron this week says, you know what? I think I want to coach again.
I bet you do. Can they really do that? Like, can you spin the block on Eddie O?
I don't think so.
On Coach O?
You think so?
I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me, man.
LSU fans, text in. Edo, yes or no?
Can you spin the block on Edo?
Yeah. So anyway, obviously, very important game. It's the second of the 3-game stretch that I consider the most key stretch for the Aggies this year, and they're actually favored by 2.5 in Death Valley at night. Then they have Missouri, and we'll get to Missouri here in just a second. But I think what's going to happen here, if it happens, if this happens, all these things are going to come to pass. If the Aggies take an early lead, let's say 10-0, 14-0, that's a wrap. That's a wrap on the game. That's a wrap on the fans in the game. I think they'll just start bailing and leave the stadium,
which is not it's not typical of LSU.
Oh yes, it is
on a night game.
Yeah, when they fall behind and they
dip out.
I read a story this week how when they are out, they leave. They're out. Yeah, or they heckle.
Yeah,
and it's a wrap on Brian Kelly.
That one I'll be interested in because, big buyout, even though we've seen the buyouts actually get paid. I'd be interested to see how they actually are willing to go about there and pass the hat around. But, that offense isn't solid enough. The defense is fine, but there's still some issues with what that team is. They are also pretty game script dependent, it feels like right now.
Yeah, so very interesting there. Local interest, I know we all follow the Cougs here. Arizona State, fresh off the big late victory against Texas Tech, they're going to be without, I think, top 5 receiver in all of college football, Jordan Tyson. He's the guy that caught the big pass to take him down to the goal line against Tech. So Arizona State, they are playing at home against the Cougs, favored by 8.5 without their clearly best weapon.
Yeah, Arizona State has been one of the creams of this Big 12 crop right now. I just keep looking and seeing how much offense can U of H squeeze out of what they've got right now. The defense is clearly pretty solid. It's what's been able to keep them and win them games. It's just can they have a passing offense in general? I know Koziol is obviously one of those targets that you go to consistently, but can they get enough out of this? Because whether it's passing or rushing, it's a little substandard. Now, to be fair, it's not like Arizona State is perfect on offense, but they can get a little bit more through the air. Can you do enough keeping up? And obviously, can you get some turnovers defensively to help aid in that late game?
I believe it's a late game. I'll have to look.
This one's 8 p.m. start Eastern, 7 p.m. Central on ESPN2. So obviously it's gonna be a late one as they're on the rather West Coast.
All right, so we're talking about just a lot of kind of weird stuff. I'm sure this is how you drew it up. The marquee game in all of college football probably this week is Missouri-Vanderbilt.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Missouri-Vanderbilt.
That is where College Game Day is, and shout out to Vanderbilt, man. Vandy has continued to deliver in a way that, again, continues to hold up the idea that this is a really good team. This is not – there's a lot of those in college football right now, teams that we would have historically looked at and been like, all right, this is cute, but you will return to who you are. Missouri has a little bit more they do this a little bit more frequently from time to time. But you talk about Vanderbilt, even with all due respect, Indiana. Yeah. There's some teams that you would typically look at and go, all right, this is cute, but when are you going to return? No, they're just good football teams.
No, they are, and it also has the marquee quarterback matchup, which again is just kind of weird. Diego Pavia, we've heard a lot about lately, and Bo Prabula is really good, and he's Missouri's quarterback. So just interesting things, weird things going on. Also weird here, Longhorns.
Dude.
Yeah,
man. This has real scary vibes if you support the university. I mean, they did not. Yeah, you're right.
Shouldn't.
You're right. It shouldn't. I don't know what to make of the game. We'll contextualize it quite a bit because Kentucky has not been good in the SEC this year, but Kentucky in their DNA as a program, before they had that nice run early on with Mark Stoops, that's the type of program that they're ankle biters, right? They jump up and grab you periodically. Usually it's Georgia, funny enough, but they're the type of team that could be a stumbling block when you're not paying attention. Except, so like maybe you could say they did that to Texas, but Texas has been doing that. Like Texas hasn't looked good. They have not been able to put Arch Manning in a good place. There's people clamoring on the 40 acres to see if Arch Manning should be benched, and of course. Your man Sark is having to defend his abilities as a play caller. This is not an easy place to go and play with against Mississippi State this year. They're playing some pretty good football. Can you exercise your demons as the University of Texas, even though there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of capability to be a good team?
Mississippi State has been close with some big-time SEC opponents, but they're still 0-3, and they're 4-3 overall. At Texas is only favored by 6.5. The Cowbells is going to be an adjustment. I don't know if they're ready for all the Cowbells at Mississippi State, but just kind of weird. I mean, the Longhorns, you would have thought coming in, this would have been a chalk it up victory, right?
I mean, early on in the season, but how many really good victories do they have on their schedule, on their resume right now? This Texas
Oklahoma.
team, and even Oklahoma, there's a little bit of diciness to what they've done, especially because that game is not a real game. It doesn't exist as a college football game. It's more of just this wild rivalry nether space, that game. So even that, I don't know what to attribute to the University of Texas. Show me Texas.
Yeah. You say that, and we go to Ole Miss right now. Ole Miss,
there it is
going to be in a. They're trying to keep Lane Kiffin from going to Florida, and there are already actually I was going to say rumors. There's some reports from relatively credible college football people that Florida Florida's going to get Lane Kiffin. So Ole Miss this week. Obviously, trying to get back on track themselves.
Strength on strength, weakness on weakness. Oklahoma got defense. Ole Miss, of course, under Lane got offense. Ole Miss defense, gross. Oklahoma offense, kind of gross.
Yeah.
I think this makes for very fun college football.
It does, and we'll see how it plays out because clearly, Lane Kiffin is going to be they're
dialing him up.
$81 million contract that I had seen that he's going to be getting, or that is reported, already for him. So. All kinds of big-time college football this weekend. I don't know exactly. We talked about the Aggies and the Longhorns. Texas Tech, of course, is going to be. They have who do they have this week?
Who, Texas Tech?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I actually need to pull that up myself. So I apologize for not having that at the ready.
And UCLA, Indiana. That's the other weird one I wanted to talk about.
Yes, and we need to because Tim Skipper's not getting his love. Texas Tech, by the way, playing the husk of the team. That is Oklahoma State at Jones AT&T Stadium. So that one should be an easy win. Just don't or maybe they have put it into the budget. This game, throw some tortillas. I don't know. But yeah, that
UCLA is white hot on fire, but Indiana is
they're not winning this game. To be fair, Indiana's a much better team at the top of college football. UCLA is just kind of a really good story on this run. But Tim Skipper deserves his credit, and I think that he is an interesting spot here. Having an opportunity to show us how spunky is this UCLA team? Was this just you got rid of the defensive coordinator there and you got some things turned around? You put New Heisel in charge of the offense and you were able to get something? Or is there something more that meets the eye outside of just like, hey, we got rid of the old and we're getting a little bit of a bump here?
Yeah. No, I think they're favored by 26.5 points, Indiana. I don't know if I would lay those points, but I do think Indiana's going to win. And then the last little weird tidbit, this is a big rivalry weekend that nobody seems to give a bleep about.
Yeah, Michigan State.
And Tennessee, Kentucky.
That's right. Well,
again, Michigan State and Tennessee, Kentucky.
In both of those situations, one end of the bargain, one end of the deal is not holding up their end of the bargain.
But both of those, the ones not holding it up, have been relatively good in recent years. Michigan State's
been relatively good.
Not so much Michigan State.
Yeah, I was like, ooh,
but Kentucky has.
We are really stretching the relativity here, aren't we?
But Michigan State, Kentucky has.
Yeah.
So two rivalry games that everybody's like, we'll see.
From the 713, y'all pray for me. I have to watch two teams, one on Sundays, one on Saturdays, with the QB playing under the hype, bad O-line, questionable play calling, and great defense.
Gee, I wonder who he's following, or she.
The Houston Texans and the Texas Longhorns. That really is the thing with the Longhorns. That offensive line is atrocious after I'd given Sark so much credit for finally getting them back to their previous glory of winning in the trenches. So yikes, big yikes. All right, want to talk about the Houston Cougars right quick because if you want to watch them, obviously not this week. They're on the road at Arizona State. But next week when they welcome in West Virginia, then I've got something for you. You would need to be caller number 8 right now, 713-572-4610. And you will win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Cougars take on West Virginia. That is Saturday, November 1st. Kick off, welcome in the month of November with the University of Houston Cougars. And, of course, these tickets are courtesy of the University of Houston. So, again, caller number 8 right now, 713-572-4610. And you'll be able to enjoy this really great year 2 under Willie Fritz that's happening with the Cougs. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's talk more about one of those teams that our texter from the 713 is struggling to watch. It's the Houston Texans. There's been a weird week, and all of it's going to culminate. And we're gonna learn some things about this team on Sunday at noon when they face off against the Niners. So let's do it. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors that will contribute to whether or not the Texans can get off the slide, as as Lil Kiki says on Sunday? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron and walk on. Odyssey Sports Station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're headed into at least the more friendly confines of the weekend. We've had a lot of weird weeks early on in this Texans season. Sunday at noon, man. Sunday at noon, NRG Stadium. Maybe that can help return some regularity, some level of normalcy to what this Texans team has been coming out of the bye, laying a stinker on a Monday night, right? Like maybe they can help us return to some normalcy. Regardless, let's go through the factors that we think will impact the outcome of that game. A little Texans win because, Texans lose because. Let us know what you're thinking. 713-572-4610 on those factors. Lopez, is there anything that comes to mind immediately for you on some Texans win because, Texans lose because?
First thing that came to mind is this shouldn't be a trick question. Seriously, because usually it's like, well, if this player or this unit, players, do this because of the matchup, et cetera, et cetera.
Play a clean football game.
It's actually actually not too far off.
I'm not familiar with those.
From what my real biggest, banner headline.
It's got to execute.
Win because, again, you're not far off, is find a way to talk and figure it out.
Communication is the key.
You know what, the Texans need a get-together shirt. Have you seen the little kids, or like I've seen it on social media more than anything, where like two little kids would have been mad, and then the parents get just like a extra large shirt, and put them in it where they both got to be in the shirt and get together. That's the Texans need that for the entirety of the team. Just put everybody in one big old shirt. Everybody get along.
It sounds so weird. We've been saying the word weird a lot today, but like, do you get what D'Amico and Matt Burke are telling you, defense? Yes. Are you sure? Read it back to us. Hey, are you sure that the offensive line, that it's not just execution, which really is starting to rub me the wrong way. It's just such a passive-aggressive way of blaming the players. Are you sure it's not just that? It's not talent. I mean, do you know what you're doing? Are we all on the same page? Do we have the best players in the best position? Communication among coaches. Are we going to do this rotational crap? Whether it's at left guard or special teams returner or whatever. To me, it's just like, can you communicate? Can you communicate? Because you're good enough on defense. You're at home. You would suspect, you can play enough offense to beat the Niners if you play, your defense. To me, it's like, can we get on the same page? Maybe that's it. Just a good old-fashioned cliche.
I think you definitely need to start there, right? Yeah. I'm actually glad because, we like getting into some of the I'll throw some stats for some of the people that need to perform in this game. But they do need to start from the foundational point of, is everybody going to pull in the same direction here?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this is NFL football, man. Like, they get paid too. Criticism right now, that also means you've got a really tough opponent over there any given Sunday. You got to make sure that you're coming with your best foot forward. And right now, it hadn't feel like they've been putting their best foot forward. How about we try and put our best foot forward as a staff, record label, and crew?
Yes, 100%. I don't want to use the word dysfunctional because we know what dysfunctional looks like.
Right. If anyone knows that, we know.
We know what it looks like, and it's not this.
Maybe a little premature for that one, friends.
I don't know. I hope we never get there.
Agreed.
But there is definitely a disconnect, and you just got to connect.
No, I think that's absolutely fair. To that point, I think Texans, I don't even know if I can go definitely win because, but Texans have the opportunity win because they trust what they've seen. I think that was one of the most frustrating things when we got to Monday night and we were like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
Trust what you've seen. Drew Scruggs has played a better left guard. Trust what you've seen. Jalen Noel has been very good for you. He's been able to get some separation in ways that maybe some of the other guys haven't. And also he's returned the rock pretty well. Trust what you've seen in some of these instances and play accordingly. I don't think we need to we don't need to galaxy brain this because there's enough issues as is before you go and start making some new ones. Trust what you see.
Yeah, and that ties in with my point.
Yeah,
it's very.
But no, this ain't everybody need to get together, kumbaya on the team.
Actually, look at the tape.
Hey, coaching staff,
have you seen the tape?
Coaching staff, let's not make this harder than it is. Yeah. I think you guys know even better than me. Your job is not an easy one. I recognize that. Yeah. Let's also operate with that understanding and not make it harder for ourselves. I'm one of those people that I can help the damn time.
Yeah. Now let's get into some of the things we usually talk about when it comes to win because and lose because, and that is, some of the things you want to do or you could do to win this game.
Establish the run.
It's not going to be about the defense per se to me.
Oh, I actually disagree. I think it's
no. I'm saying I know what to expect from the defense. Now, if they can get some more turnovers, then how about another score? Preferably a safety.
Texas win because they get a defensive touchdown.
Yeah.
How about that?
Defense got the score.
But to me, it's who's going to catch the ball and why is his name Jalen Noel?
Well, I think Jalen Noel might be the given, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they have been forced into, when their back has been against the wall and they utilize Jalen Noel, he's delivered. I think the question then becomes, do you get something also out of Xavier Hutchinson? Jaden Higgins? Because, again, I don't know that you win in a football game with one guy showing up, or maybe even two, because Dalton Schultz, although he is, dealing with that, what was that? They listed him as a shoulder, I think.
But he also had an eye thing at some point.
Back and shoulder. Yeah. He was a limited participant yesterday. I'd be interested to see what he was today once the injury report comes out. He's clearly hurting, and that definitely hampered him on Monday, short week. I think that he should still be a guy that you can trust in those instances in zone to just, get the ball to. But I think, Jalen Noel, I'm starting to come to a place where I'm like, I know that he can get some separation and there's some level of connectivity with C.J. Stroud so you can get him the football. I'm not certain about that with Jaden Higgins right now. I'm not certain about that, weirdly enough, with Xavier Hutchinson. Can they get some separation? And even I think Higgins, can they dial that in so that you have more opportunities to move the football? Because Nico Collins, it feels very strongly that he's not going to be.
I get it, but I said Jalen Noel because of that, because I think right now he's your best weapon. It's not like what were we saying last week? I kept saying it's got to be a Nico game, Well, Nico's probably going to be out. It's about players, not plays, as coaches like to say. That player, when it comes to the receiving position, to me is Jalen Noel right now, especially based off of his last game. So I mentioned him for that reason and another reason. I don't need any more Braxton Berrios. He's
going to be in here. You don't have that many guys.
He'll be mixed in.
You don't have that many guys.
Yeah, he'll be mixed in, but not in lieu of.
Sure, certainly.
Not in lieu of.
And again, I think that they're reaching a place where they're not going to have much.
Are they? Are you sure about that?
I can't say that I am.
Yeah.
I would have said that they were. I was sure about that
Jalen Noel starting
week.
over Braxton Berrios, figure, you sure?
I ain't about to make that bet.
I like the way you did that.
I ain't about to make that bet. I wouldn't be surprised if Braxton Berrios play more. If they feel like, this is the veteran, so we got to go to him more. Yeah. Let's get him involved more. And then sprinkle in a little Noel.
That's silly, and you're right. but it's silly, and that's why I said Jalen Noel, best player right now. Get him the ball as much as you can.
From the 409 on the text line, again, 713-572-4610. Actually, 956 is the number that I was trying to look at. Texans win because the O-line gets their bleep together. Lose because it's all the same. Yeah, if it's all the same, that you can't expect to go into an NFL football game and get a victory. But do you see the plausibility of the offensive line playing in unison?
Haven't they been playing in unison?
They got to a little bit of playing in unison in those games.
I don't think they're just good enough.
In the good lands, when you had the Titans and the Ravens game, there was some things that were problematic, and they just got beat. But we knew that Seattle defensive line was really, really tough. This Niners defensive line, they have some injury things that are showing up here, and you wonder if those will show up, right? Like looking at some DNPs, we knew Gross Matos wasn't going to play, but on that defensive line, I guess Kalia Davis was a full participant yesterday, but defensive ends, Bryce Huff still did not participate. I think they're what you're going with, to be fair, but if they can get together where they're playing on that same vein, I don't know that you have the same disruptor in the middle of the defense that you had with Byron Murphy. So I think that you might have the possibility of actually doing something if you guys can at least just play together, right? Yeah. Which is still a very low bar of what we're talking about here, but at least play together and give yourself a little bit of an opportunity, because there's a whole bunch of young guys over there that admittedly played well last week, but maybe just maybe that's a little bit less of a given as like Byron Murphy.
So what were you saying about the defense now?
Okay, so with the defense, I think Texans give themselves an opportunity to win. If I'm not going to do the stop the run, because clearly Christian McCaffrey is there, but if you can try and get some stops on first and second down, because one thing about the Seattle, goodness gracious, I'm a week behind. San Francisco, they are great, not good on third down.
Yes.
They are incredible on third down. They're top 5, I think, when it comes to efficiency.
I was just going to ask about, I think they're one of the most efficient teams passing the ball. Maybe the most in yard. I saw it earlier.
So they're fifth when it comes to EPA per play on third down, just generally. If I limit that just to passing, they actually are third.
Okay, maybe that's
in those instances, and that obviously that also incorporates even when you have Mac Jones involved in here too. Like a lot of that is because Christian McCaffrey is a very particularly tough player to actually have to account for. If you can give this defense the opportunity to play with the third and long as opposed to a third and short, you might give yourself an opportunity to get off the field, which is, as we know, is necessary for the way that this team plays. So first and second down become incredibly vital. And some of that, I imagine, is the particular way that this defensive line likes kind of shooting up the field. It can't look like what it looked like against the Seahawks where you shoot up the field and then you have runs go by you. Because, as you mentioned, there was no negative runs for the Seahawks in that game. And it's not like there weren't guys in the backfield at the time. You need to get your arms around them, at least stop that forward momentum for Christian McCaffrey. Give yourself an opportunity of having third and long and then calling into the game plan, the opportunity for your edge rushers to really go and get after Mac Jones.
The interesting thing about
assuming that it's Mac Jones that plays.
And Brock Purdy was limited yesterday?
Limited Wednesday. I think all of the conversation has still kind of been like Mac Jones is supposed to play, but I haven't heard that actually in place from like, should I be worried that Brock Purdy plays?
No, I'm wondering. And I do think it's interesting that you mentioned that get him in long situations, because their wide receiver room is not exactly terrifying, but they're very effective, and I think what it comes down to, you win because you find a way to somehow stop George Kittle. And that
feels like a lose because right now, dude.
It really does. That's exactly where I was going, because George Kittle, if a linebacker gets on him, if Jalen Petrie has to get on him, we know how it ends up.
Yeah, I mean, George Kittle, the only thing is I wonder, how does it look like in zone compared to man?
True.
Like, does that give him as much opportunity to get off and running as sometimes it can be? And then how much does EJ Speed affect that? Because he's actually proven to have a little bit more range, and that was one of the concerns with him coming in.
EJ Speed, I don't know if I like any of those.
Oh no, I don't think that you've got a great option in that. Hey, could the Texans win because simply Diamondo Lenore is not able to go? He was a DNP yesterday. Again, I'm still waiting on the injury report for today. But that's one of the few guys that they have as veteran healthy player, or had been healthy player for that defense, and he is a really good one, right? Used to work inside, now outside. If they're missing him, does that give you an opportunity to maybe make a little some shake, maybe get a little bit of separation for your very hurt wide receiver?
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't hurt because speaking of doesn't really scare anybody right now. That's that. If you haven't heard, another day of no Nico Collins, no Christian Kirk at Texas practice, which does not bode well. But no, I think a lose because is Kyle Shanahan outdoes you.
This is an outcoach special waiting to happen. Did you say Kyle Shanahan? Don't forget Robert Saleh. Both of their play callers.
But Kyle Shanahan to me, because your strength is the defense.
I think you go head to head on both of the coordinator matchups, and I'm calling an L on those, and that feels kind of wild to say patently, but right now it feels.
I mean, right now the Robert Saleh, that's a mismatch.
100%.
That's why I think the lose.
He too little.
Yeah, I mean that's
too little.
All due respect, which I means none, which in this case I know means none. I mean, he's punching down
without question.
He's punching down. To me, it's Shanahan and the combination of Burke and D'Amico. If you lose that, you lose some schematic things. You get a cornerback doesn't get his hands on somebody, or a linebacker that forgets to run when he needs to run with George Kittle. That's a big problem. And Kyle Shanahan knows exactly how to do
Shanahan is very familiar with D'Amico's defense.
Yes, he is. That to me might be the biggest one.
Yeah, and ultimately, again, that feels like a lose because, and I'd be lying if I told you that I think that this is the victory coming for the Texans. There's so much noise, which I understand I contribute to, so I'm not trying to make it seem like I don't acknowledge that, but there's also just been with, one, acknowledging the right talent who gets on the field. Two, creating schematic advantage for that talent. And this is one of those things where the schematic advantage is clearly going to be over there, even though they're dealing with some hurt and they're on a better run of form. They've been playing better. The idea of maybe the Texans win because they've been able to really make quarterbacks play outside of themselves in a bad way at NRG Stadium. Yeah. I'd be interested to see what, in fact, not interested. I will see. Yes. We will see what that sounds like over there because, again, the fan base, I wonder what the disillusionment is with this team right now.
Yeah, and there will be a lot of Niners fans there.
There will be. They travel. That's a whole nother part of it. So, yeah, that'll be very interesting. Somebody said, stop and Kittle on National Tight Ends Day. All right, man, see y'all in April. Quite possibly. I hear you 281. Texans win because they can't afford to lose, and we've been there a number of times this season.
That's fair.
We've been there a number of times this season.
They actually might have the money to lose. They might have a little more money than what you think. I think they can afford it.
We'll see. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, man. So 713-572-4610. What is something you are willing to spend the night in jail over that money can't buy? And this is in honor of a story about a man who took something very important at a restaurant.
Okay, let's do that next.
Ready? The Texans are back in.
pants on the green, but doing great things for babies and families. I'm talking about the 27th annual Bad Pants Open happening November 10th at Champions Golf Club, raising funds for Texans, children's, and ICU families. Even though the player field is full, you can still sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
Yep, I am done with 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. What is something you are willing to spend the night in jail over that money can buy? 713-572-4610. And I ain't talking about no spending years in prison and stuff like that.
You're talking about county.
Yeah, just one night.
Yeah, but that one night, that's not nothing.
Not even a full 24 hours.
No, it's not nothing, but it's better than prison.
Yeah, not even
county
a full
jail is
Yeah. And so what sparked this question for me is it was a story going on, I want to say it's in South Florida, who in a restaurant. And this is what happened. This guy's a chef at a restaurant. And this is the story courtesy of Local 10 News in South Florida.
A chef apparently cooking up some trouble that landed him behind bars, all allegedly over stolen cookbooks. 50-year-old Carlos Gottberg is accused of swiping 3 recipe books from the Mordisco restaurant in Doral where he worked. According to an arrest form, those recipe books contained instructions specific to the business, related to menu items used in the day-to-day operations. After looking at in-kitchen surveillance, staff found out that Gottberg swiped 2 recipe books on October 12th and another on October 19th. Gottberg was arrested Monday night a few blocks away at a second restaurant he worked at, a smoothie and sandwich shop. Witnesses there tell me 3 Doral officers came in to arrest him and that Gottberg appeared very calm. Police say he confessed to the thefts and was charged with theft of trade secrets.
Whatever he wanted, or I guess he's planning on starting another business or something, man. It must have been that KFC secret recipe or something.
Yeah, the Coca-Cola recipe or whatever it is.
Yeah, so before we get to that,
I love that he wanted to make sure. He went that first time, got a couple of books. He's like, hey, I can go one more.
You know what's interesting to me as I'm listening to this? They wouldn't have even had to gone to the surveillance tape because they wouldn't have known they were gone if you just take pictures. Just use your phone, man.
Yeah, you could
I guess that's true.
Just take pictures.
I guess that's true. But
criminals are dumb.
Yeah. I mean, you got me.
He was like, fair trade.
Yeah, fair trade. Yeah. So, before we get to some answers, I actually dug up this audio. I actually found the audio of, I guess, the restaurant owner and the chef that took that cookbook and the recipe and all that stuff. And here's the back and forth of what happened between the two.
Let it be known that on this day, I, Sheldon J. Plankton, single-handedly overthrew the Krusty Krab. Plankton, wait! You can't look at the formula. Begging won't help. I'm telling you, you won't be able to handle the truth. There's some things in this world that weren't meant for mortal eyes. I don't care. Drum roll, please. Finally, after all these years, I'm about to find out what makes a Krabby Patty taste so good.
The old Krusty Krab.
Yeah, man. So,
Lopez, what you know about SpongeBob?
I had kids. That was in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, so apparently you got a real life Plankton.
Yeah.
Just really trying to get that recipe.
That's hilarious.
So 713-572-4610. I started thinking, man, what is something you willing to spend the night in jail over that? I ain't talking about something you could buy or some type of specific item or
and
anything
not
like that.
Let's eliminate like a woman.
Yeah,
because everybody's going to say, hey, you know.
From the 832, is Shakira in my isolation shell okay?
Very predictable.
Yeah, so this is what I came up with.
Okay.
Learning how to make Lopez brisket.
Dude, I can teach you.
What?
Not exactly the same. I ain't talking about just give me the.
I can show you.
And also, it's a compliment too, man.
Thank you very much.
It's a compliment.
It is.
I would stay the night in jail just to make the exact same brisket you know how to make.
Well, I appreciate that, and you would probably have to come over for several hours because it's a process.
Are you an overnight brisket guy?
Yes, I am. Yeah. I do others sometimes, but by and large, overnight. Yeah.
I think it's totally worth it, though.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it.
You don't have to spend the night. You can come back in the morning. But
Nah. See, he's got the night will be spent in jail, and he'll come back in the morning and finish that up.
Okay, we can do that.
Is one night in jail going to get me the Texans in the AFC Championship, or do I have to do a whole weekend?
That was next on my list.
Okay,
well, let me hear the rest of your list.
So, Texans get to an AFC Championship. I would stay the night in jail.
100%. And that's more just selfish.
And that's I ain't
not even the Super Bowl.
Not even the Super Bowl.
I agree.
If you wanted them to get to an AFC Championship game, I would stay the night. And I'm not talking about 24 hours or anything.
Yeah.
You got me for 24. Like I said, I might go to weekend for that because that's selfishly
Super Bowl weekend.
Selfishly, that is fantastic content right here on Sports Radio 610. Y'all do that.
There is that.
Yeah. The other thing is this one kind of more recent. I think I stayed the night for Nick Caley to be gone.
Wow.
This is good.
For a Shanahan or a Kubiak guy.
Okay.
So I don't want them to be
just
gone.
a guy or not? Why not just for Shanahan?
Yeah.
I mean, look, we ain't gonna get Shanahan, but
you spending the night in jail. You
just me that Shanahan offense or that Kubiak offense for Nick Caley to be gone. I want to sit in jail for them to get another Patriots guy.
Oh, for sure. No, absolutely.
Yeah, just bring me that offense back.
The first part of that is intriguing, and you're not alone. Just Nick Caley gone. Just Nick Caley
but
gone.
I feel like we learned after last year that that's not enough. You got to assure the backside of it.
Yeah.
That's how you end up with Caley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the other thing, this is more of an item. I feel like this kind of, maybe it do make sense. I would stay the night in jail if I can learn how to speak Spanish.
Oh, absolutely.
Fluently.
Oh, if I could do that instead of doing all these lessons?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd do it as well. Again, I'd go a weekend for that.
That's very much like mine. I would spend the night in jail if I could wake up and know how to play the piano. I've always wanted to learn how to play the piano. And if I knew how to play the piano, I would spend the night in jail.
Did you see my eyes? I was judgmental for a half second, but I was like, you know what? I can't tell you what you desire.
Hey, that's very impressive though. Just imagine being at some type of little fancy dinner and they got the piano just then.
I just like it.
Let me go over there. You start playing some fancy type stuff.
I took lessons for like 3 months when I was in college and barely got going. And then obviously life gets in the way, work, all that stuff. But I'd love to learn, how to play the piano.
Hey, there's a few people who have stories in their lives because one said that they'd spend the night in jail to kick their girl's father's ass, and then somebody said that they spend the night in jail to kick both of their brothers-in-law's asses. And I'm just like, hey, man. The family drama is fantastic. Like I'm sure because we're coming up on things. I'm sure you guys are in for a fun month here.
Hey, I appreciate the honesty. I'm like, man, I can't do it now, but I would spend the night in jail to do it.
I'm not asking y'all to tell me or anything because I'm definitely not telling my own, but do y'all have a list of people that if it was legal, y'all would kick their ass?
Doesn't everybody?
Okay, I wanted to make sure I was not a psychopath because I definitely got one of those.
I don't think I do, to be honest. I don't think I have.
I would have to think about it. I'm sure there's somebody.
Maybe in a moment I might have that moment, but I don't have a list right now of people I hate.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a number of sports ones that I think people have, but I think I actually it's not a long list. I want to make that clear, but I do have a list of people that I'm like, I would if I could. I don't feel so strongly enough that I actually want to pay the consequences right now. But if the consequences were very minimal, I could go for it.
Yeah. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we always hear about the stories of people who, I guess, been dating for a long time and eventually get married, and they wait till marriage to do some things with their wife. They hold out until marriage.
To finish the job.
Go apple picking?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
somebody said kick the Astros medical staff.
Yeah, they'd be in jail for... It might be longer than that, to be honest.
Yeah.
But, so... How do you feel about this? So a couple waited to share their first kiss.
I think that's a lie.
At their wedding.
He said it's a lie?
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, do you think that's too much?
That's a lie.
How long did they were they together?
3 weeks for me.
They didn't kiss. I call BS.
No, No, some people's belief system goes that deep.
So when the reverend or whoever said you may kiss the bride, that was their first time ever kissing.
Man.
I mean, more power to them because they got a will way stronger than I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then also, I really hope that works out because there's a lot of road from kissing on that could be end up being a thing that ends up creating resentment, and that's the last thing that I'd want.
This is a real story, Figgy?
Yeah.
They waited. Kiss what?
Okay. All right. That's crazy. That statement and what it implies is insane. I want you to retract it. I want you to take it back. That's crazy. That is a crazy question to ask.
Okay.
I want that noted.
Read the story. Does it say kiss like on, like a regular kiss?
Y'all wild on
It said the married couple have never kissed before their wedding ceremony.
Kissed what?
Have they? Okay, you don't have to ask it a second time. Have they hugged? Like, is this all intimacy? You know what I mean? Like, have they held hands?
Yeah.
Is this an arranged marriage? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, it probably was the first time when they got up to the altar. Or unless it was like some type of coming to America marriage where you first see her at the altar.
I still call BS.
That is, Lopez, you old sinner, you. Shout out to Sonny. Yeah, extreme, but who am I to tell people how to live their lives? I just really and truly, I wish for them that they don't find a level of resentment.
It's some strong people, man.
Because it feels like there's a lot of things that could get you to a place where you're like, I resent you because I did this.
Hell, I've been trying to kiss on the first date.
Yeah.
All right, it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So, let me go right here. So tonight, NBA season kicked off already. We done seen the new Inside the NBA on ESPN. We done seen
Don't get used to it.
NBA on NBC. We see all that good stuff. But we haven't really talked about NBA on Amazon.
NBA on Amazon.
Yeah.
NBA on Amazon, and I actually have the theme song right here. Do you want to hear the theme song?
Yeah, man.
I want you guys to grade this theme song.
For a second there, it sounded like a just a Blaze beat.
It do. I'm just waiting on Jay-Z to rap.
Right, that's 100%. Rock Boys in the building tonight.
It sounds like it would grow on me. Sounds like it's all right. You like it?
I think it's cool. I think it's just a fire beat. It sounds like a beat to rap on.
It does feel like they pulled this off of YouTube where it said Just Blaze type beat.
Yeah.
And they pulled it and they were like, we could do this.
Yeah.
I do wonder, how does it feel when you actually have it in context of like, what are they going to go full NBC where there's like plays and take you into that? Because I think that could make it feel even bigger. Like, I think Roundball Rock, it was a fantastic composition, but the nostalgia of all of the things that come with it and the Bob Costas, setting the scene for you leading into it. Like, I think that those things helped make the audio hit you a different way.
Yeah.
So I want to feel that context.
It's funny you both said that it sounds like a beat, to rap to, because I was in my head, I was thinking, this sounds like you're supposed to talk over it, from Oklahoma City, blah, blah, blah. Like, you could almost do like live from Houston, Texas. It sounds like you're supposed to be talking over it.
A matchup between the Rockets and the Pistons, a battle of the Thompson twins, Katie's first game at home. You're listening to Amazon Prime with NBA basketball. Yeah, it does feel like that's right there.
Yeah.
I felt good doing that, too. I like that.
But it's perfect for that. That's how I heard it.
Man, this sounds like a Jay-Z beat to
me.
It
really 100%.
I'm still sticking with Jay-Z.
Just Blaze!
Hove!
You crazy for this one? Yeah, it does. It does.
It's both.
Honestly, I admission, I don't have Amazon Prime. And there's a workaround that I have for Thursday night.
Oh, how was that?
It's actually not that. It's not illegal. Amazon Prime, because Amazon owns everything, and including that is Twitch. They actually stream the Thursday night football game on their Prime Video Twitch. I do wonder if they'll do that the same with NBA. And I was like, is this going to force another live sports thing that I'm going to be watching regularly? Like, am I going to be forced to get to that place?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Crazy. All right. There you go. Another Figgy's mixtape. Another fantastic one, in fact, right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. There's a lot of text happening, and I don't know how many of them I should read, so I will just not. Appreciate you guys rocking with this, and I hope that you're getting ready to rock with the fellas of the Drive. They are out at Walk-Ons in spring, and that's who we will talk to here in a second. But before we do that, we've got to draft the weekend. We'll do all of that next.
The Drive is live.
And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really worked so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCaffrey Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
Yeah, it has been a Football Friday. We've managed to have a little fun, regardless of, I think, how a lot of people, at least the folks that are texting in on the text line or messaging on the Twitch chat and the YouTube page, feels like there's some negativity, and I understand, rightfully so, I think. But we've had some fun on this Friday. Much appreciation to B. Scott for sitting in with us in the 11 o'clock, and all of you for riding side saddle with us all the way through. Getting ready to talk to the fellas of the drive here in a little bit. They are out at the walk-ons in spring. Go out and say what's up to the fellas, get you something to eat. Obviously, Academy gives you that opportunity with the Football Friday.
Get those glasses, too, man.
They're still giving them.
Oh, that's right. And so I believe today is a Area 45 commemorative pint glass. So go out and catch one of those as well. And look, I probably shouldn't say this too loud. However, they usually have some extra ones of the other ones there. So, maybe if you're missing one, just say a little something, see if they might have had an extra one for you.
All right, that's inside information there.
Yeah, I got to be careful because the feds apparently out here running around looking for inside
Damon Jones doing the show right now.
Yeah, I got to be careful out here. So let me go ahead and
Thank you, Damon.
Yeah, let me move right along. Remember, that is the walk-ons in spring. But before we get to any of that, we got to draft the weekend. What are we looking forward to in sports this weekend? And Figgy Fig, you got call number one, my boy.
Yeah, so I was going to try to keep it local and all that stuff because it is basketball season, but I think I'm going to roll with the World Series. Lopez Dodgers versus the Blue Jays.
What would Lopez say, Figgy?
Let's go Dodgers!
I love it. I would have taken it.
Game one tonight, man.
Yeah, I would have taken the Wrath as
Who's
well.
On the mound? Who's on the mound?
It's Blake Snell.
Blake Snell.
God, this is gonna be
that brother like 3-0 with a 0 point something
He's
ERA.
One of those guys. It's just better even, and he's awesome in the regular season.
I'm so sick that I'm not gonna be actually sitting in front of a
better
TV
in the
I know. I'm actually going to Brenham.
Oh, That's right, because Clean Ellison's playing.
Okay, that's right. Shout out to my little brother and that
he plays
football
a tuba?
team. No, he's on the drum line. He's the leader
nice.
of the drum line, my boy.
Okay,
come on now.
Good.
Yeah. No, around these parts,
for it to be an insult.
We play the cool things. You know what I mean?
we try to play his brother like he a tuba player or something, man.
With all love to the tuba.
Now you
players.
watch. It's going to be a brother playing the tuba tonight. I guarantee.
There is a brother playing the tuba. I've gone to some of their stuff, but yeah, that's a great call. World Series Game 1. Blake Snell on the mound. It's going to be really fun.
It's going to be a fun series for sure, and of course we'll cover it as we move along. Who's next? Me?
It's up to you. I'll let you have it if you really want. Go ahead.
You know what? I'm in a generous mood. I'll let you have it because I know what you're going to pick.
You do know what I'm going to pick. You dirty something or other. Yeah. Give me Rockets Pistons, man. The home opener. I want to see just how excited Houston is to show up for this team now that they're in a different place. But I think there's a lot of questions still. How quickly are they figuring out some of the things point guard wise? It's going to be an issue that's going to take a while. But what is the difference from game 1 to game 2, right?
Yeah.
Is it going to look the same? Was it just them playing against the Thunder and the particular ball pressure that they put? Although I will say the Pistons got some really good defenders as well. But yeah, there's just super excited to see how it continues to unfurl with the Rockets, especially in the first game at home. So yeah, let me get Rockets Pistons 7 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, that's absolutely a good one. Now you may be wondering why none of us, and including me coming up, has not picked an NFL game yet. We really didn't go through the weekend schedule course of the week. Not exactly a knockdown, drag out, must see schedule of NFL.
You got a lot of teams on bye. You want me to run through the teams on bye?
Yeah.
The Lions are on bye. The Raiders are on bye, which fine. The Rams are on bye.
Mm-hmm.
The Cards are on bye, which fine. The Seahawks are on bye, and the Jags are on bye. There's some teams that usually put up some good football, and there's a number of them who are not playing this week, so that also hurts.
Yeah, some decent games, but nothing that I would take over Texas A&M versus LSU in Death Valley. Saturday night football, a lot on the line for both schools, believe it or not. Certainly LSU, I don't know if they want to win or lose, to be honest, but should be a lot of fun.
Figgy, you're up.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go local now. I'm gonna go with the Cougs in Arizona State.
Great call.
And I know the last time or the only Cougs loss was against a ranked team, top 10. Well, I think it was top 8 at the time in Texas Tech, but Arizona State is ranked 24th. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna put up a fight right there.
And coming off a big win themselves, Arizona State.
Yeah, for sure. Is it bad because they beat Texas Tech, right?
Yeah.
Is it bad to say that I'm very nervous about this one for the Cougs?
No, you should be.
Like I would like to project confidence in this case, but I've seen enough of this offense. Like as a K-State fan, it started looking very much like, so we just got the running quarterback out here in Connor Wegman, and the passing game is just not going to be there in a robust way.
Yeah.
You hope that they can maybe figure out some of those things, but Arizona State's going to be a tough battle for them.
The good news is, and I had just watched Arizona State, but last week and some highlights here and there, they're going to be missing their best player, their wide receiver, Jaden Tyson. So that bodes well for the Cougs. Go ahead.
I should take a college football game, but I do actually want to go to the NFL. I'm actually very interested in Bears-Ravens. Now, this isn't really super doesn't
the obvious question is why.
It's not super consequential for the Texans. However, what answers do the Ravens have now that Lamar Jackson seems to be returning? And I have not taken enough of a look at what Ben Johnson is doing with the Bears, so I feel like this is a good opportunity to do both of those in that noon window where I will have to be kind of peaking because, of course, we'll be watching Texans-Niners.
Yeah, it's college football weekend, and I'm having a hard time trying to decide which one I would pick next. So I'm going to go ahead and get I know I'll be doing this, checking in at least over the course of the weekend, and that is Game 2. Game 2, Dodgers at Blue Jays. Should be a lot of fun, and I'm sure I'll be checking into some of those college football games specifically.
You want to go one more?
Let's do one more.
We go one more.
All right, here you go, Fig. You got your final selection here.
Yeah, so I'm going to go over to the NFL as well. I'm going to go with Packers and Steelers. Kind of want to see what the Steelers going to do against the Packers.
That's the game of the week in terms of the Sunday game.
Yeah. So I think this is be a big tell to see if the Steelers are for real.
No, that's the highlight game, at least on Sunday.
I'll leave your Heisman quarterback for you. Give me Oklahoma, Ole Miss. I feel like this list. Yeah, I think that this one is set up where you got the little numbers next to the teams, so you know that this obviously has consequence when it comes to rankings. But more importantly, I think that this is set up kind of nicely for a capital C, capital F college football type game where you have strength on strength, a great offense versus a great defense, and then weakness on weakness, a poor offense versus a poor defense. And shenanigans can and I think will ensue in this one. So I'm watching that one for sure.
Yeah, and the afternoon game, I'll wrap it up. Missouri, number 15, Vanderbilt, number 10. Not exactly the showcase matchup you thought you would get at this point in the season. And two of the best quarterbacks, probably the best quarterback matchup on Saturday, depending on what you think of Nussmeier at LSU at this point. But, Pabula and Diego Pavia, that's going to be a fun game.
If we went 5 rounds, I'd be lying if I said 4, but if we went 5 rounds, one of the games that would absolutely come up for me is Auburn-Arkansas, because that game also has high levels of possibility for hilarity. And with that, I would like to jump into our crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing and welcome in the fellows of the drive, Ron Hughley, and of course, our very own Arkansas Razorback, Clint Stoerner. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Well, hey, Walk-Ons is a nice little spot out here, baby. We're out here in spring doing our thing, and it's going to be a good time out here. I see Clint sliding up in this piece as we getting ready to get it going tonight. And today we'll be here till 6 o'clock. We got a ton of giveaways. You know, we normally hook you up with obviously like the tickets that we'll get you to a future Texans game at Houston Ford dealers, but we got an autographed Daniil Hunter football that you can win. Now we're closer to Tom Ball. That Tom Ball oil change for any car will work. We got that for you. We got 4 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors and this quality menu. They don't know it, but I'm going to need some red beans and rice. I saw that already. They had some sort of deal where they had some shrimp that was wrapped up in some bacon and some jalapeno. I may have to visit that. It's a beautiful, beautiful spot. And you need to make your way on out here and have a good time with us. today as we get you ready on this Football Friday. Fellas, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Spring is out towards Tomball. Or it's not towards Tomball. Spring is out towards Brenham, huh? So I feel like that might
Brenham's
work for me.
290, Spring's more 45.
I feel like stop trying to. I'm trying to get some red beans and rice.
Okay,
Lopez.
red beans and rice will work. Red beans and rice will work.
I'm trying to get the logic.
Let's do
here.
it, man.
Yeah.
Let's do it, man.
Are you with me in the idea that this Auburn-Arkansas game might actually be set up for hilarity? You got obviously, you got the
what
interim.
we doing here?
You got the interim.
What are we doing here?
I'm actually on your side here. I think you got the interim there in Bobby Petrino at Arkansas, who, kind of would like to get a win here. And then you've got Hugh Freeze, who's actively arguing with his AD, and that team looks a little suspect. I feel like that's an opportunity for Arkansas to do some fun.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. It's an opportunity for either team to get a much-needed victory here. And the beauty in this game in particular, for those that don't have any skin in the game, is you've got one of the top offenses in college football, at least from explosive plays and production perspective, but got one of the most explosive, fun-to-watch offenses in all of football versus a very, very, very good SEC defense.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on the other side of the ball, you got at Arkansas one of the worst defenses in the land, and I would argue that what's going on at Auburn offensively is one of –
It's awful.
Well, it's bad, but I mean it's Hugh Freeze. It's the what's the kid's name that transferred?
Jackson Arnold.
Jackson Arnold. I mean, he was 5-star coming out, and boy, that Auburn was supposedly they were going to rat hole some of that NIL money for a couple of years, and then develop some high school kids, and then they were going to come out there and just knock it out of the park in year 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Well, it ain't. It has been an absolute buzzkill. So. I think it's an opportunity for both teams to get a much-needed win here.
Fair enough. Excited for what you guys got going out there. Like, we draft the weekend. What for you guys are you most excited for on this weekend?
Oh, man. I tell you, I'm just excited.
Sunflower Showdown, man. I don't know about you, man. We got a big one here.
I got a big one.
You really feeling good about this one, huh?
Yeah, 11 o'clock. I didn't say I'm feeling good. What am I looking for? Huh? Maybe we lost to K-State 16 straight
That is
times.
Correct.
That's pretty damn hard.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but hey.
That is hard to do. 16 straight.
16?
Hell,
That is correct.
I'm just happy Granny found that damn dog she was babysitting. Woo-wee.
I mean, I knew it was a streak, but I didn't know it was 16.
Yeah, no, man. It's rough.
Dang.
I mean, Bill Snyder retired. All still can't solve them.
We need a Jayhawks victory.
I mean, we don't need it. I wouldn't go that
we
far.
do. No, we do. No, but there's a lot to get to, man. The World Series only really when Ohtani is involved. Am I really that truly excited? But that'll be interesting this weekend. So. I don't know, man. A lot to dive into over this weekend, man. It's gonna be a good sports weekend, baby.
Yeah, it is.
It's gonna be a good sports weekend.
Hey, Lopez, I know you being the dog lover that you are, you'll be at my mom lost the dog. In-laws are out of town. Granny was babysitting the dog, lost it for about an hour, and she let me know she found it about 10 minutes ago, man.
Nice. Where was the doggo at?
Well, my mom lives in a little neighborhood up in Old River, and so the dog was in the neighborhood next door. So she was not only lost, but she was in a foreign area, a space she didn't know. So she was really lost this time.
And it's not her dog. Like, even if it's your dog, it's better. It's like, well, I'll find it, or whatever.
Oh,
but
man,
you got to make that call.
I thought I was going to take. I thought I was going to take Granny to QC Kinetics, man. That knee was acting up on her, man, and then she's out there walking. Man. She's out there walking, trying to find that dog. I said, man, that dog will find its way back, Granny. Get in that house. I can't afford to lose my babysitter now. Get in that house. But she found the dog, man. We're all good. We're all good. So we're all good, man.
That's beautiful, beautiful. Glad that's all the case. All right, fellas, looking forward.
So we're going to see you out here, Reggie?
He's going to see his brother.
Reggie be putting himself on when he do it on air.
I know, right? Yeah. I really do. I'm trying to see. Everybody was like, nah. You going out the game is at 7, and I got to get to Brenham. I'm trying to do the mental math of the traffic on 290. If I carry the 1, and then delta equals. I'm trying to figure all that out. But I might come out and see what's happening with you fine fellas.
Hey, Jay Lopez, I meant to, and both of y'all. We were listening to you, and we talked about a segment you all had yesterday where Lopez, you finally kind of arrived at, I think D'Amico needs to to step back and step out of the offense. And I said to Clint, I said, man, you agree with it? You agree with what Lopez said? Clint said, man, it don't even matter.
What does it matter? Palms up. Palms up. What does it matter?
It couldn't have been a more disheartening statement. He said so bad. Because in my mind, I'm thinking, I said, I hear you, Lopez, but I sure as hell ain't seen nothing that just says, hey, guys, leave it up to Kaylee.
Right.
But then again, hey, man, since D'Amico done slid in there, they've been worse than they ever were.
Yes, it's more gobbledygook in C.J. Stroud's head.
But then Clint just slid into second base with, hey, man, it don't even matter.
Hey, look here. Hey, boys, if we could remove one being from that offense and get better, I mean, I'd hold a picket sign outside NRG Stadium. I'd put the face and the name on the sign and carry it around there. It is. The more I watch it, man, I watched some film this morning just to wrap some stuff up.
Yeah.
The more I watch it, J-Lo, man, it is. I mean, CJ's bad. Press conferences are bad. The O-line seems trash. The O-line. Yeah, Cecil was damn right.
Yeah, Cecil was on it, man.
But the O-line is just
hard for him to do.
The O-line's taken an absolute beating nationally during broadcast, and look, they've not been good. But I'll be honest, they're 5 or 6 on the list of who needs to get right. Yeah. I mean, they're down the list, brother.
Yeah, you're right.
And it feels like there's a Spider-Man meme happening where the finger is pointing in all different directions, which is obviously doesn't help either. All right, fellas, looking forward to the continued conversations that you find folks have on this Friday. Lopez, have a fun weekend.
You too, my man.
I'll catch you. Yeah, I'll catch you on Monday. Hopefully the Reaction Monday we can find some level of enjoyment out of that. But until then, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing again for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right, baby. The drive is live. And we are live here once again. We're in spring. We're at walk-ons. And listen, I lied. I said I've never been to walk-ons, but I forgot. We did come here a couple of years ago, not to this location, but we went to another one around the city. They've got multiple ones. I think we were running Katy, and that was the first time I've been there. But the menu is excellent. This seems like right down your alley, Clint, of the mix of the sports bar with the Cajun feel. It's a good time to be had out here. You got a chance to do a whole bunch, man. As soon as you walk in the door, you use that QR code and you can enter the ultimate tailgate. We do it each and every year. We're at the end of the season, the sweep with us for the game against the Colts. Also, you got a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors, much more. All you got to do is use that QR code to enter our ultimate tailgate. They got a Daniil Hunter autographed football that you can win later on. We're closer to Tom Ball, so this one feels good. You got the free oil change from Tom Ball Ford. You got 4 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors and future Texans tickets you can win in the 5 o'clock hour, man. A lot to get to.
Yeah, look, the giveaways are always worth making the trip, but when you couple the weather right now, the fact that we're at walk-ons, and that level giveaways across the board, it's hard to not think, boy, if you're just sitting steady right now somewhere within 30 minutes or so of where we're at, it's hard for me to justify you not easing on up here and joining in here, man. There's some spots at the bar. There's some tables right here in front of us. Come on through, man, and hang out.
No, yeah. Make your way on out here, man. It's gonna be a good time being had out here. All right, we were just doing the crosstalk with the fellows from In the Loop, and Clint, a staple on their show is confessions, and I got a confession, Clint.
Okay.
No, it's not sexual, Matt. I have a confession though.
Hold on, so
I'm watching Tyler and Clint. I'm watching Carson Wentz last night, and I'm thinking to myself, Clint. I hope that, but also, I hope to God that isn't the C.J. Stroud that we're looking at. I hope that isn't going to be what we're talking. And what I mean by C.J. Stroud is, if you remember, Carson Wentz tricked us for about 2 to 3 years. You remember that 3-year period where Carson Wentz was right up there talking about
an MVP candidate.
He finished third.
Yeah, okay,
he finished third in the MVP.
I see where you're going.
Right. He finished third in the MVP. Then he had a year where then he got injured. That kind of even the next year he was all right. I mean, he had a 3-year period. I think he had 81 touchdown passes to 21 interceptions. He was an All-Pro that 1 year as well. He made the Pro Bowl 2 out of those 3 years, comeback player of the year. And then after that, Clinton Tyler, he just then became the Carson Wentz that we now know and understand.
In a horror movie.
And I just hope that this isn't a trick, that C.J. Stroud hadn't tricked us. And I really hope he pulls it together. Because year one, and even last year, man, it wasn't great. But clearly you could look and see, hey, man, there were things that were going to make it difficult for anybody, and he survived a lot of the issues last year. Obviously, he played a part in it, but he survived a lot of the issues. But, Clint, I'm watching it. I'm hoping this ain't just a flash in the pan type of deal, and all of a sudden year or 2 years he had that he looked like he was going to be the next, elite level quarterback the way Carson Wentz did, and then that was just a mirage. I hope that's not what we're seeing.
Well, I mean, I hope it's not what we're seeing as well. But the reality of it is this is a culmination of a lot of things, right? I mean, this ultimately is that he has been failed. Unless they just do a 180 and take off and get to 10 wins and get to the second round. I mean, he has been failed by the organization, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, in putting a supporting cast around him of coaches to start with and players secondly. I think he's been failed in that department. And so I think that plays a factor. I think there's also part of it is C.J. Stroud is there now that he knows more, right? You come in as a young rookie that you're so coachable, man. You just want to be a starter, and you just want to win a couple of games, and you just want to play well, and you'll do anything that you're coached to do in that particular moment, right? And then the longer you get in the tooth, the more you think you got this thing figured out, and the more that you feel like you should be doing things a certain way, and maybe you're a little resistant to some coaching, which I think is failing, but you're still resistant to coaching, so you got a different dynamic in that building. And then there's always the possibility that you're talking about, like, dude just had a really good first year, and once they got film on him, the inability to adjust, the inability to play the game differently and keep the edge, he just doesn't have it, right? The leadership piece, it's different from being a rookie to where you're at right now. It's definitely going to be different when you get paid a bigger contract. It doesn't seem like he has that piece either. And so, yeah, there's several things at play here, Ron. But to your point, the Carson Wentz.
You're talking year two where it was like, this guy was leading the MVP before he tore his ACL late in that year, and then Tom Brady took it. And then even the next year, I think over the next 2 years, he played pretty well and looked like he was on his way to being one of the best young quarterbacks in football. And then all of a sudden, we just saw a drop-off. And, and to be honest, the Doug Peterson situation late was not exactly – there's some people in Philly who said maybe he was failed as well with the Doug Peterson situation. So – I'm not saying he is that, but I'm watching and I'm thinking, man, Carson Wentz really tricked us early. Oh, we really thought that dude was going to be one of the next best quarterbacks in the game, and he didn't. But I know for you had a thought about CJ coming into this game anyway, with what he has to do in terms of making ownership, making the decision makers feel a certain way about him leading into the rest of this season, going to potential could be he could get a new contract after this year. He's eligible at that point.
Well, look, we've talked a lot about the Texans being at a crossroads, and I think, or a fork in the road, if you will. I think C.J. Stroud's at a fork in the road as well. I think C.J.'s got to view this thing in a more selfish manner. And not that he isn't already doing so, I don't know, but he's got to view this thing in a little bit more selfish manner. He's got to do everything that he can, and all of the focus needs to be on him doing everything he can to prove and convince D'Amico Ryans and the McNair family that he's the guy. Right? Forget about winning. I don't care if you win 4 games this year. You've got to go out there, and from a quarterback perspective, you've got to prove that you can handle adversity. You've got to prove that you can play the position at an efficient level and not be the reason why you're losing games, right? When I watch that C.J. Stroud film, I mean, it's simple. He is doing the exact opposite right now. He's doing everything that he possibly can. While I acknowledge he's under some very tough circumstances. I get that. But he's doing everything he can to prove that he's not the guy and that he can't handle the pressure of things not being perfect around him, right? I'm talking about very basic not getting through progressions. We talked about that yesterday, not getting through progressions and getting the ball out on the backside, not feeling the pocket and just being able to navigate the pocket naturally. Hey, the pocket says you should kind of drift to your left, and if you drift to your left, there's a wide open receiver right there you could dump the ball to. Obvious reads, Ron, obvious reads of, hey, man, it's cover 2. There's a hard corner and a high safety, right? You cannot throw Dalton Schultz on an out route into that corner. You can't do it. Pre-snap, before the ball's ever snapped, it tells you that. That's high school. And he's somehow throwing the out route into Dalton Schultz, into the hard corner. You just can't do it. He'll come to the line of scrimmage, and it's clearly cover 2. He clearly should be working over the middle of the field, and he's maybe getting there, but he's getting there late where he should get there right now. And last but not least, let's forget about being a fixer that you talked about. That's reserved for Tier 1 guys. Let's forget about that part. Let's just talk about as a quarterback, right? Doing for your team that every quarterback that's worth a damn does on Sundays and Saturday for that matter. Stand in there, and when you've got an open receiver, deliver the football and take one on the chin. Deliver the football as you're getting hit and throw a strike. And I'm not even talking about a tight window throw or some kind of man-to-man situation. I'm talking about, again, you come to the line of scrimmage, it's cover 2. It's obvious that at the snap of the ball, the linebacker bails to hard right, and you've got an in cut to your left. Get your foot in the ground, lay that in that hole, and take the hit. You got to take the hit. He's not making that level throw either, and he's convincing these guys. He's damn sure not getting a contract after year 3.
Yeah.
But the question is do you get one after year 4? Is there a perceived Stroud with D'Amico
So you're
Ryans
saying you think he's starting to be at a crossroads right now in terms of his future here with
absolutely.
the Texans?
He's at a fork in the road. You can keep being the good guy. You can keep saying the right things. You can keep just biting your tongue and sitting on the sideline with that long face when you're getting your ass kicked, or you can take the bull by the horns and demand that some things change, and you start playing a different brand of quarterback and focusing on, hey, man, I got to stand in here and take this hit and deliver this football. Forget all the other stuff. Forget trying to communicate the protections because that's clearly not working. Forget about, trying to death by 1,000 cuts and all that. Just get back to playing with your instincts and making big boy throws and doing, quarterback things at an elite level. It's all consuming him, and it's all bad. It's just snowball rolling downhill, and it's not a good look for him. I think he's got to focus more on himself and less on the team and less on winning.
I think more in the fan base are getting here, and I think, to your point, more of the actual decision makers on his future are looking at this. Hey, I know that as you mentioned before, I know you're not being you're probably not put in the best situation. Yeah, you're not living in the Jared Goff world. You're not living in the Patrick Mahomes world. This year you're not living in some of these guys who have a lot around them, but it isn't just everything around you. There are some things that we got to take a look at and say, yo, hey, that's got to improve. And I think you just laid some of them out because, Clint, once he gets paid it's not like it's going to be easier for you to get really great talent around him.
Well,
it's not going to be easier to fix it once he gets paid.
I mean, the last 2 years, he's cut that pay, whatever that pay is, he's cut it in half.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, at the end of the day, I understand why he is where he is at. I've been there, like totally overwhelmed, and you're trying to do what everybody else wants you to do. I mean, all the way down to what D'Amico keeps saying, one play at a time, erase it, next play, do your job. Forget all that crap. We've seen this guy play at an extremely high level. Whatever his mindset was and the frame of mind was when he was doing that, do it. We've seen him play with great instincts. He doesn't need much room in the pocket to deliver the football. The throws I'm talking about, guys barreling down on him, he should be technically and mechanically, the way he throws the football, he could potentially be one of the best, if not the best in the league at it. He gets the ball out so quick with so much power and so much accuracy, but he's not even like doing that at a level. The things he does naturally and instinctually, he's not doing those things. And I think it's because he's just consumed with playing the style of football that Nick Caley wants, and then worrying about getting the perfect protection, and then worrying about what I've said, working low to high, and worrying about being so calculated and it's just a roller coaster for him right now. He's got to get back to a point for himself. Now, I think the team gets better if he does it, but he's got to get to a point for himself where, he's doing well, and if that's good enough to win, then great. If not, then they need to go find more receivers. They need to find a new offensive coordinator. Or they need to,
No, I get where you're going.
Right now, he's the tip of the spear that's not good.
There was after year one, they said we found it. We found it.
Right.
And at this point, Clint, there has to be conversations upstairs. Well, what do we have? Like they've got to be potential, at least having that conversation.
Well, I think the conversation goes from it depends on what they feel of D'Amico, what his future looks like here. And obviously it's early to tell us. They're 2-4 after 2 great seasons, so I'm not saying D'Amico's job is on the line. I'm just saying I think the future of CJ strongly depends on the future of D'Amico Ryans. And if D'Amico Ryans doesn't feel like you're the leader that he needs offensively, which I think it's blatantly obvious, even to the biggest C.J. Stroud fans out there, that this offense lacks leadership. Period. I mean, just anybody that'll right the ship from the OC all the way down. I believe that ship has sailed. I think D'Amico knows who that guy is and who that guy isn't. Right. Yeah. More importantly, who he isn't. But like you got to be able to go out there as a quarterback and physically and mentally give me a chance to win some football games, especially when the defense is as good as this one is.
All right, hey, Texan fans, your Houston area Ford dealers are unveiling a Texans life-size bobblehead at 10:30 Sunday before the game. Who could it be? It may be JJ, maybe Andre, maybe Toro. Who the hell knows? Maybe Owen Daniels. I just said it that way. To the big blue Ford container at Boulevard to find out. And while you're there, take some photos and register to win prizes. We'll be there. Will you? Ford is the best in Texas. Coming up, the injury report, at least what we have reported, is out. We'll let you know the latest on Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. And we'll look at the important matchups for this important game between the Texans and the 49ers. But before we do that, let me tell you about the Red Tex sales event at Clayton Homes. And you've heard me.
Action Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to McCaffrey Injury Lawyers. Call McCaffrey Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, it is a Football Friday. I didn't make you nervous. I didn't turn around and shout me. It looked like she was surprised I was talking. No, it is
all nervous.
There we go. There you go, Dusty. A Football Friday here live. We are in spring at Walk-Ons. Come on out and join us. Great food, great drinks. It is a Friday, so make your way on out there. Plenty of prizes to win, including future Texans tickets to a game this year. Autographed football from Danielle Hunter. 4 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Much, much more. And I would urge, if you are walking in or you're in the building, use that QR code and enter that ultimate tailgate where you can win a $1,000 gift card. My man getting up right now. He's straight up in the Rockets gear. And my man, he going to get that QR code from the seat, Jack. But shout out to our guys and our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Oh, boy. Oh, man, I can smell that.
I can smell that one from here, baby.
Say it. Why not, huh? Why not?
Somebody rip one?
I got a cute glass and everything.
Looks refreshing.
It is. I'm about to smash
one of
that.
them frozen pink drinks.
Sorry. I didn't. Listen, somebody didn't order this for me. I did not ask for it now, but I sure as hell will take it down, though. I tell you, you know it is. You know it is. But no, make your way on out here and enjoy yourself with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Clint, the injury report is not officially out, and I know Tyler and Cheryl will work hard when that comes out. But what we do have from any report, and I saw this from DJ Bieniemy, Aaron Wilson as well, Texans receivers, Nico Collins, concussion, Christian Kirk, hamstring, once again did not practice, and they have not practiced all week, and they are not slated to play on Sunday against the 49ers, according to Aaron Wilson in this report, Clint. So not a real surprise. If they're not making on Friday, which is generally a walkthrough, that's really a bad sign for their chance to play. I know Derek Stingley did it earlier this year, but concussion, hamstring, not confident of them getting the concussion. You got to get cleared first off, and clearly maybe that hasn't occurred if he's not even been on the field yet. And then the hamstring, after missing the game last week, it doesn't bode well for them playing, and it looks like they will not.
Yeah, look, the depth was a major problem coming into this thing.
Yeah.
And now, it's ultimately been a problem all year, but now you lose the one playmaker that you have, and so it's going to be up to Nick Caley to get real creative on that side of the ball.
Real quick, because I do want to get to the keys here, and I want to hear your keys, some of your important matchups in this game. But Tyler and Clint, let's do an exercise. You with me, Tyler?
Always.
I know you're with me. All right, on a count of 3, as we see there's no Nico and no Christian Kirk. On a count of 3, I want you all to just name this team's number 1 weapon on offense. On a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Woody Marks. Nobody participated. Just let's try it again. On the count of 3, I want you to name. I want you to
I
say
froze up, man. I ain't even gonna lie.
I mean, it's such a bad question. I thought you were talking about Christian. I almost said Christian McCaffrey. I thought you were talking about the 49ers.
On the Texans. Did you two freeze up because you didn't have an answer?
Oh, I was about to say Nico, and then I was like, well, he probably means outside it.
That's playing. That's playing
right.
Sunday. Name the Texans' number 1 weapon. 1, 2, 3.
Titus Howard.
No, it's got to be Dalton Schultz, right?
Is it? You got it as Dalton Schultz? Okay.
That's who I got. That's who I would go with.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if I'm saying who do I want to get the ball in hand that has the best chance to make plays, I would say probably Woody Marks. Maybe Noel.
I mean,
I'd say Woody Marks. A running game to me. at this point. By the way, that's the scary thing. We got Tyler saying a tackle like this is Alabama, and they're doing it with that kid. We got Clint going Dalton Schultz, somebody he just warmed up to in the last 3 months.
Yeah, me and Dalton Schultz.
Check that month and a half. And then I got a rookie in Woody Marks that could not get a yard last week. I mean, that is just a scary proposition. As you just said, it's up to Nick Caley. And we on this show, The Drive, best weapon in the game, we got a tackle, a rookie running back, and a tight end.
Yeah, I mean look, we're back to. I mean, this is what these guys signed up for. This is what the smartest guys in the room signed up for. You went out and you skimped on, rebuilding the offensive line. You skimped on putting weapons around the quarterback, and a couple of injuries. Which, I mean, if you ask them, they'll talk about, the injury to Brevin Jordan and the injury to Cade Stover and the injury to Christian Kirk, and all those are obviously as a whole that's an issue. But when you look at it, none of those guys should have been players that make or break your season.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's you could lose anybody but Nico on this offense, and I think you'd have at least let's be honest, you ain't had much of a chance anyway, but you'd have a chance to go make some plays, and you've found a way to lose that guy.
All right, let's look at matchups here real quick for the Texans. When the Texans have, what are you looking at? What are you keying on? What should Texans fans be watching as a really key matchup when the Texans are on offense?
I think it's the biggest key in the game. And if we're talking about whether they have a chance to win the game or not, I think it's the biggest key in the game. I think it's Jalen Noel. And whether they put him outside and he's up against some corners that have been banged up, by the way, or he's in the slot and he's working on a guy like Upton Stout, who, by the way, I believe is a North Shore Mustang, I believe.
Okay.
But that that matchup, wherever they choose and however they use Jalen Noel, I think he's the one that's got the ability to make plays. He's the one that's got the ability to create space. He's the one that's got the ability to be an inside or outside wide receiver. He can help you in a screen game. As I've said before, I think you can put him in the backfield and toss it to him. I think you can put him in the backfield and swing screen. I think you could do some stuff out of the backfield with him and get him matched up on linebackers with like the H post and the return routes and things. So there's a lot you can do with him. He's got to be a huge piece of what the Texans are planning to do this week.
Yeah, absolutely has to. All right, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up, a lot of what we talked about and heard about this week was defensively. It seemed like the game plan that they had during the week just was thrown out the window once these guys got on the field. And Derek Stingley spoke, and you don't want to miss what he had to say in regards to the coverage of Jackson Smith and Jigba. We'll let you hear that coming up on the other side. But before we get there, guys, it's still that time. It's still a great weekend. Look at here. Clint said it earlier. Look at this great weather.
Because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you.
This is drive time, isn't it, back in Houston?
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. It's I can tell, man. I can already feel it, Tyler. This is going to be a fun time out here.
Hell yeah.
And if you're trying to figure out where we are, we're in spring. We're in spring at Walk-Ons, and somebody didn't order me hey, and I'm all right, baby. You can see me here on YouTube and Twitch. I got me a little look like a little martini. I just saw somebody else.
Got him a little pink drink in a martini glass.
Look, somebody picked up. I saw somebody just order themselves another one. I just saw that run out. It's a beautiful time out here. It's going to be a great time out here, and you got a chance to win several prizes as well once you make your way on out here. It's always fun on a Football Friday. I didn't want to forget, if you're in the building and you want to continue our glass series, you got a chance to win. Or not even win, you can come up and grab one. The first 50 guests here, if you have not gotten the glass of Area 45 right there for you. It's you can ask any of our promo staff or just walk right up on the table. And
I'm about to grab me one. I don't have one of those.
Do you have that one, Tyler?
I don't.
Do you need that one, Tyler?
The only one I need is In the Loop, I believe.
Oh, yeah, you're SOL on that one. But
because y'all forgot.
I don't think I was here.
Ron had a lot going on. You actually were. It was that day that you
were definitely
had to. You worked.
Told me multiple times.
It was 2 Fridays ago.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
It's all good though. I'm used to it.
That was on me. I'll take it. I'll take this one. I know. Every time I do it the right way, Ron takes the credit. But when it's done wrong, I'll take the credit. I mean, I'll wear it, man. It's on me.
I normally would, but you're right. On that day, in the loop.
That'd be messy of me to blame it on Ron on that day, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that had lapsed my mind. But you can come on out and get one Area 45. My guy right here looks like an Oregon Duck fan in the building. He is putting his name in there, and he may have a chance to win one of our multiple prizes today. All right, Clint, I know this jumped out to you when you heard this, and all week we've heard a lot. D'Amico, and you can understand as a head coach, you'd be frustrated that multiple things that you went over in the week just didn't come to fruition on the field, and and as you watch the film, it's almost hard to understand how they went so far away from whatever the game plan was.
I made a mistake yesterday, and I said I believe D'Amico. Clearly, he's out of pocket.
Is he? All right. Well, let's hear Derek Stingley. Here's Derek Stingley. He spoke to the media and kind of went into the game plan and what happened with the game against Seattle against their number one receiver, Jackson Smith-Njigba.
I feel like any corner, likes to be at the line, but I'll never do nothing outside of what the play call is. So from the play call tell me to be off, I'm gonna be off.
And that includes the shadowing as well?
Includes everything. I can't go out there and do my own thing. So, I've never done that. That's not who I am.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Oh, my God,
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Well, here's the thing is this would be if we're 4-2. This would be water under the bridge, water off the duck's back, however you want to couch it.
Wouldn't even be talked about.
Would not be a problem whatsoever. If you were 4-2, 5-1, as the Texans have been, in the past in terms of winning games, this is exactly the kind of stuff that I've been talking about for a couple of weeks now. How important these games were, and how if you fall to 2-4, and if you fall to a point in the season where, hey man, it's ugly. It's not just a bad start, or it's not just a hey man, we can rebound type situation. It gets ugly. This is the kind of stuff that you have to all of a sudden as a head coach handle and navigate. And I'll be honest with you, D'Amico is struggling right now.
Well, Clint, this is
my decision.
This is the second time that he is clearly in any kind of way held somebody accountable. Not just the second time; it's happened a lot, but He's held CJ accountable and said things went a certain way. He's held his corners accountable, which would include Derek Stingley Jr., and said our game plan was to do this. It's frustrating that we work on something during the week and it doesn't get executed on the field. And we have now heard C.J. Stroud and Derek Stingley Jr. say, like, hell, I'm just going to ride down here and sit down and act like it was me that wasn't doing what he's supposed to do. He made it. I don't do nothing that ain't what the play is supposed to be. I ain't do that, Jack. He ain't be talking to me, but he got to be because you was the one predominantly on Jackson Smith-Njigba. The touchdown was caught that he caught was on you. There are multiple plays that was on him. Like there's a major disconnect there, and there's something there, Clint, where the players are like, "Nah, man, I'm not just falling to this. No, it wasn't on me. That is not what the game plan was supposed to be."
Well, I mean, you look at a lot of it is misinterpreted, not from the coach, just about the film from a perspective of the touchdown to Jackson Smith-Njigba was clearly quarters coverage. I mean, that was a zone coverage, and it was more about Jalen Petrie chasing the over route too far that opened up that window. It wasn't he was playing soft and it was man and you couldn't. But the point is it's less about the film and it's more about the back and forth and what this coaching staff and this organization has done time and time again. The consistent overkill manner of which they blame the players on not being coachable ultimately is a real problem, right? One, it's your responsibility. I mean, we're on the second season of players not being coachable ultimately, right? And it's
L staff. I guess that's what Bobby supposedly was.
Well, yeah, Bobby didn't communicate well, whatever. But Bobby would stand up there and tell us how all we got to do is execute. These guys ain't doing what they're doing all week long. Not doing it on the field. It's an overkill manner. And I think earlier in the year, I mentioned it more as a crutch. But when you're 2-4, it takes on a different life, right? When you're 2-4, and all of a sudden you're clearly the messaging from you and your star cornerback is different. Clearly the messaging from your quarterback and you and your quarterback, your star quarterback is totally different. Like that's coming from somewhere, and it takes on a life of its own when you're 2-4. People say what they want. It's just the reality of being 2-4 is a different waters to navigate, right? The indirectly calling out C.J. Stroud, not being on the same page, indirectly calling out Derek Stingley that we just highlighted. Like these things are.
This is the second time this week. C.J. said, "No, that's not. That's not how."
It's one of those things that this. For what it's worth, make of it what you want. But these are the kind of things that being 2-4 that I've been talking about that you all of a sudden have to deal with versus.
I don't know. Maybe it's not as because you've been in locker rooms, you've been in situations like this. I just find it interesting with a coach who is so respected, Clint, and is thought of as a player's coach, and a guy that's one of the big things is his communication. He's a people person, and cats love to play for D'Amico, and I'm not saying that's over, but I mean, this is how they're going about it to the media in public.
Right.
It's clearly not just rainbows and sunshine inside there.
Well, look, it's the adversity test everybody, and. Nick Caserio doesn't have 6 championships to lean on, and when he's talking about move on to the next, do your job, the next snap. Like you don't have 6 Super Bowls to lean on, so it hits a little different coming from him. Like you look at D'Amico right now, and beyond putting a great defense on the field, the offense has been in steady decline and has gotten further and further away from being a championship caliber offense. And so, that adversity is going to be different. And CJ, the adversity is going to be different. Now all of a sudden you can add Derek Stingley Jr. to the mix. I mean, is Will Anderson going to be next, right? I mean, that's so we'll see. We'll see how it all.
I think Will and Aziz are good.
We'll see how We'll see how they navigate this thing, man. It's just going to be it's a fascinating watch. Unfortunately, we're here, but it's going to be a fascinating watch just to see how because this is when you find out. It's easy to be a great head coach. And it's easy to call C.J. Stroud up there after, in the locker room every post game, put your arm around him when he's Rookie of the Year and he's leading the league in yards per game and fewest interceptions, and he's a rookie. But now that you've gotten to know each other, right, the puppy love is over. And unfortunately, the season has been off to a rough start. We'll see how they handle it.
Yeah, text line coming in. I'm starting to think that Bobby wasn't the problem. DeMeco holds everyone accountable besides the person that he needs to, and it's Nick Caley. So much. No, and I think I said this yesterday. Like, there is some. When you're 2-4 and you're struggling like this, and you can clearly see he does handle guys differently. He's doing that with Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, and then when Azeez Al-Shire, where everyone can see did something just stupid, he protected it and almost defended it. But then went a different way, as you said yesterday with CJ, and now this with Derek Stingley Jr. That is.
Well, look, man. I mean, when it comes to Nick Caley, there is an argument. When you watch the film, there's an argument that there are plays there, especially if you're of the mindset that DeMeco and Nick Caserio are of, hey, man, we were 1 or 2 plays away. If you're of that mindset and you don't look at it like, hey, man, that was just a piss-poor offensive outing, we got a lot of things that we got to be better at, they're literally viewing this things as, man, we were 1 or 2 plays away. And if you view it through that lens, C.J. Stroud left 5 or 6 plays on the field.
Yeah.
And wasted several downs. And so I can see where DeMeco, again, if you're looking at it through the lens of we're 1 or 2 plays away, I can see where DeMeco for several weeks looks at it and goes, my quarterback's got to play better, right? In practice, they bring this blitz, and the tight end's wide open over the field, and he throws it over the middle of the field. But in the game, all of a sudden, he tries to take it out to Nico Collins, and it's almost an interception. What are we doing? Like, I can see where –
I get that too.
But and I'm not saying I agree with – by the way, I'm not saying I agree with it. Like if you can't look at this offense and tell you've got major issues of not being able to get your playmakers the ball in E-tag, you're way too vanilla, the communication sucks, your quarterback's gun shy. Like, if you can't look at this offense and go, well, and from through a lens of something other than, man, we're close, like, that's the bigger problem. But I can see where you watch it and you protect
I
Nick
get
Caley.
that, but there's a concern level when you're protecting some and you're not, and you're going different with other people. I think that's becoming a problem.
No.
Look, Derek Stingley told you to hell with that. Well, that wasn't me.
That was the whole point of I don't know if it was earlier in this segment or last segment. That was the whole point. Was like I think DeMeco is failing in that department of handling what comes with this, right? But I do think there's an argument there that there's plays being left on the field consistently. Now, there's also an argument that the way you treated your quarterback in training camp is now we're watching unfold with happy feet and gun shy and seeing the rush. You didn't do him any favors in training camp either, DeMeco. So, I mean, there's several layers to this. How to flush it out, I don't know.
All right, DeMeco, as we clear, is on edge, and I found it very interesting how he addressed this upcoming homestand. We'll let you hear what he had to say, and I think we can kind of see why he's clearly on edge. That's next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. If you are going to a watch party, you got a little family.
Academy Sports and Outdoors. Want a grill that says, my barbecue is just as good as my smack talk? We got you. A cooler that screams, I hold 47 cans and keep my cool, even in overtime? We got that too. And fan gear that says, I score more style points than a football spinning, backflip, and funky chicken touchdown dance? Academy has it at undefeatable prices. Because here, fun can't lose.
KILT. FM Inside Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Oh my goodness.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live on a Football Friday here at Walk-Ons in Spring. And I'm not going to lie to you, we just had the red beans and rice. I believe Clint just knocked off that gator. And it is delicious. It is delicious. The drinks, the food is fantastic. That's just the start. And a little Crystal's hot sauce in here to add to it.
Yep.
It's a beautiful spot and a beautiful place for you to come and hang out on a Football Friday. It's a critical game for the Texans. They're going to be without, it looks like their top two receivers in Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. But a big game as we will get you ready for it, and plenty of prizes for you to win, including tickets to a future game in the 5 o'clock hour, courtesy of our good friends at the Houston Ford dealers. You got an autographed football from one of the best players on this team, in Danielle Hunter. You can win a gift card. We'll start that up coming up in this hour. 4 different opportunities to win gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Tomball Ford, you can win. And we're getting close, a little closer to that area than normal, so this may really interest people who are coming out around this area. But a lot to get to, man, and a lot for you to win. Just come on out, put your name in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win multiple prizes out there as we get rolling. All right, Clint, this is a huge game. By the way, injury report-wise, Clint, we still don't know who the Texans are going to be facing when it comes to quarterback. Mac Jones, who is, I think he's 4-1 this year, so he's played more than Brock Purdy has. He's been the start of the last few games with this toe injury that Brock Purdy has. But Brock Purdy has actually practiced this week, and I had heard at points they were leaning towards Mac Jones, but I still don't think we know. Maybe we'll get more information here. Who do you think bodes best for the Texans? If you're the Texans, which one would you rather see, or does it matter?
Yeah, no. Look, I think Brock Purdy's the better quarterback, but the reality of it is, I would rather face, with our front, our defense, the way they operate, I would rather face a guy with a bad foot, bad toe, whatever the hell's going on with Brock Purdy. So I would rather face that than a guy that's 4-1. And if you watch, look, Mac Jones taking a lot of heat, but he's in a good system. He's smart enough to understand the approach. He's smart enough to understand that his running back is the guy he needs to get the ball to early and often, even though George Kittle's back. So obviously that changes a bit. But I would rather face the guy that, because they're so similar in skill set, I would probably rather face the guy that's a bit hobbled, in hopes that I could knock him out of the game, in hopes that they let him practice all week and take the majority of the reps. I can knock him out of the game. Now I get a quarterback in the game that hasn't practiced much this week. That would be ideal.
Yeah.
But I would be. Look, unless he has been healthy, full go all week long and fine, no hobble, no nothing, and he's taking all the starter reps, I would imagine they ride with Mac Jones and the hot hand.
Yeah, I mean, but ultimately they're both similar guys. Yep. And their offense is not going to shift in a major way if Brock comes back, right? This isn't like, oh, Lamar Jackson or Cooper Rush, who is going to play. Like their offense is going to run the same no matter who it is. So we'll see. Once we get more information on that, on who is going to be the guy, we will let you know that. All right, listen, D'Amico is kind of been on edge, and we've talked about it. They're 2-4 right now. They've got a 3-game homestand against 3 quality football teams. They start, obviously, Sunday against the 49ers, who are 5-2 and leading their division. Then they have the Broncos, who are 5-2, who are leading their division. And then they have Jacksonville, who's 4-3, who beat them earlier this year. My man's shaking his head like he just flashed back to that game already. Who beat you earlier this year? They're 4-3 and in the playoff hunt as well. So you got those 3 games at home, right? Like I think we'll know the season is going after these 3 games. And D'Amico, he spoke about this homestand and where his mind is. Here was D'Amico when he talked to the fellas on Texans All Access.
It's always great to be home. Always great to be, in your bed. Yeah. Always great to be in front of our fans. So we're excited to be home on this 3-game stretch here and play some good opponents coming up. And we got to go out and just play better football. Yeah. That's the main thing for me, just being home or wherever you are. The execution doesn't change. Like, you got to be able to go out and play great football that our fans will be excited to see him.
That was D'Amico. Hell, he's spoken about it a couple of times, saying, man, I'm not even focused on all 3. I'm focused on the 49ers, focused on play-by-play. But these 3 games are highly important, Clint. And, listen, I can understand why he's a bit on edge this week. You can hear it as he's talked with the media. One, there's frustration. You're being 2-4 and how they played, and it's not going the way that I think they thought it would go. But also, Clint, I think that D'Amico is well aware, in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you may disagree with me, but I think D'Amico is fully aware that this 3-game stretch is going to be a big point of where this season goes. And depending on how this goes, if it goes south, this 3-game stretch, if it goes south where, I mean, they could win them all, they could lose them all, they could go whatever it is, but if it doesn't end in a situations are feeling better about their season, I think that he is fully aware that there's going to be a major move made, at least major change made after this season ends, right? I'm not saying it's him. I'm not saying I think D'Amico is going to lose his job, but I think there's going to be major changes made because this is not at all what they planned for or expected. And if this thing goes south over the next 3 games, I think D'Amico knows, like, he may lose some of the power that he has. He may lose something. There's going to be significant changes.
Yeah, look, you got 3 games at home and you've got no excuses, and the reality is you got to win 2 of them. I mean, you got to win 2 of them to have a chance. You got to win 2 of them to keep this thing alive. You got to win 2 of them to keep from going into the phase of hey, man, how good a draft pick can we get? I mean, that's ultimately where you're at. I mean, at some point in time, D'Amico Ryans is going to have to – the response of, hey, man, we just got to play better football is not going to be enough.
No.
Right? And so this is a monster 3-game stretch. You win 2 of them, you can get this thing back on track. 4 and 5, there's still some potential there of making some noise. You feel better about your product. I think that's the biggest thing with the Texans right now. We talk too much about the playoffs and all that. Look, I think it's your best bet is a wild card at this point in time, obviously, and even that's a long shot when you look at the product that's on the field. How can you get the product on the field to give you some hope? And you're at home. The noise is not a factor. Travel's not a factor. I'm sure we can lean in and probably will lean into the short week. That's really a non-factor. You chose to draft 2 wide receivers and add them to that wide receiver room versus going and get veterans. Can they actually produce in a gotta-have-it situation? So, yeah, it's a monster series, man. Monster series. Good thing is you got them at home.
The way you put that there.
Series, like I'm talking about an Astros series. Well, monster 3 games.
3-game homestand. Baseball again. But the way you put that, you said you're in the space of having a shot, feeling like you got a chance moving forward, or you're in a space of, hey, man, we got to look at the draft pick. If they get into a space of we got to look at the draft pick, don't you think something major is going to happen? Like if they're in, it's hard for me to see if they get into, all right, now it's more important what our draft pick is as opposed to us winning games every week. If they get to that space, Clint, I would imagine they're not just running it back. Right, and I would imagine it's not just like I would imagine there's going to be significant change, and we know like however you feel about Cal and Hannah, in the time I've been here, Clint, we know they're not afraid to pull the trigger, right? I mean they have, I mean, hey, David Culley up out of here, Bill O'Brien up out of here, Lovie Smith up out of here. They gave Bobby Slowick a new contract. You guys feel like we need to make a move? He's up out of here. They're not afraid to make. And listen, I'm not going to act like I know Cal and Hannah incredibly well. We've had a relationship with them. We've talked with them. We've talked to them on and off air. One thing I know is they want to win. Like they are not happy with what is happening right now, and they had the expectation that they were going to be winning. They've spent money. They've created and let them create a team that they felt was going to be winning. And if they get into a space where it's more closer to top 10 pick, I would imagine they're going to potentially pull the trigger and make some changes. So that's why, as you said, man, I think this is hugely important right now for D'Amico and this group.
Just in a sense of, discussing making changes here, that's the difficult part, right? Again, we talked about it yesterday. Your general manager and your head coach walk around locked at the hip talking about how great it is to work with each other and how everything's a collaborative decision. So how do you hold one accountable and not the other, right? You look at I personally think D'Amico hired Bobby Slowick, and for whatever reason it didn't work out. It looks like it was a bad idea to fire him, but they do. And I personally believe that the hiring of Nick Caley is strongly influenced by Nick Caserio. And so it's one of those deals where you look up and you go, okay, if this season does turn into a situation where you got to make changes, how do you separate one from the other? Is it just who you like? You know what I mean? Is it
who you believe in more, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, there's probably more allegiance to and loyalty to D'Amico Ryans. But let's be honest. I mean, D'Amico has been just as big a part of the steady decline as anybody has. And so, it's that's the fear of it's not your typical situation where your general manager's sitting up there going, he's separated. He's on the field. He's on the field taking notes every day in athletic gear. I mean, it's like.
Why'd you throw the athletic gear portion?
Well, man, just painting the picture of how involved he is. I mean, he is. So, I mean, how do you, when he's the one that ultimately hired the guy, when he is the one that I believe is why the whole Patriots of the South thing is still, whether they admit it or not, it's still some level of influence in the building, and it's gone bad.
Patriots or John Carroll.
There you go. How do you not? Yeah. How do you separate the two? That's the fear of if you change. How do you separate the two? And then you got a quarterback that many believe is the face of or at least has face of the franchise ability, and he's in year 3 going into 4 when he should be getting that contract. What do you do with him? Like, it is a messy situation if that ends up happening.
But I think this is it right here. This 3-game stretch. I know D'Amico's one game at a time, and I understand that. But like you said, if they're able to go 2-1 in this stretch of the Niners, Broncos, and
feel
Jags,
good about it.
And now you're sitting there and you're 4-5, and we're still in it, and you're feeling good about things. God, I hope that is the case.
I mean, look, if you can take 2 of 3 from 2 5-win teams and a 4-win team,
yeah.
If you can take 2 of 3 in that stretch of 3 games, we are going to feel significantly better about the product. That is the Houston Texans. And so, whether you get the playoffs or not, you still feel better about the progress of what's going on around the building, and you can move in a direction. Boy, it's messy right now.
Text line posed a question from our previous segment, Clint. They said, CJ and Stingley speaking out, does that indicate that D'Amico is losing the locker room, in your opinion?
I definitely think there's potential of that. I definitely think
I can't get there yet.
Losing the locker room is strong. I mean, I don't think he's a lose the locker room coach. I do think there is the belief in the decision making and what they're doing and saying is significantly lower than it has been the previous 2 years, and it's going the wrong direction. Like, I think it's proof in that. Like, when when somebody sits up there, like to me, if I'm up there and somebody goes, hey, man, your head coach said that the problems are all post-snap, man. There ain't nothing to do with communication, man. Ain't no problem with the scheme and the communication. It's all post-snap. And I then go, well, no, I disagree with that. I think it is communication and pre-snap. Like, there's clearly a disconnect, right? Which
you guys watch film every week together.
Right. Which before, I mean, these are just the kind of silly games that, and I don't cover the top teams, on a daily basis. It just seems like, especially from the stars, it just seems like it's rare. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm with you. Yeah, I've not heard a lot of. I guess Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, what's going on? But look at what's going on in Philly. I mean, the thought is A.J. Brown wants out, and that's just been a circus. I mean, the whole time. I mean, it's been the lead story for 2 years now. He's reading books on the sideline and crap. They've just been able to win through it. So, I think everybody's got their warts, if you will. But
we've not seen a lot of Jared Goff and Dan just absolutely disagreeing with each other on the media, in the media. By the way, A.J. Brown, he's been listed as out of this game. He hit the injury report late with a hamstring, and now he's out of this game against the Giants. So interesting. All right, we got to look at one of, if not the best player on this team. We talked about a lot of guys that got to pick it up. We need to see this guy pick it up big time, and hopefully it starts this week. And because it is really, really weird to watch the way this season is going early for him. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, you're losing your hair, and you need a solution that works. Y'all know if you're out there, fellas, and you got that it's thinning up top.
comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in on a Football Friday as we are live here in Spring. And we are at Walk-Ons. Make your way on out here as there you go. There you go. She's making drinks up there. Look at her. Oh, I got the – what do you think her name is? I got Victoria. I'm not sure what she I don't know about Victoria. That's a close one. She's making drinks. She's like she's about to be until 6 o'clock. At least.
Yeah, you just cheated.
What are you talking about?
You said Victoria when she didn't go, yeah, you're right, or even look at you. You decided, oh, no, I'm not going to go with that.
Well, I'm landed on Victoria.
You knew it wasn't close because she didn't respond
She
at
didn't
all.
respond.
She didn't even look this direction.
I'm staying with Veronica. Or, what did I say, Victoria? I'm staying with Victoria. We'll see what it is later on. Yeah, thanks, Larry. She's out here having a good time, and you can be having a good time, too. We're going to hook somebody up with our first prize coming up after this segment. So if you're in the building, you might want to get your name in our raffle box as we have plenty to give, including courtesy of our Houston Ford dealers, a pair of tickets to a future Texans game. You can win that in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, you've talked about Derek Stingley this week after watching the film, and we all watched it, even watching the game, and it's not just the Seahawk game against Jackson Smith and Jigba. He was one of the 2 best corners in football last year, according to what we watched every day last year and according to the All-Pro team. It was him and Patrick Surtain were the first-team corners on the All-Pro team. And he was the highest-rated player on the NFL Top 100 for the Texans. It was a breakout year for him last year. He made big-time plays, and he was a weapon that D'Amico Case, and I'm not going to say he's just shut everybody down, but many times when he said, hey, I need you to shadow a player, if it was Tyreek Hill, if it was whoever, he had great success, and you could see why he was one of the best guys. It has just not looked like that this year, Clint, and they really need him. Even though this defense is really, really good, they still need him to kind of get to the level that we're accustomed to seeing him in the last, I'd say, year and a half. It just hasn't been there.
Well, yeah, look, I think with Derek Stingley Jr., I think he is a man corner. A couple things here. He is a man corner, and
describe what you mean by that.
I mean, he just a man anywhere. I got you anywhere you go, mano a mano. Nobody else on the field matters. I'm going to chase you, and I'm going to disrupt you, and I'm going to get physical with you, and I'm going to play the ball and get better than you. He is that corner. Again, you look back at and this week is fresh on my mind because I just watched it. I mean, he got beat in his zone coverage a couple of times where he looks like he's getting beat, but it's not him. He's playing outside technique because it's the coverage. The inside help that he's supposed to have goes too hard to the post, and he's exposed. By scheme, by design, he's exposed. And so he is just a true man corner, and it's what makes the decision to play the way that they played against Seattle kind of curious here is Jackson Smith and Jigba should have been a guy that was followed by Derek Stingley Jr. and Derek Stingley Jr. was clear in his face from jump kind of deal, and it just wasn't the case more times than not. I just falls off dramatically in zone situations. Yeah. When he, last week, look, that was a great play to get the interception, but I mean, it was one of those plays where you're playing underneath technique and ball should have never been thrown. It was a great play, great catch, but the reality of it is the ball never should have been thrown. And that wasn't necessarily this Derek Stingley all-pro corner play. It was just one of those that he made. I just think he's got to be deployed in a way of, especially in those situations of hey, everybody on the planet knows that's watching this game that Derek Stingley Jr. is following Jackson Smith and Jigba. He's got him anywhere and everywhere he goes. Because let's be honest, JSN cooked them all.
Yeah.
I mean, Kamari Lassiter got cooked. He cooked man and zone. I mean, it was all of them. So I think hindsight, they would have been better off of just saying, hey, Derek, you play whatever technique you want to play, and you take his ass anywhere he goes on the field.
Yeah,
and that clearly didn't happen.
Text line coming in wondering if he's injured, if he's hurt. I know he did have the oblique situation.
I mean, the way he stretched out and got the interception, he didn't look like no oblique was bothering him. So
it's good to hear, though, from what you're watching, you think it's more how he's used as opposed to, he's just really taken a step back this year. It's more how he's used. He's still the guy that we watched last year.
Yeah, look, I just think he's a huge weapon, and it's a huge advantage when he plays man. I'm not saying he's a bad. He's a good corner. He's a big physical corner. But if you want Derek Stingley Jr. to change the game, you play him in man. If you want Derek Stingley Jr. like this week, you don't necessarily have one guy on this offense that you're like, I got to stop that guy. But I look at George Kittle. George Kittle's a guy that within this offense he can get off and cause some problems. Is there and this is crazy and this is an extreme, but is there a situation in this game where George Kittle's causing problems and it doesn't, our linebackers can't cover him and
safeties can't either,
yeah, and so if he's eating you up in the first half, do you come out and throw some coverages at him where Derek Stingley Jr. jumps inside? You got Jalen Smith, the corner from USC, I believe he's back. You got him back, so do you do some stuff where you throw him inside on a guy like George Kittle? And look, George Kittle, he is more of a versatile tight end, so I'm not saying that this is the right time to do it, but some of these games down the stretch, you're going to play tight ends that are real threats, and can he slide inside? That's the weapon to me that Derek Stingley Jr. is. Just playing, zone coverages in structure. If I'm an offense, that's what I want Derek Stingley to do. I want to know when I break the huddle, they're going to be in some kind of zone, and Derek Stingley's going to be to my left. Right? That's what I want you to do so that I can decide if he's soft, I'll throw it underneath him. If he's outside technique, I may throw a little in-breaking route. But more than likely I'm going to stay away from him. I'm going to work this side of the field. I'm going to work the middle of the field. I want you to make it really easy on me pre-snap of where Derek Stingley's going to be. You start moving him around and doing some different man games up in Derek.
Yeah.
My point in saying all that is that ain't what happened this weekend.
No. And like you said, this weekend was one, but throughout the year, he just hasn't seemed to play to the level that he played, not even just last year. It was probably whatever the last 6-7 weeks of the season 2 years ago up until last year, that whole year he was playing at a whole nother level. And for the Texans, as we've talked about, their margin for error is thin, and they need their guys to beat their guys. And we hopefully we start to see Derek Stingley Jr. get back to the guy he was last year.
Look, I think a big key is they're going to have to take some risk. They're going to have to take some risk defensively, and not necessarily to score a bunch of points. That'd be nice, but not necessarily score touchdowns. But to get turnovers,
and get short fields,
to get turnovers, which they've done, to sack the quarterback, make him hold the ball. They're going to have to take some risk against the better football teams, and I think Derek Stingley Jr. is the one that allows you to do that. But I mentioned the Jalen Smith kid. That's a different that's a beautiful thing for D'Amico as well. They were clearly high on him early in the year. He was their third corner. Having him back, and it frees you up to do some of that different man stuff. Because the fear is if you play man, it's great for Derek Stingley. It's all right for Kamari Lassiter. But it's bad news for your linebackers or your nickel defender.
Yeah.
So, Jalen Smith coming back gives you 3 cover defenders you can throw out there and make some serious noise. You can bump Petrie inside, play Petrie and throw down in long situations or third and medium situations. And now you got Petrie guarding running backs out of the backfield, Christian McCaffrey. You got Petrie guarding tight ends in George Kittle kind of thing. That's a different animal than him guarding receivers.
All right, guys, Texans fans, be listening. If you're going to be out at the game, your Houston area Ford dealers are unveiling a Texans life-size bobblehead at 10:30 Sunday before the game. Not sure who it could be. You never know. Could be JJ, could be Andre, could be Toro. Who knows who it could be? Make sure you cruise over there to the Big Blue Ford container at Boulevard.
I know who it is.
Huh? Do you?
Mm-hmm.
I think I do too. To find out, but I'm not going to tell it. To find out while you're there, you can go ahead and take some pictures, register to win prizes, and we'll be out there. I know Seth and Sean will be out there. The question is, will you? Ford is the best in Texas. Remember that, going out there and see who they unveil is that Texans life-size bobblehead. Coming up, let's do our Saturday slate. I know Tyler is sweating bullets. There's a big, big game for him in Baton Rouge. What's your game of the week? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, shopping for a new vehicle, looking for a new rig, you got to get down to Tomball Ford. They've got a pumpkin spice savings event.
at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There is nothing more insufferable than an Aggie team on a win streak.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Congratulations to Samuel, our first winner. He won a gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We've got several winners. I found her name, man. You want to give an opportunity. Our fun bartender. I found out her name. There she is. She's screaming in the background. I had Victoria, AK, and she said no, that wasn't it. He's still thinking.
I'm gonna go Angela.
Oh, Angela. No, it's Roxy.
Yeah, go. Oh, well, hell, we weren't going to guess Roxy.
I didn't have Roxy either.
I like it. Well done.
He said Angela.
I was going with the old run-of-the-mill that could span the range.
Is it really Roxy or is it something? Is it Roxanne, I'm guessing?
If it's Roxanne, I was close. Yeah, there you go. I had the A-N part.
Angie and Roxanne. I was close. Okay. All right. Well, no, man, it's a good time out here. We're here at Walk-Ons. Come on out in spring. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Plenty of prizes to win. We're going to hook somebody up as soon as this segment is over with another gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. A little bit later on, there is a autographed football by Danielle Hunter, who the Texans are hoping has a big game coming up on Sunday. And also Texans tickets, courtesy of our good friends at the Houston Ford dealer. So make sure you get your name filled out, and you put yourself an opportunity to win a prize out here at Walk-Ons here in spring. Remember, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Tyler, hit me with it. It is, oh boy, it is that time. Let's do our Saturday slate. 724-610, YouTube and Twitch. What are your games of the week? What's your college football game of the week? There are several interesting matchups. There's a big one here, involving U of H. The Houston Cougars will take on Arizona State, who just upset Texas Tech last week at home, previously unbeaten, number 17 team in the country, Texas Tech. They won that game. U of H, Clint, 6-1 to start this season. They go to Arizona State. There's Ole Miss, Oklahoma, a big one. Missouri, Vandy. Whoever thunk that? But that's a big game in the SEC. BYU, Iowa State. Iowa State got up to a really good start. BYU's unbeaten. They're number 11 team in the country. And then, of course, Tyler's big game, A&M, the number 3 team in the country. Somebody didn't scream out here. The number 3 team in the country. They will go to Baton Rouge, Death Valley. They will take on LSU. That's another big game. Clint, I'll let you have the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, Arkansas, Auburn. They play as well.
Didn't make the cut today.
Yeah, Kansas, K-State didn't either. Sunflower Showdown. But what's your game of the week? What's the one that's got your attention?
Well, I'm gonna go U of H and Arizona State. I think there's that's two teams that still got a real chance in that conference. And the fact that Arizona State beat the team in Texas Tech that U of H got skull drugged by, which is their only loss at this point. I think this will be more than just a U of H Arizona State game. If U of H can pull this thing out, I know some people, the AD out there at Arizona State. I wouldn't mind my Hogs going and getting their head coach at Arizona State. Hopefully my partner that's the AD don't hear that, but I wouldn't mind that being somebody that they look at. So familiar with both of these teams, and Arizona State obviously made the big jump last year. U of H making the big jump this year. I think this week that's the game for me, man. That's one that I'm keeping an eye on.
You're right. And U of H, if they win this game, they've got West Virginia, who's awful this year. UCF, who they're okay, but not a football team on their level. TCU and Baylor to finish things up. They would really give themselves a shot to make it to the Big 12 title game, which obviously you win, you're in the playoffs. So yeah, that's a big game there in Tempe for U of H. All right, Tyler, I will let you have it last because I legit wonder how you're feeling. I'm going to go Missouri and Vandy in this game. Vandy and a top 10 team, Missouri 15, and Clint. This is a battle, right? We know the SEC's probably going to get potentially four teams into this playoff. Definitely 3, potentially 4 teams in this playoff. I think, Clint, when you look at both teams 6-1 here, the winner of this game puts themselves in a real chance when you look at the rest of their. And if they lose a second game, they probably would be fine if they lost to A&M. And Vandy, they've already gotten past Alabama on their schedule. The winner of this game feels like they could have a real inside track to get into the college football playoff. And that's crazy to say that when you're talking about Vandy and Missouri, especially Vandy. Missouri has been flirting with this both under Gary Pinkel and Eli Derkowitz the last several years, but just not been able to get to that level. This is a big, big game in the SEC for those two teams because one of these teams, I believe the winner could be the Tennessee, like last year, who snuck in, didn't have to play in the title game, but just sat there with their 2 losses. I think it's a huge game for those two teams.
Yeah, look, it's a big game for both of those teams, but this is a monster game for Vanderbilt. I mean, Vanderbilt's got a chance to move into the top 10. I mean, you look, they're playing Mizzou, obviously. You win versus a ranked opponent right there. They're already sitting at 10 and would move up, and then OU and Ole Miss play, I believe, this week as well. So one of those teams has got to lose. So
yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, either one of these teams would make a jump, but Vandy all of a sudden making a jump to 7 or 8 would be a already wild story would become even bigger and better. So I like that game as well. And I'm going to tell you what, Vanderbilt, this isn't just a fairy tale deal. I mean, they're fun to watch.
And this is 2 years in the making. Right, this is 2 straight years that they've been doing this. They're not just bursting onto the scene anymore.
No.
And they've got maybe a player in the sport and their quarterback who's something else.
Clark Lee has done a tremendous job there, and you know, you look at Vanderbilt, you look at Indiana, and I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out, but you look at those 2 schools and the way that they have used NIL and the way that they've really used the transfer portal in their hiring practice. You hire a guy that brings 14 people with him on his side of the ball in Indiana, and all of a sudden, you know, you're making some noise. You know that like the way that they've handled NIL, the way they've handled the transfer portal has really given them an opportunity to jump on the scene in both places. And it obviously starts with the quarterback they were able to get in house, but I think it has to do more with the overall crew, man. So. I love that story as well. Being an Arkansas Razorback, I look at it and go, why can't Arkansas do that? These other schools can. So, yeah, I love the story, man. Vanderbilt's fun to watch.
All right, and Tyler, A&M, you've expressed this to me multiple times this week. They have not won in Baton Rouge in a long, long time. They are what appears thus far this year the better football team, and LSU is desperate. They lose this game. I think their chances to get to the college football playoff are over with a 3rd loss. How are you feeling about this game, A&M going on the road to LSU?
Yeah, man, because of just how beautifully you laid all that out, I am nervous, man. I am nervous heading into Baton Rouge, as nervous as you can be as the only SEC team that's left undefeated. But very nervous, hyped for this game. The Aggies have not won, as you said, in Baton Rouge in a long time. They've won the SEC. But I'm hoping the number 3 squad, my Texas A&M Aggies, hope they can pull it out, keep this undefeated thing going into next week. But, man, they got problems, too. I mean, coming, fresh off that Arkansas game, Clint's Hogs last week, they literally ran wild all over the A&M defense.
Yeah, they got to stop the run.
Oh,
they got to stop the run big time. Something's off with LSU. They got too much talent, and Brian Kelly obviously is a good coach. I thought they would be a much better football team, and specifically their offense. They seem like they struggle so much to move the ball consistently and to score.
Yeah, it's been a rough start for the or a rough go at it for the LSU offense. I mean, last week I'd say the defense let them down a little bit too in terms of just letting Pavia run up and down the field and that the Vanderbilt team run up and down the field. But yeah, I mean, look, they got a problem on offense, man. They're just not very good offensively for a team that typically can go out there and play bully ball against folks. They can't even accomplish that, and so LSU's got problems. But I think Tyler hit the nail on the head. This game's all about A&M's run defense. I mean, it's obviously you got to go down there and get a win. But I think they've handled business and they've given themselves a little bit of grace to where they could slip up and lose a game and still be one of, if not the best team in the conference. So,
absolutely.
You know, that part of it, I think they've accomplished. But boy, if you can't stop the run, and look, Arkansas is a different animal because they've got that quarterback that's super explosive. But if you watch that Arkansas game last week, which I don't know how many outside the Aggie and Arkansas fan base did, but if you watch that, boy, our running back in the running back had a ton of space. I mean, sometimes he was untouched for 8-10 yards. And A&M's not going to win in the college football playoffs if that's the case. So they got to tighten that run defense up, and if they do that, then I think they're going to be fine.
All right, big college football weekend. Someone text in, what about Texas, Mississippi State? We're trying to have a serious conversation here, guys, about the games of the weekend. All right. Okay.
I'm so happy you just said that.
I'm sorry, man. There's so many other games you could have ran through before you arrived at. And I'm sorry. After what they did against Kentucky last week, I can't watch them.
Arkansas coming along, though, man.
I can't watch them. All right, what you got coming up in the fourth?
Well, C.J. Stroud's got to change his frame of mind, and then there's one unknown in this game that I think is going to decide whether the Houston Texans have a chance or it's going to be a long day. Maybe a long day either way, but if this cat here can step up, I think they got a chance to make a little noise. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them Daisy dips, y'all. They got French onion dip. They got ranch dip.
sports. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports.
Lily gagging.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Sturdy's Daily brought to you by Takova's Python boots. If anybody's interested, great fit, great look.
That is not accurate.
Got a location over in Rice Village.
They have
Check it
good
out.
ostrich, too.
Yeah, they got some ostrich. Got a little bit of everything over there. Maybe get some gator.
Not the sponsor.
Well, I'm just telling you. Just giving everybody a good example. It's a good sample. You can own this sign. You can own this billboard every day at 4 o'clock. Come on out. You can sponsor Dirty's Daily. We are wide open. We are every day. We're running through them. So you can be next. I'm talking about sponsors. Ron, not running through something else.
I did not flinch, Tyler.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm proud of you for that.
We are up at Walk-Ons 99 and Kirkendall. Come on through in spring. Come on through and hang out. The food is great. Drinks are cold. We got plenty of room. And we got giveaways, y'all. We got giveaways. Starts with the glasses that will be given away every Football Friday. Today is the Area 45 guys. And we got plenty of those left. So come on. We've got gift cards as well. Have you already given all those out, Ron? Or we still got a couple of those. Still got a couple of gift cards to give out. And we got the Texans tickets. The Texans tickets for later in the season. We'll be giving those away in the 5 o'clock hour. So come on through.
Daniil Hunter, too.
That's
Daniil
right.
Hunter football, yeah.
Damn, I almost forgot about that. Daniil Hunter autographed football. By the way, speaking of Daniil Hunter, did y'all see what the defensive line gifted him for his 100th sack?
Did not.
Last week? I'll be honest. I didn't. When I first saw it, I was like, what are we doing these days, boys? Y'all make way too much money to be giving my man a wooden framed picture of himself for getting 100 sacks.
Well, was it like a rich mahogany?
Well, no. If you zoom in on the picture, I believe it's got every sack. I think it's got every sack that he's gotten. All 100 sacks are identified on the frame, like etched into the frame. So it was actually pretty cool. It was probably a pretty expensive wood, and then it was probably a pretty expensive design. But when I first looked at it, I was like, "Damn! You mean to tell me they gave him an action shot? He got 100 sacks and he got an action shot of himself. Damn! That's why. Did he sign it? But no. If you zoom in on it, it's actually pretty cool. But I say all that to say we've got a Daniil Hunter autographed football or helmet?
That's right, football right there.
Football. So come on through and win a little something, man. Have you some cold drinks. We've seen a lot of beer consumed already. We've seen a nice couple at the bar a little earlier. Just take beer at lunch. I wonder what happens when you go home at 2 o'clock and you've snuggled up at the bar and kind of had some heavy petting and several drinks. Ron, I wonder what happens when they get home.
He had the opportunity to have a great time.
I'm telling you, that brother right there is in a perfect spot. I mean, boy, I tell you, slow Friday afternoon.
My man right here has been here since the top of the show. He saw it.
He knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, he's in a good state. Ain't no telling what that old fella's up to right now. But boy, I tell you what. Hang on, Bubba. Hang on. You'll be all right. Ron, this is
toes curling.
There's no doubt somebody's there's a big unknown in this game, and it obviously has to do with the injuries at the top of the wide receiver room. And no Nico Collins, no Christian Kirk. At least they've not practiced to date. They're expected to be ruled out when the injury report drops today. I've seen a couple of different reports that they are expected to be ruled out by the team when they drop the injury report. Which it shouldn't surprise anybody. One's got a concussion and one's got an old man hamstring. That is a major problem.
That held him out last week.
Held him out multiple games this year. He played 2?
Yep.
So, yeah, look, it's Christian Kirk, Nico Collins. The way this wide receiver room was constructed this year, you were heavily depending on those guys not only playing well, but staying healthy throughout. Because let's be honest, at this point, even if Christian Kirk was healthy, if you lose Nico Collins, you've got some major problems in a sense of how you're going to create opportunities for how your offensive coordinator is going to turn the tide here. But the biggest unknown, given the set of circumstances that they have, Ron, I think the one positive that I think stood out last week against Seattle was Jalen Noel. I think, he is the one guy this week that is a huge unknown, had a great game last week, showed that he could not only play and listen and retain a playbook and then go out there and execute it, but he proved that he could go up over NFL defensive backs and make big plays. He proved that he could do that in a critical moment, that in a drive that we had to get a chunk play just to get a field goal attempt. And then throughout the game, he was instrumental in us even having a shot down the stretch once our defense started getting the turnovers. And so Jalen Noel, I think, is the one here that is a huge unknown. I like what I've seen, and he's got to be the guy, Ron, that when I look at Nick Caley, he's got to be leaning heavily into Jalen Noel.
You know what? I don't think he showed enough for Robert Saleh is like, hey man, we got to take him away, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like even though you look at it and you say, well, I mean, who the guys are going to hurt us? I still don't think that Robert Saleh is approaching it in any manner of like Jalen Noel's their explosive player, so that's the one we got to get eyes to. He should have an opportunity, and he should not only have an opportunity because I don't think that the Niners and Robert Saleh are going to be just keying in on him like they got to stop, but he should have an opportunity because that's who Caley and company should be trying to get the ball to.
Well, look, the opportunity is there. He's going to get run. C.J. Stroud clearly has good chemistry with him. He's a very quarterback-friendly wide receiver. And I'll be honest with you, man, what's really stood out to me is the playmaking ability and the, I know there's a lot of fans out there that just because Nick drafted them early, they think these guys can. I had a guy coming at me on Twitter the other day about how Higgins can create separation. My ass. I mean, he ran a go route and got behind somebody. He's not a receiver who's going to create separation. Now,
well, at least we haven't seen it consistently.
Well, right, I'm talking about what you can believe in. Hell, he may one day. Hell, I hope he can. But right now, Jalen Noel has proven early on that he can make plays. He can create separation. He's quarterback friendly. He can run the whole route tree. And the thing that I'll be honest, I kind of pigeonholed him as an inside receiver. I do think he's a guy that can go outside and do some different things. Not ideal, but I think he can go out there and do that. And here's the Jalen Noel thought for the day, right? Thought of this game for me is, if Jalen Noel is not a receiver that they use in multiple ways, right? It's one thing to have all of your weapons in the wide receiver room and not move Nico because you've got other guys that you feel like you can trust and you got confidence in, all right? But you are down the only two guys on this offense that absolutely can make plays in Christian Kirk and Nico Collins. I mean, you absolutely have to move around Jalen Noel in a big way. I said it earlier, and I'm not joking. He is a guy, a body type, a guy that we've seen return punts in a way that he offers you something out of the backfield.
How many touches you think? Like, if you're speaking about the unknown,
if I'm not taking that Nick Caley's calling the plays into consideration, it would be in the teens. It'd be 12, 13.
Really, touches?
No. Well, targets, touches,
attempts to try to get him the ball. Really?
Yeah, but you don't have anybody else, Ron. He's the only guy that I legitimately believe this. Like now, I don't know if it's going to work or not, but I'm saying if I'm watching the Texans' body of work as a whole, and I've watched Jalen Noel return punts, I've watched Jalen Noel catch a screen, I've watched, I believe, Jalen Noel catch grab a jet sweep type handoff. And every one of them, he has a unique ability to set up blocks. He has great instincts. He has the speed to turn the corner. And his body type he's short, but he's thick. And so it's not like you're turning around and handing the ball to a guy that can't turn the corner, Xavier Hutchinson, or you're turning around and handing the ball to a guy that has no business, doing anything other than playing a wide receiver and running a route tree, Higgins, right? This is a guy that if we don't see him, I don't want to go to the extreme, even though I personally will. I don't want to go to the extreme of this, but what the hell? Like, if we don't see him catch a toss out of the backfield, I'll be disappointed.
Yeah.
If we don't see him
Something behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, absolutely. If we don't see them come to the line of scrimmage and you think, okay, we got Nick Chubb in the game, back game, and it's Nick Chubb, and everybody believes, hey, man, this is coming downhill between the tackles, and you break the huddle, and you run Nick Chubb out, and you snap the ball with a sense of urgency, but you run Nick Chubb out in the slot, and you put Noel in the backfield, and you toss that thing opposite Chubb, or hell, toss it to Chubb, let Chubb lead block, whatever you want to do. Like those kind of wrinkles, I just believe you got to do it. You mentioned Woody Marks earlier. Like, I think it's going to be hard this week to take Woody Marks and Jalen Noel off the field, just simply because of what you have available.
They seem to be your most explosive player.
Right.
Those two.
So it's like, I think in this game alone, I mean, just for the sake of you don't have many weapons, I think we've got to see Jalen Noel used in a way that's almost unfair for a rookie. Hey, man, I know this is literally the eighth week of your NFL career, but we're fixing to ask you to line up all over the place. And we're going to ask you to motion. We're going to run your legs off. We're going to hope you can make a bunch of plays. This should be a Jalen Noel showcase game. We should get done with this game, and the whole fan base, win, lose, or draw, the whole fan base should be super excited about what's possible with Jalen Noel. Like, I don't think it's unfair to expect that to happen, given the circumstances and given what we've seen. So we'll see there with Jalen Noel and how that works out. Here, before we get out, let's go, Tyler. Let's hear from Nick Caserio. This is the general manager after what Noel was able to do last week. Nick Caserio talking about Jalen Noel on Texans All Access Wednesday.
Jalen's worked really, really hard. He's a good kid. He's got a good attitude. He's got a good approach. He has good skills. That's why we drafted him where we did. So how that, we figured out that rotation relative to who's playing, who's available, who's not. I mean, with Christian, that kind of happened there late in the week, so we kind of had to make some adjustments. We'll see where we are after the game the other night, who's going to be available, and try to figure out what's the best deployment of our personnel.
I like the deployment of our personnel. I like the fact that that's what they're talking about. At least that's what Nick's talking about. Again, I made the point earlier in the show how involved Nick is. I like the thought of we're going to deploy guys accordingly, and I don't know how you arrive at deploying guys accordingly with Nico and Christian looking like they're not going to play and not being heavy Jalen Noel. So
you just don't have any. I mean, you look at it, it's Dalton Schultz and Woody Marks, and then one of these three receivers, these Iowa State players.
With the right plan, again, 30,000-foot view on paper, I've got hope. You put Jaden Higgins in Nico Collins' spot. You put Xavier Hutchinson in his spot, which he's been playing field. He's really been playing all over, but put him at the field receiver. And then you put Jalen Noel at where Christian Kirk typically plays. You keep Woody Marks on the field as much as you possibly can. Dalton Schultz is going to play till his legs fall off, and you roll with. I'm watching that film last week, and as much as I like Harrison Bryant, and as much as I like the way that they can rotate, those guys and rotate those running backs, and as I've said a million times, I like Dare Ogunbowale, but we are just not in a spot where we weren't then, but we're damn sure not now in a spot where we can waste snaps and waste drives with all those guys on the field.
Someone texted and said they're afraid that Dare is going to get more action now. Now that they have less weapons.
It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me one bit. I just at some point, kind of to my C.J. Stroud take earlier, which we'll get to it in another segment. I'm not going to get to it right now, but. CJ's got to be a little bit more selfish in this thing and think about himself. At some point, Nick Caley's got to be selfish and think about himself. At some point, Nick Caley's got to. I mean, it's just bad football. It's dumb football. There's no explanation. There's nothing that justifies Dare Ogunbowale going into a game with Dare Ogunbowale as your third down back. Given what we've seen from Nick Chubb and Woody Marks, there's no reason to go into a game early in games and Dare be your third down back. There's zero excuse. It's bad football. It's poor decisions. It's becoming a fireable offense at this point because it's not just that. It's rotating the guards. It's all the mess. And so, yeah, look, I just think you're structured in a way right now with these injuries where I don't know how you – because you look at the way they've been doing it, you're talking about 50% of your snaps. Probably more than that if you look at what 50% of your snaps, there's going to be no Woody Marks and there's going to be no Jay. How do you justify that right now?
And who would be in their place? Berrios and Chubb and Daria Gumbawale?
Yeah. I mean, it just you can't justify it right now. It's not sound. It's just not good football, man. It's not. I tell you what, I'm really frustrated with, and maybe this is a different segment, but I'm really frustrated with them acting like, there's no sense of urgency to get better in these games by changing course of what you're doing.
Yeah.
That's a frustration.
What they're doing is just going to keep working.
Yeah, I mean, and trying to justify to us.
It's more the execution and not.
Well, trying to justify to anybody. I mean, the fan base should be irate with this left guard rotation. I mean, and it just gets worse when they try to act like it's normal. Like Nick Caley was asked, hey, man, can you confidently say that it's a better offense with guys rotating at left guard than if you let one play? And he goes into talking about cross-training and guys that played left tackle. It's just bad decisions, bad football.
Yep. All right, coming up, there's some news. This may be helpful for the Texans winning this game on Sunday. Some news as we go into the game Sunday against the 49ers just dropped a few minutes ago. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
Well, let me give you a little news that'll help you if you are looking to build that dream home, looking to build that forever home. It's Origin Homes. You absolutely cannot go.
all day long. Thanks to McCaffrey Injury Lawyers. Call McCaffrey Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and...
That's right, we are back. Congratulations to all of our winners. We still have plenty more prizes to give away. You can get you a free oil change at Tomball Ford coming up. Also, we've got multiple $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, and the big one coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to a future Texans game, courtesy of our Houston Ford dealers. So all of that still, and if you have not done so, you can take home a glass, as we're doing. What happened? Oh, take home a glass. Well, look here. And you can take home Area 45. You can take home a glass as they. Oh God, guys. And you can win. Take home a glass if you've got the full set, like Tyler. Tyler's almost there. He needs one more, and. Hey, he may have to come back to get it. He may have to go and get it later on to win that. But you can win the Area 45 set today. A lot going on in here right now. A lot going on. And you could be here having a good time with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. TVs everywhere if you want to watch the World Series. This is a good spot to do it if you want to watch some college football that'll be on tonight. There is a lot going on in TVs all over the place. We're here at Walk-Ons here in Spring. All right, Clint, this is some news here that has just passed from the 49ers. We'll get the full injury report when that comes out. But they have officially ruled out Brock Purdy, the quarterback. So it will be Mac Jones. He will get the ball. They've also ruled out. I mean, he's become their number one receiver, Ricky Pearsall. He has missed the last he missed the last game at least, but he is ruled out with that knee injury. He has been their number one wide receiving target. So those two guys, Pearsall and Brock Purdy, are going to be out for this game, already ruled out by the San Francisco 49ers. So Mac Jones gets the ball again for the Niners.
Yeah, look, that makes sense. He's 4-1. He's played well. There's not a ton of difference in a sense of how they approach the game between the two different quarterbacks. And now one of them's obviously a $250 million man, and the other one's just kind of a journeyman. But we'll see how that goes for Mac Jones. But yeah, look, I think when you for the Texans, I would have liked to seen a hobbled guy that didn't practice much or half practice throughout the week versus a guy that's 4-1. He's hot. He understands the offense. He's in a rhythm. He seems to be all healthy, relatively speaking. I'm sure he's sore, but just healthy in the sense of being able to practice, being able to prepare. So I would rather see the banged-up guy if there's not a whole hell of a lot of difference. So looks like Shanahan would rather start the guy that's healthy too. So
yeah,
we'll
and for the Texans, I mean, this like the only difference is Brock is a little bit more mobile.
Yeah,
he can do a little bit more. That dude ain't going nowhere. Daniil and Will Anderson, he's less athletic than Sam Darnold. They got a chance to get back there and know where he is going to be. So I think the run element or the escapability element, even just to throw, lessons with Mac Jones out there. That's an advantage for, especially with this pass rush the Texans.
Yeah, look, knowing where the quarterback's going to be is a big plus. And Mac Jones is a guy that you can take it to the bank where he's going to be 7 yards directly behind the center, 7 yards deep. And the problem with San Francisco, or the problem that the Texans defense is going to have is that they are so aggressive upfield that they're going to have a hard time containing the running back. They're going to line him up in different places. They're going to short motion him. They're going to long motion him. They're going to screen him. They're going to run him. And so containing that guy is going to be the key up front, not at all the quarterback. So they're going to have their hands full in that department, and that's going to be the key to the game ultimately. But there's no doubt. I mean, look, if Mac Jones hurts you in any way, shape, or form with his legs, boy, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah. So that is the latest there as Brock Purdy out for this game. Mac Jones will get the start. Ricky Pearsall, who's been their top wide receiver this year, he is out for this game too. So the two top wide receivers for each team are out of this game. Nico Collins, you all right?
I'm good.
Okay, because you got to look like you want to take this thing off, and I will get off the tracks with you.
No,
don't do it. Yeah, let's get to the Rockets. The Rockets, they have their home opener tonight, and my man he is ready. He is in Rockets gear right now. I do wonder, because this is the thing that I've been hearing since that first game, and obviously it's not solved. But maybe I don't feel great, but I feel better about where the Rockets will be from the point guard perspective down the line. Like I looked at it and I said, okay, I think Amin Thompson is going to grow into that role. And then you could see it, Clint. It's not like, hey, man, this ain't Chris Paul, like one guy's going to come down here and set up the offense all the time, right? Like Şengün brought it up and set up the offense, and it was run through him at times. KD brought it up, and it was run through him sometimes. Amin brought it up. Reed brought it up. And I think Reed and Amin will only grow with the more reps that they get, and I think they'll all only grow with how they want to run things. I think I saw a lot of people saying right now the Rockets need to trade for him. I saw Kenyon Martin on that podcast, him and Gilbert Arenas. He's like, if anybody's a point guard, they need to go knocking down the door, calling the Rockets. I'm not saying they can't improve, where they are. Yes, Fred was a key loss for them and would make this team better than they are right now with more experience and what he can do as a point guard. But I feel better watching that first game thinking, all right, once they get to March, April, and towards the end of the regular season, I feel like they're going to be where it's not going to be something that just absolutely kills them.
Well, look, I think they're in a comfortable spot right now with their guard situation. As you mentioned, Amin Thompson and all the different guys that are in the starting rotation that potentially can run the offense. But I think the bigger part of it is Aaron Holiday is always the guy that you can go to. To me, and that's obviously not the guy you want being the starting or anything to that nature, but he is always a guy that in the place, if Reed Sheppard plays half the season and just doesn't ever figure it out or seems like he's a year away, then Holiday can be a guy that can fill in and help lessen that load.
Yeah.
So I like the position they're in. I don't think it's necessarily great, but I think it's comfortable.
Yeah, I didn't walk away thinking, like I've seen this a lot off of one game. I didn't walk away thinking, oh my God, like they're hosed. They're screwed.
Well, I mean, if your biggest problems are Reed Sheppard and Tari Eason not having a good outing, that's a pretty good night. And you went to double overtime. That's a pretty good night.
Yeah, no, it was. So they'll get going tonight against the Pistons. The Pistons are a pretty good team, but a team that they should be able to handle tonight. Cade Cunningham, who really burst onto the scene last year, good player, but the way the Rockets are rolling and look the part thus far in their one game, they should be able to handle those guys tonight. All right, coming up as we continue here live from walk-ons here, look at the major matchups. On each side of the ball, the big matchups coming up. We already understand there is some change in the lineup. There will be no Brock Purdy. Mac Jones will start again, so that is helpful, I think, for the Texans. But we'll look at the matchups that you need to be watching coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I tell you it's not a matchup, but
one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I can't stop.
All right, congratulations to our latest winner. I don't know if he's supposed to be out and about, so I won't put his name out there, but he is wearing red. But congratulations to our latest winner. And you can be a winner as well here. Make your way on out here to Walk-Ons here in Spring. I know it's around that time folks is getting off work. You're trying to get your Friday set up right. This is the time to go ahead and do it. They got good food, good drinks, and this is a great spot to do it. So come on out. TV's everywhere for you to take in everything that you want to watch this evening. Hey, we'll be here till 6, but you can go much further down the time frame than 6 o'clock if you come on out and hang out. There is not a better spot to go and hang out on a Friday night to get things going over this weekend. All right, Clint, as we with the Texans in again, Clint, I feel like we've been here 3 times this year. This is a gotta have it game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another one. They had to have it against the Ravens earlier this year. They had to have it against the Titans. I don't think we were saying that against Seattle last week, but now the way that game.
Hey, I was.
The way that game.
I quit them as soon as it's over.
I thought you just quit the offense.
Well, I mean, hell, the offense is so bad they can't help the top defense in the league.
That's a damn shame. You ain't lying. The 12 points a game they was giving up still got them around that 2-4 area of the season. But listen, it's another gotta have it game right here. You know, obviously you dropped to 2-5. I mean, with just the shock of it all, the other team in your division that's leading your division happens to have the best record in football. So that is the other thing, and they're playing the Titans, and so you might as well chalk that up to 7-1 for the Colts. So yeah, it is another gotta have a game. And when you look at a gotta have a game, let's start with the best part of this team, the defense. When you look at the Texans defense, when the 49ers have the ball, we just talked about it, we know there will be Mac Jones as the starting quarterback. Their top receiver, Pearsall, is not going to be there. Juwan Jennings should be there. George Kittle returned last week. He didn't have any catches in the game, but he should be going again. And obviously Christian McCaffrey is back to look at McCaffrey in terms of being able to kill you running the football and receiving the football. What for you are the key matchups when the 49ers have the ball and the Texans are on defense?
Well, I think it's whatever they decide to do with George Kittle. I think that's the key here, right? Is you know, whether it's your nickel defender, your linebackers, you with Jalen Smith back healthy, if you've got a man package where you can move one of your corners in to handle him if they start ripping you up in the pass game, kind of deal. So I think it's George Kittle and however they decide to defend him. He's the one. Look, Christian McCaffrey's at all 11. Task. I mean, all 11 guys have to keep him in front of him and rally to tackle. He'll make one guy miss. Everybody has to know where he's at all times. That's the all 11 there. So that's the elephant in the room. But I think George Kittle, not letting him hurt you in the pass game is a bigger part to this game than one would think.
Yeah, and that's the part is. The Texans may need to get creative to make sure they stop that, right? Like I don't know that just putting linebackers and safeties or maybe it could work, maybe you're bracketing, but I don't know.
I think that's the quandary that the 49ers put you in is do you go lighter in the box at the linebacker position and think that you can hold up in the run game with the likes of a Trent Williams, led offense with George Kittle being that physical fit and Juszczyk being the fullback. So I mean, do you go light to try to take care of all these guys that are like unique weapons in the pass game, or do you stay heavy, stop the run, and then you get exposed when Christian or Kittle or Juszczyk or one of these guys get out, in man defense, in some kind of man defense. So, that's why they're good. That's why they're a good football team. That's why Kyle Shanahan is good, is because you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think how you handle, the next best weapon is big here.
Yeah, I think the middle of the field is going to be key. I think Christian McCaffrey in the passing game is going to be big, and you could see those are the two that could really hurt them right there in the middle of the field. And I'm with you. You kind of mentioned it earlier with Derek Stingley. I think you can't be afraid to be creative there, and potentially him or Kamari Lassiter to use those, because I mean the thought of Christian McCaffrey on linebackers and Henry To'oTo'o in the passing game is a scary thought. Hell, even on Petrie is a bit of a scary thought.
Look, this is a game where Christian Harris, the version of Christian Harris that we thought we had, not the guy that's attacking people on the damn bench, but the guy that actually we thought we had. Like, this is a game where he would be critical. I mean huge. This is one of those games where, it could make him, a 10-year vet and a guy that makes millions of dollars in the league versus, again, being a security guard on the bench. Of it is I don't think that's an option. But we talked a little bit about the secondary. I mean, this is – the Texans are unique in a way of I don't know how much fall off. Now, there's obviously fall off, so all my football heads relax a little bit. There's an obvious fall off. But I don't know how much of a fall-off it is in the ability to defend the run if you've got Kamari and Petrie, one of those two guys that are inside at a backer position, right, as a nickel and dime defender kind of deal. If you have them in there, I don't know how much your ability to defend the run actually falls off, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So, they've got options. The level of physicality that those corners that Petrie and Kamari Lassiter in particular play with, I think is going to be big. MJ Stewart playing in the box, and he has been a much better player than I thought he was going to be when
C.J. Gardner
got released. So, we'll see.
Other side, how about the key matchups for you in your mind when the Texans have the ball and they're on offense?
We talked about it a little earlier in 4 o'clock, Dirty's Daily. Like I think Jalen Noel and his, I don't care who's guarding him necessarily, but whoever that matchup is, we got to make it hard on that guy. At the end of this game, or let's say in the second half of this game, Jalen Noel has to have been used in a way of like the 49ers come out and go, okay, regardless of what the score is, we understand that they've got the Texans, they've got really one guy that can beat this. We got to know where he's at. They're using him in creative, exotic ways. Like, we've got to get to that point with Jalen Noel. So I think it's Jalen Noel and however they decide to defend him. So not necessarily a matchup. I know I'm dancing around your question, but to me that's the
Jalen Noel. Whatever matchup that is.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to use. If it's in the slot, then it's just Upton Stout and Jalen Noel, and Jalen Noel's got to figure out a way to win right there, which I think he can. I think they get some big plays out of him. Jalen Noel versus this secondary, really Higgins versus this secondary, Jalen Noel versus all of those guys versus San Francisco's secondary should be able to make plays. But Jalen Noel is the one that I think has the best chance. So I'd go if I got to give a matchup, I'd go Jalen Noel, Upton Stout in the slot.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz to me. The Niners have been hurt pretty consistently by tight ends. I would say not of all have had great games, but I would say 6 of their 7 games, tight ends have given them problems. Tight ends have given them issues in 6 of the 7 games that they played. So I think Dalton Schultz, no Fred Warner. Remember, he's on the IR. He is out for the season, and he is somebody usually in the middle of the field. So to me, I would look at Dalton Schultz, a guy I think they've had some really good success the last 3 ball games getting him the ball and getting him involved, and that seems to be maybe a weak spot right now for the 49ers.
I like it.
And without Fred Warner, obviously you feel a lot better if you were Robert Saleh, but I think that is a space to go. All right, By the way, before we get to 5 o'clock fire, and we'll let you know the official injury report is out. We'll let you know who is the designations for everybody. Are you concerned about Derek Stingley? He struggled. No. He struggled last week and just hasn't looked the same this year. You concerned about him?
No, I'm not worried about Derek Stingley Jr.
No. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you good? All right. I'm not. I would say I'm worried. I wonder if he's hurt. I wonder if the injury is in some way keeping him from playing to the level that we're used to seeing. But it has been different from the last year and a half. He's been a top 3 at worst, top 4 corner in the league. And last year he was top 2 clearly.
Look, I think there's something to keep an eye on with Derek Stingley. I think there's something to keep an eye on with Kalen Bullock. Those are 2 guys that made major impacts in critical moments last year, and we just hadn't seen it this year. So, I think you keep an eye on some of those guys. It's just the season's not as good as expected right now. And until I see more, I'm all right.
Yeah. All right. Text line coming through. Every time I swear when I tune in, Clint always has to move in talking about packages.
Yeah, packages. He did say man package a second
Did he
ago.
say man package?
Yeah.
Man, I was talking about man coverage, man to man.
I know, but you said they got a man package.
That's all right.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right.
That's all right, little man package.
Nothing like a good little package talk.
I should have been looking at the stream. I bet Tyler was probably
I was staring directly into the camera.
Yeah. And not just packages, man packages.
Yeah.
Deluxe nut package.
That too. I would not be in that category. Hank, God bless his soul, was.
All right. Your brother had the big ones.
Every chance you get to talk about your brother and his
it was impressive, man.
And his nuts.
It was impressive.
Just go there, yeah.
He had a set. Okay. He got all of them in the family.
All right. Thanks, man. I didn't think you were going to keep riding through hard on that, man. There we go.
I had to live with it, man. I had to grow up with it,
All right.
You got a man like that running around the house naked all the time. You learn how to. It's like, golly, man. I got cheated at birth.
Yeah. Well. Coming up next here, 5 o'clock fire as we continue right here live on the drive. You still have opportunities to win prizes here. If you are in the building and you've not signed your name, put your name in our raffle box. And if you are on the way in, you give yourself a chance. Our guy, he was here with us yesterday just walking in. He'll put his name in the raffle box.
Yeah, he was.
There he is. You got a chance to win tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. $25 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Free oil change, Tom Ball Ford. You still have plenty of options to get in here and have a good time and win prizes. 5 o'clock fire, we'll look at the Rockets. They got their home opener, as well as getting you caught up completely on the injured list, as we have that out available. Now we know officially who's in and out. And we've got game 1. The World Series gets started tonight. My man, John Lopez, said he's going to be pulling for the Dodgers, which was an odd thing. And I feel like Tyler almost quit him on the spot. But a lot to get to as the sports world is abuzz. We'll do that coming up next right here live on the drive.
All right, y'all. Look, power outages, man. They can happen anytime.
right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Attack that ass. The big deal.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents the Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is we are live on a Football Friday here at Walk-Ons here in Spring. And we'll be here till 6 o'clock. It's been a fun time, as always. The beer is flowing. That looks like a good cold one, too, right there. The drinks, Roxy is at the bar doing her thing, having a good time. I don't even think she's there anymore, but it looked like she was.
Yeah, we done hit shift change.
Yeah, we hit a shift change. We lost Roxy. Well, still, people still there making good, solid drinks, good cold beers, and the food is flowing as well. It is a great spot to be here on a Football Friday, and you should make your way on out here. You got a chance to win prizes. We still have gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors, still have a free oil change to Tom Ball Ford, and the big one coming up a little bit later on in this hour, your chance to win a pair of future tickets to a Texans game. You can win that right here today. All you got to do is put your name in our raffle box. Those tickets, those future Texans tickets, are courtesy of our good friends at the Houston Ford dealers. All right, Clint, as we get going here on a Football Friday, let's start here a little bit with the Rockets. They'll have their home opener tonight against the Pistons, and they're coming off of that tough double overtime matchup they had. By the way, OKC had another double overtime game last night in which SGA went for 50-plus in that game. But they're coming off of that tough game. And again, to me, Clint, it was a disappointing end to the game. You lost 125-124. There was some things late in the game, late in the fourth, late in the overtimes that you wish you could have done better. But I look at that team and I look at them and I feel like, yep, that is a better basketball team than ended the year last year, even with the injury to Fred VanVleet, and they look like a contender. And if you're a Rocket fan, you've got to be really, really excited about what you have here. The first game out, going on ring night, double overtime against the champs, and now you got the Pistons to get this thing going. I think Rockets fans should be really excited about this season even more after that first game.
Yeah, if you can't get excited about this, hell, just you ain't a fan. I mean, any kind of fan if you can't get excited about this. And so, look, when I get into basketball, it's the same thing as baseball. It's like I take every game way too serious, which is why I enjoy rooting for it. That's why I enjoy fanning, you know. But for me, with the Rockets, first of all, you got me. I'm sitting down and watching you. But secondly, can Şengün do anything remotely close to what he did last outing? And what does that look like? Is that something we're going to catch every night or more consistently than you would think? And then, obviously, on the way here today, I was listening to some Reed Shepherd, media clips and talking about how much he learned from that and how much the film study helped and how he's got to develop. And so he's very aware of what he needs to do and how he needs to do it. And we'll see if he can turn the corner sooner rather than later. So that Şengün element obviously is big, but the Reed Shepherd thing on the backside of it is, boy, the sooner. I'm gonna tell you, man. I mean, they're a problem anyway, but if Reed Shepherd becomes a guy that isn't just a what if or just
if he's kind of a quality part of the rotation,
boy, it's going to be nasty.
And you would think him being a quality part of the rotation, his best skill would be a big reason why he's a quality part of the rotation, and his best skill is exactly what his team could really use, and that's his shooting. And we already saw it. He spaced the floor multiple times out there when they had Durant and Smith and him on the court all at once. You saw how much how much room and space. I mean, Thompson was able to drive and not a lot of helpers, and then We saw Şengün repeatedly with a lot of space, more space than he has normally had. I'm with you. I want to see it. I know Şengün's going to be good this year. Is he going to be a 20-point, 10-rebound guy this year, or is he going to go more to the 25 to 27 a game type of deal? Is this what we saw in opening night going to be a normalcy? And this is how he's going to attack things each and every. We'll start to notice that soon. At some point, when SGA turned the corner, it was like, oh man, he's showing some flashes. Then it was like, no, just every night. This is his game. He's getting to his spots, and he's doing it every night. But I'm with you. That's a big key. And then that development you talked about. I want to see if Amin Thompson is still going to be as aggressive as he was. He was 0 for 7 from 3 in that first game, but he took 7 threes. Like that was an aggressive nature, and he took them with confidence early. I think later after he missed some, maybe he wasn't as confident. But is that going to be something in his game that he's going to continue to be willing to take the threes? Because he's certainly getting them. They are certainly playing off of them when they have the opportunity to do so. So,
well, that may be the biggest development of anybody on the team, right? Is can he knock down, not necessarily threes, but can he consistently knock down jumpers? If he can do that, he, like you said, he's going to be one of the best in the league.
Yeah, and he did, man. We saw him once he got space. He's still being injured, got 18 points and did his thing, his all-around game. So Rockets tonight against a Pistons team. They made the playoffs last year, and Cade Cunningham coming to town. I think the Rockets should get that they're favored in this game, obviously, but a big one tonight as the Rockets come to Toyota Center for the first time this year.
Let's go, Rocket.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the injury report is out, as it is a football Friday. San Francisco 49ers, the 5-2 first place San Francisco 49ers, and the full injury report is out. We'll look at it from a Texans perspective. We said this when we started the show. It is now official. Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, they're both out in this game. My man right here, he's been here the whole time, man. He acts like he just found out about it. Come on, boss. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk. Nico Collins, that concussion. They had practice all week, so that made a lot of sense. Christian Kirk, hamstring's going to miss his second straight game, and as you said, Clint, his fourth game of the season with a hamstring. Danico Autry, he is questionable in this game, and Jalen Smith, who they activated, he is questionable in this game as well. Now for the 49ers, the big ones there, Brock Purdy, he is out with the toe injury. He's going to miss another game, so that means Mac Jones is going to be the starter. He is 4-1 this season for the 49ers. Ricky Pearsall, that's the other big one, their leading receiver. They've been their best wide receiver. He is out with the knee. Bryce Huff, defensive end, also on that front seven. He is out, along with their other defensive end is out as well. A couple of other guys. Spencer Buford, the tackle, is questionable. Lenoir, their cornerback, is questionable. That's a big one too there, as he is their top guy in the secondary, at least from the cornerback perspective. So there's a lot of injuries both ways, and obviously we affect Texans big time, and we talked about that with Nick Caley. But the Texans' defense life's going to be a little bit easier with some of these guys out, even though they've seen a lot of Mac Jones. But I think what you said earlier, Brock Purdy is the more talented quarterback overall, and is their starter. It's the reason why they paid him a certain amount of money. So there should be some struggles offensively in this game for the 49ers as well.
Yeah, look, we got a great defense with or without some of these guys that are on the injured list. I tell you, the two Texans that are still questionable on this list, though, I think play a big role. We saw Danico Autry get in the game last week, and he was a beast. He was causing problems in the pass rush as well as stopping the run, and so Danico Autry was a huge upgrade in that defensive front last week, and it wasn't just in obvious passing situations like we've come to hope for.
The other one's that Jalen Smith, the corner, rookie corner. He just changes things, man. If he ends up going, which he was full practice on Thursday, and he was full today as well. So if he ends up going, I mean, that just gives you they can go with that, Tyler, that man package. They can go with man across the board and cover down on three good receivers and with guys that have true man skill sets. And so, that's a big get for the Texans as well. You like that?
No, I don't like the man package stuff that you keep rolling.
Well, I mean, I'm talking football, man. I'm talking ball.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry that y'all play perverts, man, just without thinking about yourself.
From the text line, Tyler, Clint's brother had the sack while Clint took sacks.
That's fair.
That's good.
That's fair. Although I would argue it was more of the contents of the sack. The sack was not necessarily. It was larger, but it wasn't necessarily the kicker there, the headliner there, if you will.
Let's just go to the next one, Tyler.
5 o'clock fire.
I don't know what to do with this guy. Not the contents of the
sack. If you'd have seen him. He knocked on my dorm room door one time with him, and I could hear it.
He did not knock.
I swear on him. He passed away.
Stop. Tyler, he's lying. He did not pick his balls and knock on the door. Your dorm room door in Fayetteville, Arkansas.
Mesh shorts, 100%. Mesh shorts.
We used to
no draws. Pull the leg up. Bang, bang, bang. Nobody believed it.
Was it got hard nuts? How did you know it? Did you make? I would have made him.
I mean, it wasn't like we had heavy metal music playing in the background or something. I mean, I'm
sorry, but a knock that you could hear. I would make him pull his balls out and do it in my face.
Exactly.
I would make that.
Hence why they're worthy of talking about on the show at 7 years after he passed away.
713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. Do you believe that Clint's brother pulled his balls out, knocked on his dorm room, and they could hear him knock with his balls? 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch. I do not believe
old Shrek.
Game one, the Dodge Blue Jays in this series. Obviously, I would think most Astros fans are hoping that the Dodgers lose, especially with George Springer out there playing a big role for the Blue Jays. But let me just ask you this. Are you guys excited about this World Series? Are you guys excited about the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani and that group? They got a chance to go back-to-back for the first time in a while. And then against the Blue Jays, Vladimir Guerrero, George Springer. Are you excited about this World Series?
Nah. I'm not, man. I'm going to tell you, man, I am a Astros fan, not necessarily a Major League Baseball fan. But it is the World Series. I'll have it on in the background, and I'll peek over there every now and then, see if I can't catch Vlad or Shohei swinging the stick.
Those two guys are they got something. Those two, Vlad and Shohei Ohtani are Mookie Betts a little bit, but Vlad and Shohei Ohtani they're kind of stop traffic guys a little bit.
Yep, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I'm into that. Tyler, you into this World Series at all?
No, I'm not. But in all seriousness, I am excited to watch our guy George Springer go after another World Series title and see what he does in this series and see if he can make the Dodgers cry once again like he did in the past. I'm excited for that. But no, overall, I ain't gonna watch.
Yeah, I'll be reeled in on the Shohei start. When Ohtani starts, whatever that game is or games are, that's one that I'll be roped.
That game would be appointment television. That would be I got to sit down and check this out for an extended period of time.
That's unless it runs into some like football, and then I'm.
If it runs into football. I don't know. There's Shohei. I mean that's a.
I don't know.
I mean that's a once in a lifetime deal. Not that game, but he is a player. He's just one of those like, man, you're just watching greatness.
That's the one that would be. Oh, I didn't know they had frozen ones. That's the one that would be a attention.
Frozen what?
It's just frozen drink. Attention seeking to me. Yeah, I'm going to have to get that.
Oh, they sure do.
Yeah, I'm going to get that before I leave.
You think that's a margarita?
I think it is. It's a frozen one. You know, that is my thing, Tyler.
I'm drunk, I guess.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, finally, according to Molly McGrath, ESPN, Ole Miss head coach Lane Kiffin plans to address the Florida job with his players. Lane told Molly that he usually doesn't address those kind of coaching rumors in season because there's so much more football to play and there's so many bigger things to focus on. But he's actually going to do things differently today in their team meeting. He is going to address those Florida rumors with his players. He's going to talk to them about it and say, hey, this is what's happened. This is what happens when you win. This is a compliment to our players, our staff, and our entire program. He wants to talk to his players about it because there's so many new guys on their team this year. All right, Tyler, if you didn't feel great about what your coach did and said at A&M,
you ain't lying.
if you are an Ole Miss supporter and you hear this about Lane Kiffin, you got to all just say, hey man, we better just go ahead and live this one up because Lane sounds like he's good as gone.
Ooh. I did see a report earlier, though. I don't know how credible it was, but where they were going to make it, Florida had offered to make him the highest paid coach in football if he'd go. I think it was $13.5 million a year.
Yeah.
Which would only make sense. I mean, he's not leaving for even remotely close to the money he's making now. It's interesting, which I think is fair, by the way. But I hear a lot of criticism about how good the Florida job is or isn't, which I think that a lot of folks think that's Florida, man. Oh, you got to go take that job. I think that's you got to be a special dude and.
Do you think there is a difference in his chances to winning a championship at Florida?
I think Lane would be fine. Oh, yes. I don't know. He's got Ole Miss rolling. Yeah, absolutely. Florida's Jimmys and Joes are just totally different, particularly offensive line and defensive line. They're in a different ball game.
Because that's what you do it like, right? Notre Dame and LSU are two, blue bloods, but Brian Kelly said, I got a better chance.
Well, I mean, look, I don't believe that coaches need to be a fit geographically to schools the majority of the time. I do think that there is a few. I do believe that there's a fit thing at Florida and Florida State. And I do think there's certain pockets of the country in college football where, that are really that are championship caliber programs that the fit is just critical. I think Florida and I think Florida State will be open for you. I think Florida State, and LSU could potentially be open too. I think all three of those are they're not just go hire the hottest coach.
Yeah. Gut feeling. You think Lane stays at Ole Miss?
I do.
All right. Coming up is we get you ready for Football Friday. There is really interesting audio coming from one of D'Amico Ryan's best players, especially when you contrast it with what D'Amico said earlier in the week. We'll let you hear what that is and discuss coming up next.
All right, when you or a loved one gets injured in an accident, it changes your life. It changes.
They'll sponsor a hole or donate to help provide Angel Eye video access, peer support, and essential comforts to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildren's.org.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live. That's going to be a tight fit. There it is, live here. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you almost win. The athleticism of Bree really stepped up. It's a good time out here. I done found it. Glenn, I done found it, baby. I done found it, Tyler. Got my strawberry frozen margarita in the building right here. And you can get anything you want. They've got any drink you need, any beer you need. And the menu obviously is second to none. It is fantastic. And we've had a good time here today and still going to continue as we go to 6 o'clock. We still have Texans tickets to hook somebody up with coming up after this segment ends.
I've been very, very pleased with my choice of appetizers. I've had four different appetizers.
Oh, yes. There we go. What'd you get?
Cup of red beans and rice.
Why not?
Good. The boudin ball with cheese in them.
Oh, you ran through. I missed that one.
Very good. I feel bad for not offering you one of those because they put enough in that bowl to where I could have shared it. I had the gator. Walk-On's probably has my favorite gator bites, fried gator. I'm not a connoisseur, but it's probably my favorite. And then I had the deviled something shrimp.
Oh, with the bacon wrapped shrimp.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was good too.
Pretty good. I mean, I'm at 4 for 4. I would come back for all four of them.
Yeah. I had the bang bang shrimp tacos. Delicious. Very good. Very good. So man, it's a good time out here. Good food out here, and we're out here at the Walk-On Spring location. So make your way on out here and enjoy yourself. All right, Clint. I'm really curious to your thoughts of this audio coming from Derek Stingley Jr. We heard all week after the game on Monday that D'Amico Ryans seemed to have a game plan in mind for how they were going to handle the receivers for the Seattle Seahawks, and in particular JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, who absolutely killed everybody, but killed them as a whole. And it seemed that D'Amico said they just did not follow what they planned and how they repped it all week. And he seemed to be very, very disappointed. Well, we heard from Derek Stingley, and this was his account on how things went this weekend.
I feel like any corner, likes to be at the line, but I'll never do nothing outside of what the play call is. So from the play call tell me to be off, I'm going to be off.
And that includes shadowing as well?
Includes everything. I can't go out there and do my own thing. So, and I've never done that. That's not who I am.
Okay, that seems to be a direct response to what was said this weekend about guys not doing what the game plan was during the week. Your thoughts when you heard Derek Stingley, who rarely talks, Clint,
right?
Rarely says anything. Come out, step in to that.
Well, after hearing Derek Stingley and after watching the film, I think the guys went out there and tried to execute what the game plan was, and I think D'Amico Ryans is not referring to pressing and being physical with Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think he's wrong.
What you watched and what you've heard, you would say you'd be more inclined to think D'Amico is the one that was off.
Yes. Yeah. I think that now there may have been some level of an adjustment at some point in time that was made, but I didn't see it. There was, a lot of people were pointing to the touchdown that Jackson Smith and Jigba caught, but that was a quarters coverage. That was a zone coverage. That wasn't man. But even in those zone coverages, when they were playing zone, they didn't choose to be physical at the line of scrimmage, or even under 5 yards when they could with Jackson Smith and Jigba. So I just look. I think I don't know what D'Amico's up to. I don't know what I don't know what the point there was. I don't know where the confusion is, but I firmly believe that the game plan was what we watched, and the guys tried to execute it. I didn't. When you watch the film, if D'Amico is right, and if he's being honest, then you had several guys in an egregious fashion that just completely disregarded the game plan. No question. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but I tell you, more importantly for me, Ron, this is, I've gone out on a limb several times over the last couple of weeks talking about when you fall to 2-4, kind of how the dynamic around your team and in your locker room and around your organization. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about, right? This year alone, we've seen and heard C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans being on two completely different pages. Hell, it's damn near to the Joe Espada Dana Brown on injuries degree. Now it's Derek Stingley Jr. and D'Amico Ryans, and these aren't just misunderstandings in the media and anybody taking anything out of context. I mean, it's very, very clear. Like, to me, D'Amico's constant overkill of blaming lack of production on execution and ultimately being coachable. Because what you're doing is saying you got a team full of guys that aren't coachable because they go to the field and they don't do what they're coached to do. And I think you're seeing signs of guys that are tired of hearing that. Guys are tired of that, being the excuse, and I think you're seeing a little bit of pushback. I think ultimately, that's where it comes from.
Yeah, it is. It's rough, Clint. Like, it looks like clearly that these guys are saying, no, man, you ain't gonna put this on me. And going right up against D'Amico, clearly there is some disconnect.
Well, yeah, but that's what I've been talking about the whole time is when you're 4-2 and the coach can lean into winning and the coach can lean into do what I say and you win ball games, but then all of a sudden you offseason and you've been embarrassed on TV multiple times and the problems aren't getting solved and they aren't getting any better. You're gonna get a little pushback.
Yeah,
it just seems to be. It's strange that it's coming from in the form of Derek Stingley Jr. and C.J. Stroud.
Yeah,
that's the interesting point.
Those
C.J. Gardner's one thing.
Well, and you would almost think, Clint, that the way these guys will go about it is all right, our coach said that, man. Okay, hey, listen, we just should have played. We just didn't play well. We just didn't do. And these guys have done it to go around with the, hey, man, we just got to play better. We got to do it. No, they came out and said, nah, man, I would never go against what I'm coached to do. Like, flat out said, that is a lie that is being said. And as you said, boy, when you're 2-4 and it seems like people are closing in at the end of their rope, like these are things that are that can mess up a locker room.
Here's the deal. Whatever the disconnect is, particularly on the defensive side of the football, they got to get it right.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Over there,
yeah,
where it is. Right.
They got to get it right.
Yeah, that was interesting sound. Someone texted in, there is a clear rift and potential dysfunction. It's eye-opening that is coming for those two.
I think it's very fair. I think I'm just telling you, you can be a player-friendly coach all you want. You can be one of the, but the minute that you go back into, again, ultimately calling guys uncoachable, you're gonna have problems.
Yeah.
And really, your better players are the ones that are going to take offense to it.
Calling guys uncoachable, and then defending a guy who picks up a quarterback and slams him on the turf, and not to mention the whole Jimmy Ward situation. Like, when you start to look at those situations, I'm certain guys are like, damn, man, you gonna come at us, but Azeez Al-Shire, oh man, yeah, I think the whistle was late, huh? Like, that's got to be something people are looking at. All right, let's look at our Friday finish. The Texans will win if they do what, and we'll look at our predictions coming up for this huge game between the Texans and the 49ers. We'll continue that live right here on the drive.
All right, y'all. Football season is in full swing.
Ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from Walk-On Sports Bistro in Spring, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to our latest winner. Jesus won a pair of tickets. Clap it up for him. Won a pair of tickets to the. I mean, she is pissed. She is not clapping. She just stared at him. Clap for him, man. He won some tickets. She just stared his ass down. She said, "I didn't win the damn tickets. I've been here all day." Well, I mean, in intermission, but no. Congratulations, Texans tickets. He won a pair to a later game here, and we do that each and every Friday. Come on out to us on Football Friday, and you get a chance to win multiple prizes, including Texans tickets, as we do each and every week. I want to send a shout out to the entire staff here at Walk-Ons here in Spring. They've been fantastic. Give them a hand as the staff, the waitresses, and Edgar, good guy as well, holding it down and taking care of us. Also, give a shout out to our promo staff. They've done a great job as always, as well as our engineer Matt, keeping us on the air and on YouTube and Twitch, and then Tyler, God bless his soul, as he held it down. He needed this one today, I'm going to tell you, as he held it down.
Yes.
As he held it down, holding us together on the air back at the station. Coming up behind us as we continue, we'll have Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will have D'Amico Ryans coming up right at 6 o'clock. Also, Tommy Togier. Is that right?
Togier.
That was a disaster.
Togier, I felt so confident. Togier. Just Tommy, TT, in the building. He'll also join them. And then at 8 o'clock, Area 45. And I believe we've lost all the glasses from Area 45. Area 45, they will hold things down 10 to midnight tonight. So stay tuned, live and local. We'll get to T-Mill's best bets coming up till night, folks. I mean, since Tuesday, you talk about him pulling away. Started off 1-5. That's a long time ago. He's 5 for 5 last night, folks. Woo! So you better jump on and get that money. When I saw Lad McConkey cross and get that touchdown, I said, "Oh, my man is living right."
Plus
and you know, Clint, we start hearing from him, didn't we? 3 for 3 is what we heard him say. But what is that? Hold the phone.
Well, it was not. It's not what I ordered for the record.
Clint, no, it is Clint Stoerner.
No, it is
with
not.
A strawberry frozen margarita. I'm proud.
No, I ordered a regular margarita.
Nah, that's fine, man. That's it, man.
I mean, I'm gonna drink it, but
cheers. There it is, man.
Nice fruity
Look at it,
drink,
baby.
Clint.
Cheers. I knew you want that bank drink.
So manly, Clint.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you, it ain't got nothing to do with manhood. This right here, I will get in trouble drinking this.
That's all right, baby. Go ahead and drink that. Squeeze that lime in there.
I could drink 42 of these today.
42. I'll get you 50. I'll do it right now.
Not feel it until I stand up.
Yeah, I feel it, but I'll keep going. I will keep drinking that thing, man. Give me a shot.
I really wanted to try their regular margarita.
That's fine, man. Try that. Well, here, there you go. Have fun with that thing. All right, let's do our Friday finish. You can send yours in, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. The Texans will win if they do what? The Texans will win if they do what? Clint, I will start this off. I'm not kidding you when I say this. I believe the Texans to score are going to need some help from outside of their offense. The Texans win if the Texans defense or special teams can either score or set up scores and I'm not trying to say this as they need a miracle, but I really do think they are going to need help. Like, they got to 19 points in that last game. Probably would have been more if they didn't have to go for 2. But their defense scored 6 and helped them to get to that point. I think that is something that they will need help with. So to me, I think they win if the defense or special teams can help them score points.
Yeah, I mean, look, pints from either one of them right there would be big, and I probably agree with you. They're absolutely necessary. I'm going to go a little bit different angle. This is maybe even less likely than them scoring points. I'm going to go with holding Christian McCaffrey under 100.
Total yards.
Total yards, receiving and rushing.
It's only happened once this year. Actually, no, it has not happened this year. I'm sorry. My math is awful. It has not happened at all this year. The Saints held him to 107. I believe that's the best.
The first game of the year.
That is the best that I see. So, yeah, I think if they're able to hold McCaffrey under 100 total yards, I think they'll have a shot to win this game. If not, if he gets loose, good luck.
Yeah, and I think we're both in the same space of like this defense has got to hold them down for them to have a chance. And Christian McCaffrey, he is going to get plenty of looks and plenty of touches game last week. That they can't let that happen. He
went over 200 total yards.
Yeah, running and receiving last week. Multiple touchdowns in that game last week against the Falcons. So that is a big one. 713-572-4610. Someone texted in, the Texans will win if they get off to a good start. I really think that is a really good point from the text line, Clint. I do. I said it earlier this week a bit. I think it is very important for them to get off to a quick start and to have some confidence early on in this thing, because to me, Clint, if they get off to a rough start and they get off to a start anywhere similar to what it was against Seattle, like you could see it just going downhill. I think for their confidence and how they feel moving in the game, I don't get the sense, Clint, this team is ready to be down 10-0 and pull themselves up. I think it is imperative that they get off to a fast start.
Well, I mean, look, anytime this team digs a hole and allows or forces our offense to play from behind, we're going to struggle. I mean, that's just not ideal for anybody, much less us. And so that's going to be a real struggle. I will say this. I think CJ and Nick Caley really panicked last week when we got down. Like they played as if when you get down to 14-zip, or hell, it was even 14-3 at one time, I think, or 17-3, something like that. But anyway, you get down and, typically you do have to chase. But with this particular defense early, you can play your game understanding that your defense is more than likely going to tighten things up and bring the game back into a spot where you can win if you just chip away. I think they got carried away in the third quarter last week, and I think it caused it was a waste of a couple of drives, to be honest with you. They got a little carried away, got too aggressive. I've talked at length about the drive where C.J. Stroud literally threw 4 go routes in a row. It was just like almost like screw y'all's death by 1,000 cuts. I'm fixing to throw this thing down, and I'm going to show you how serious
I feel like I'm going to hit one of these.
Yeah, man, and so I think they all kind of panicked right there in that third quarter, and in reality, you were still in that thing given how good this defense is. So I think they learned from that. Still not a good idea to get down because this offense isn't built to come from behind. That's not a good idea, but I think they would handle it different if they do.
All right, let's save Tyler for last. I know he'll end us on a good note. Let's get our predictions in. I'll start this off. Clint, they got to have this game. They need this game, and I do not think the 49ers, especially with some of the parts they're going to be missing, I do not think the 49ers are as good as their 5-2 record. Like, I don't think they're a dominant team. And I'm going to say the Texans got to have this. I'm going to go Texans 17-13, low-scoring game. Champ Slice is shaking me off. That's okay. Low-scoring game, 17-13. I'm going to say the Texans thing. Clint, where are you going?
Man, I'll go 24-13.
You got Texans 24-13?
No, 49ers.
Oh.
No.
My man is confident here. What are we doing here? So you got 24-13, 49ers. All right, good. All right, I knew you go there. Tyler will end us on a good note. Tyler, how do you feel? Where you at in this? Wow, where you at in this game, Tyler?
Heavy dose of Christian McCaffrey-ish. Defense still performs well. 49ers win this one, though, 23-13. Offensive struggles continue in a big way for the Texans.
Boy, if Tyler
we're talking about Caleb's job security Monday.
If Tyler turns on you, I talked over you. I'm sorry.
Is this Tyler Milner?
Whose job security?
Caley's.
Oh. No, that's very possible. Boy, that is it. Is, we fell on some hard times.
God.
Boy.
Hate to say it.
I saved you for last because I was certain, Tyler, that you.
I was stifling my vomit last week, dude. I'm so tired of this team right now.
That is the line.
I'm ready to watch the Aggies beat the hell out of the LSU Tigers, and I'm going to try not to vomit the whole game when the Texans are playing.
Line of the week, I was stifling my vomit last week during the game. Okay, well, Tyler's got him 23-13. Wow. All right, Tyler, let's get your best bets. T-Mill's best bet. If you aren't able to find them or hear them all right here, you can go to T-Mill Real Deal to get those best bets. What you got?
Yes, sir. Well, no Texans action, that's for sure. I'm never betting on them again. Guaranteed. I got five picks for you, though, for NFL Week 8. And if you missed it, we were perfect. Perfection. 5 for 5 last night. Here are your 5 bets for NFL Week 8 for the weekend. First, I got the Giants plus 7.5 points. They're going to be in Philadelphia taking on the Eagles plus 7.5 for Jackson Dart and those boys. Cowboys. Don't like betting on them, but I like this bet with the points. Dallas Cowboys plus 4.5 at the Denver Broncos.
I love it.
That might be my favorite one, to be perfectly honest. Jets plus 7 at the Bengals. Next, I got an under for you. 2 AFC South squads. Titans at Colts under 40.